game. Paolo played phenomenally.
Yeah,
Paolo been looking
man.
good. You know, when Paolo decides that he's more of a big man than a wing, good things happen. I don't know.
Yeah.
Mars, you know what that is? And we'll get into this a little later, but I got a sneaky inclination what that is. You know, a lot of players work
PC and listen to me. That's what it was.
Now, see, that was number one on my list.
There you go.
Number one on my list is that he watches Mars talk sports, and you know, you're able to talk some life into it and some sense. But you know, like over the summer, these guys work on their skills. They work on step back jumpers. They work on all that good stuff. You know, tweens, crosses. Like that's what you get in the gym and work on. A lot of guys will be like, okay, now I've worked on this all summer. Now I want to do this next season. And for some guys, that's cool. But for some guys, it turns your mindset into this is what I'm about to do all season because I worked on it all off season. You know, like the Ace Bailey thing.
Yeah,
you know
that
the
makes
Ace Bailey
sense.
thing where he was like, "Oh man, I practiced those shots."
Yeah.
All right, Kobe practiced those shots too, and he has the capability to shoot them in the game. Not saying that Ace doesn't have the capability, but you're just not there yet, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta get.
I mean,
this
Paolo hit some jumpers though in that game. It's not like, but he was downhill a lot. But Paolo, bro, like we say Paolo's 6'10", 250. Paolo is massive, bro. Like when he is on the court, he looks huge, bro.
He's huge.
Pause, but like
he's one of the most physically overwhelming players in the NBA.
Yes, bro.
He looked at him real life.
It's nice to see him maybe putting it together. It's nice to see that.
Mm.
I mean, he's still only what 20, 22?
22, 23, yeah.
Yeah, 23, I think. From memory.
And I mean, like, even like, and we're definitely going to talk about LaMelo Ball.
You know, I used to say this shit about Jalen Green in March. You're only 22. You putting it together.
Hey, but the thing about it is for Paolo, it's not just March, though. It's March and April. April roll around, Paolo turned into a whole different beast.
Nah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
What the hell is that about, by the way, Ron? Like, where is this in December and January?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Would you rather someone be elite from October to January or be elite from March to May?
You know what I'd rather, Mars? I'd rather you actually. Yeah, that's what I'd rather.
Those weren't the two options I gave you. As option number 3. Option 1 is October to January. Option 2 is March to May. Which one would you prefer? March to May?
No, I wouldn't prefer March.
You don't want the dog days of the season?
Nah, you wouldn't prefer March to May. Okay, cool. You got it.
I'm good. I'm straight. 2 months of the season. That's all I'm getting, Mars. That's it.
October to January is 2 months. November and December.
But
bro, he was hooping.
What I'm saying is, where's the rest of this? I'm not saying that you got to be this good the entire season. Okay, but I'm saying, like, can I see more of this throughout the course of the season as opposed to at almost the end of the season?
Just watch the games in March twice.
Not unreasonable.
You'll see twice.
Not unreasonable request.
So I got to watch the games, and so instead of giving me actually 220s, Mars, you're gonna give me 120. You're gonna fold it over and make it look like it's 220. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah. No, flip it over. You'll see the front and the back. You'll see 20 twice.
That's what I got to deal with on the regular with this dude, y'all.
I'm not happy with you, Chill, but we'll talk about that.
Oh, wow.
We gotta
you know why he's not happy with me? He's not happy with me because KD isn't on the all-pro team. That's why he's not happy.
That was ridiculous.
That's why he's not happy with me. But go ahead.
Wait,
I miss one day. I miss any
yesterday.
Of them. I miss one day and Jalen Johnson All-NBA over Kevin Durant. I miss one day and Kevin Durant not making the all-pro team because Jamal Murray has to make it over Kevin Durant. I don't know what happened. I turned the video off. I'm not one of those people. I turned the listing of all the All-NBA players. Dusky like said no KD, and he's like, who would come off for Kevin Durant? Scotty Barnes? Yes! What do you mean? Who? Yes! Scotty Barnes gonna come off. I turned the video off. There was no way. I didn't even want to listen to the explanation. That was ridiculous.
So it's obvious that we don't need to talk about this. So Ron, as you were saying, because it's obvious.
Yeah, go ahead. You actually don't need to talk about it. I just want to. That triggered me.
Do we not?
Kevin Durant wasn't on an All-NBA team?
No, I don't know how.
So real talk, real quick, Ron. Before you run
game.
No.
Was this before or after he couldn't handle?
Real quick, Ron. Before we run this down, real quick, Ron. So real talk. We had a conversation yesterday, and we were talking about we're getting close to the postseason awards, right? We were talking about getting close to the postseason awards, and I had ran down the first team All-Pro, and I said that there are 4 locks. which is SGA, Wemby, Luka, and Joker. There's 4 locks, first team All-Pro. All right. So the 5th one, I said I think it's contingent on Cade being top 3 league MVP votes. Because I think if he's not, I think Leonard's going to get that spot. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that he does and he gets that spot. I think the second team.
It's all very fair right now. It's all very fair right now.
Yeah, first team.
It's all very fair right
good.
now. It's gonna go downhill, but it's all very fair right now.
So then we get then we get to the second team All Pro. So I think it's going to be, if it's Cade on the first team, I think it's going to be Leonard. I think it's going to be Jaylen Brown, Jalen Brunson, and Donovan Mitchell. I think that's going to be your second team All Pro. And then third team.
Jalen Brunson just scored 30 for the first time in 30 days.
It's fine. It's fine. He doesn't need to be consistent.
So anyway,
third team.
So then we get to the third team. I think your third team is going to be Chet, Jalen Duren, Jamal Murray, Chet, Jalen Duren, Jamal Murray,
Scotty
Barnes,
Johnson.
and Jalen Johnson. That's what I think. And the question was asked to me, no KD. And I'm thinking, all right, well, has KD had a better season than Jalen Johnson this entire season?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Yes.
I don't know.
I'm better on offense and I'm better on defense. What is that? So, and I win more and I play more games. What are we talking about? What is actually the argument for Jalen Johnson?
You are a better offensive player. I'm not gonna argue that point, Mars. You are a better offensive player. Have you been better on offense than me this season?
How have I
all
not
around?
Been?
Yes, all the way around. You've been getting more.
Been?
You've been getting more buckets. When we talking about offense, my ability to distribute, my ability to play in transition. You've definitely been a better bucket getter. I'm not gonna argue that point at all. But
that impacts my unit more than anything you do on offense.
Is that true, Mars? Considering
Absolutely.
what I do,
not even close.
This is still this Houston team is one of, if I'm not mistaken, where are they on offense?
Wherever, let's see.
They actually might still be like a top 10 offense.
They should be.
They're 10th. They're 10th.
Yeah, they're still top 10 because they started off so high.
The Atlanta Hawks
they ain't really 10th, but
they're
they're 10th.
They're
So
the
Atlanta
fake
Hawks
10th, but they're 10th. The Atlanta Hawks are 16th.
So do you think Houston is closer to 16 or is Atlanta closer to 10?
Shit, they both should just meet in the middle somewhere.
So basically, I'm glad you brought that up, Mars. So essentially, we're saying that both of these guys are closer offensively than they are what the standings say. Ultimately, these guys are closer. So if you wouldn't bug out if Houston was 13.
Don't worry about my phone, Ron.
Don't worry about that. We have a conversation. So if you're concerned with offense, they're closer offensively. So now what we're talking about as a unit, they're closer offensively. So now what we're talking about is these two guys as players. I don't think that Jalen Johnson is a better. I don't think Kevin Durant is a better. I think Kevin Durant is a better scorer, and I don't think that that's a question. I don't even think that. But I'm thinking about this season right here, and I'm thinking about what Jalen Johnson has done for a group who this group is closer offensively than we just mentioned. They're closer offensively. Jalen Johnson being almost a 20-10 guy. I'm trying to remember the amount of 20-10 guys who did not make the All-Pro team in my lifetime. I don't remember how many there were. In fact, I don't think that there's any. In fact, real talk, I'm trying to figure out how many guys in the league are 20-10. How many of them are there?
How many 50, 40, 90 guys on 25 points have not made the All-NBA team?
How many? One more time, Moss?
25 points per game, 50, 40, 90. How many of them have not made the All-NBA team?
50, 40, 90. How many guys have averaged 25 a game on 50, 40, 90?
Shit, you tell me.
I don't think that All-Pro.
Kyrie, Larry Bird. Larry Bird was an MVP.
All-Pro.
Yeah. Those KD are the only
before,
three.
Huh? Or
yeah, no. Kevin Durant.
Yeah, Kevin Durant before.
15 years ago.
Sure.
Whatever it was, 12 years ago. Yeah. Those are the only four, because Steve Nash won no 25 points. No. So KD doing something only 5 people in history have done versus Jalen Johnson 20 and 10.
Which is not common, which is not going on as much. Now, don't get me wrong, Mars. I appreciate your logic about something that somebody hasn't done in history. Okay, so maybe Jalen Johnson, I think he stays, but we can probably have a better conversation about Scotty Barnes.
Well, Scotty Barnes better than Jalen Johnson, so I mean,
has he been? I think he's been. I think he's been better on defense. I'm not going to argue that.
Can you name the third team again? I'm sorry.
Jalen Duren, Chet, Scotty Barnes, Jalen Johnson, Jamal Murray.
Get Jalen Duren and Chet the hell up out of here.
100% making you
all 5 of them are worse than KD.
All 5 of them worse than KD. Chill. I'm sorry. You can pick your poison on which one you want.
And this is only a topic of conversation because KD had an absolute stinker against.
Yeah, he had a boo-boo ass game.
Surprisingly, Jamal Murray had a bigger stinker 2 days before against the Lakers. But he on the team.
First of all, you're assuming that, Mars. You're assuming that I left him off because of that one bad game. No, that's not what I'm thinking at all.
I had him on the All-NBA second team like 3 weeks ago. I remember because we went through it.
I had him.
Things change, Mars.
Yes.
Quickly.
I had KD on the second team.
Yes,
Then I probably
did. Agreement.
Then I probably forgot him. Then that has to happen. Then I must have forgot him because when I think about I think Jalen Johnson is an All-Pro this year. I'm having a difficult time keeping Jalen Johnson.
I might miss it at this point, and maybe Kawhi will miss it because everyone's missing games. So maybe Jalen Johnson will make it.
Did you say
making it at the expensive?
Yeah,
I'm about to be out for the next 1 or 2 weeks.
Yes,
so
maybe he'll miss
he is going to be.
So he might miss the threshold. Jokic, if he missed one more game or whatever, like a lot of guys might miss it. But
I'm talking about I'm talking about these guys being available. I ain't even talking about these guys missing.
KD's been more available than Jalen Johnson, by the way.
How many games has
and Jamal Murray? I'm pretty sure they played the same amount of games.
KD's played a lot this year, Chill.
KD's only missed 3 games this year. He's only missed 3 games. He's played 64. Jalen Johnson's played 61. He's played more than Jalen Johnson.
And I think Jalen Johnson's going to make the threshold. I mean, 3 more games.
He will.
I don't think that's a huge threshold. I think Jalen Johnson's going to make the All-Pro team. Now, if you're talking about Scotty Barnes and Jalen Johnson, if you're talking about Scotty Barnes and Jalen Johnson, I don't think we got to have a conversation about Jalen Duren. I think he's definitely an All-Pro. I think it's more of a conversation, with Chet, as opposed to Scotty Barnes. I think it's more of a conversation. But if we're taking somebody off, any one of these dudes in your estimation is coming off, I think Jalen Johnson stays. I think Jalen Duren stays. I think Jalen Johnson stays. I think Jalen Duren stays. Who else did I say? Jalen Johnson, Jalen Duren. I think Jamal Murray stays. I do. I think Jamal Murray is an All-Pro.
You just have Jalen Brunson just definitively.
Yes, I think Jalen Brunson is. I definitely think he's an All-Pro.
But hold on, the real talk. Do you not think Jalen Brunson's All-Pro?
No, I think he's more like Brunson's
third
All-Pro. But I think KD's been better than Jalen Brunson this year.
For sure, but not even to compare those two. I just want to know where you have.
Jalen Brunson should be on one of the 3.
KD's been better than half of his second team. Like I don't know what's going on.
That's why I'm moving back up to the second team because I'm
like, you can have Cade is cool. No argument with Cade. Kawhi and the first team, obviously no argument. Jalen Brunson, you're losing me. Jaylen Brown, I'm all the way lost. The whole third team. I'm deserted on a desert island. I'm stranded. Help me. I don't know what's going on. Like, that's where I'm at. And then who else do you have on the second team?
Donovan Mitchell.
Donovan Mitchell.
I'm fine
with Donovan Mitchell.
I'm not mad at D-Mitch.
I'm not even going to argue about Donovan Mitchell. Do I necessarily agree? But I won't even argue with that. He's fine. Cade is fine. Anthony Edwards, no argument. Jaylen Brown, you lost me. Jalen Brunson, you lost me. The whole third team, I think you've gone insane. That's where I'm at. So
we had a conversation earlier this year about Jaylen Brown not being who everybody says he is, and it's more the system in Boston than it is him as a player. I'm sick of the on and off minutes. I'm tired of hearing that bullshit because when he's playing, they win. Yeah, I'm sick of hearing that.
They're a better team when he plays.
Yes, they're 100% a better team.
Contrary to what on-off data will tell you.
I'm tired of hearing that because they are a better team when he's on the floor because he plays more than 3/4 of the game. I say that to say he's had a little bit of downtime. I think over the last last 3 weeks or so. I don't think that should affect what he's been doing throughout the course of the season. And it's not solely the system.
I agree.
And it's not solely the system in Boston why he's doing what he's doing. He's doing what he's doing because he's supremely talented. And he's got a lot more freedom to do those things. And I think he's been playing at a top 10 level this season. That's why I think he's a second team All-Pro.
So we can all agree we don't care about on-off minutes, right? Like, that's not.
I just think it's
we can all agree on that.
It's not that I don't care, Mars.
Yes, there's only 2 guys, and they're not up here.
For this discussion, we don't care about on-off minutes.
I don't. Right? I just think it's overblown.
The fact that the Celtics are better without Jaylen, we know they're not better without Jaylen Brown.
Yeah,
right?
they're not better with that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Did you know when Jaylen Brown's on the court, and Kevin Durant is on the court, the Rockets perform better than the Celtics. So forget the off, just on.
When they're playing, when they're both playing.
And they both play heavy minutes.
Yeah.
I think Kevin Durant plays more minutes.
I think Jaylen Brown averages about close to 35 minutes a game.
I'm pretty sure Kevin Durant's averaging close to 37 minutes.
Are Houston better than Boston, though?
I don't think so.
Mars, what do you mean by perform better? Are you just talking about just the on numbers?
Per net rating.
Net
The
rating,
Rockets have the Rockets have a slightly better net rating with Kevin Durant on the court than the Celtics do with Jaylen Brown on the court. Are we aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, Mars, because I watched. I watched. Even I'm sure that the numbers say that. I'm sure that the numbers say that, and the data says that. When I watch Houston, I see a lot of standing around. I see a lot of watching. I see a lot of stagnant offense.
All of that does happen.
I see a lot of watching. I see a lot of standing around. I see a lot of stagnant offense.
He's still one of the most efficient.
And you know who bails them out of all of this stagnant offense and terrible spacing and all of that?
That's what kind of makes his case.
That's kind of the point, Joe.
But with that,
and KD's played more than Jaylen Brown this year, if that helps.
His defense has been the most impressive to me, but
he's also been a really good defender this year as well. Yes.
He's also been making up.
Look at Ron. Look at Ron finna hate.
No, it's not even the defense. It's not even the defense.
No,
Jaylen Brown has just been better than
really
KD, y'all.
With
all due respect, I don't even want to get into a KD hate session. He just like my eyes just looking at.
I said this like a few months ago, but I definitely had to walk that back. So go ahead and make
it's tough to explain. It's really just my eye test. Just looking at these two play this season. And I haven't watched every Kevin Durant minute. I haven't watched every Jaylen Brown minute. In fact, you guys have probably watched more Kevin Durant than me, but I probably watched more Jaylen Brown than you. Either way it goes. When I watch these two play this year, Jaylen Brown just looks better. He's had bigger games. He's had bigger moments. The winning matters as well. I know Mars said that they're better with Kevin Durant on the court.
KD had 50 this year.
Jaylen Brown just looks better.
What I'm trying to make sense of, Mars, is, and I appreciate the on-off minutes and I appreciate the data, but
just the on minutes.
Just the on minutes. But when I watch, because you're a huge component of watching games. So when I and watching players. So if these guys are better with KD on the floor, which they are, I'm not arguing that point because they need all of his offense and they need all of his bucket getting. How is it that the Celtics are winning games? Because it goes back to my original logic about it not.
They're both still good when they're both on the court.
What I'm saying, the point that I'm making is it can't just be the system. Like Jaylen Brown, like when I watch Houston, a lot of times they look like they just giving the ball to KD. KD bail us out. Like that's what's going on. Okay, and with Jaylen Brown, okay, we have a system that we're running, and Jaylen Brown is conducive to that system. If you take him off, I don't think that we're going to get the same production from other people for that period of time. And I don't mean for 4 or 5 minutes. I'm talking about throughout the course of games, like 35, 36 minutes. If this guy is not playing and he's not on the floor, we aren't nearly as good offensively. So I'm asking, how are they winning games? And how is Houston outperforming these guys?
They kind of are that good off. And see, I think we have a problem when there's a well-known player on a team, like giving a coach the credit that is kind of deserved, right? I think we can do it when, like, let's go back to like the older San Antonio Spurs, chill, in like 2014 and whatnot, when there's, Tim Duncan's older, Manu's older, Tony's older, right? But there's still this very good team. So nobody really had a problem giving a lot of the credit. Yeah, won the championship. Nobody really had a problem giving a lot of the credit to Greg Popovich because there was no star level player on the team anymore, right? So Pop got a lot of credit for that. But because the Celtics have Jaylen Brown and they're overproducing to a high level, right? Exceeding expectations. But Jaylen Brown's on the team. So it's like,
somebody got to get credit.
Because it's like it's got to be Jaylen Brown, but it's like, Jaylen Brown's playing phenomenal. But at the same time,
that ain't
wait.
This ain't that.
No, you want to glaze. I think you want to glaze.
You're reverse glazing.
Let me finish my statement.
You're reverse glazing.
Before Real Talk does anything, before Real Talk does anything, the thing about it is, and the reason why Real Talk is saying what he's saying, and the reason why nobody's listening to Chill, is because Chill actually be at the games. You know, Chill, hey, Chill's like Will Chamberlain. He got stories on top of stories on top of stories, and they're all true because Chill can be at a million places at once, and he can recollect what he sees, and that's why Chill knows, because Chill be in Houston's arena, unlike Real Talk, watching Kevin Durant play. And then the next night, he'll be in the Garden up in Boston, watching Jaylen Brown play. And the beautiful thing about it is, Chill gets into all these games by way of the Game Time app, because this is the easiest way to get in on the game and get last-minute tickets. I'm telling you, me and Chilltown went to a game the other week down in Orlando, and I pulled up on Chill, and I was like, Chill, we don't even have tickets. How are we going to get in the game? Chill said in his old historic voice, oh, don't even worry about it, young fella. I got this handled. And just like that, me and Chilltown had 2 amazing tickets in Orlando. And you know how he did it? He did it by way of a last-minute deal on tickets on the Game Time app right before the game started. Now, the Game Time app has the lowest prices guaranteed. And if you find tickets that are cheaper, they will credit you up to 110% the difference. But the cool part about the whole thing is you get to see your seats before you even buy them. Right in the app, you get a panoramic view of your seats in the app. It doesn't get too much better than that. So what you guys should do is download the Game Time app like Chilltown does and use code PLAYERS for 20% off your first purchase. You guys heard what I said. Chilltown is not lying. That is the Game Time app right there before your very eyes. Get in the game like me and Chilltown will. Don't be like Real Talk and talk about games and players that you just weren't there to see. You know, it's a little different when you're there in person and when you're watching it on the NBA TV app, right? It hits a little different. So be like me and Chilltown once again. Get in the game, enjoy the game, and make real takes, not real talks, real takes based on what you're really watching. We'll see you guys in the game. Download the app, use code PLAYERS to get 20% off your first purchase. See you in the winner's circle.
My bad, Real Talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, my bad.
This all I was saying. This all I was saying. Because Chill said, well, their offense, and see, now we do have to talk about the on-off Mars, because he brought up the Celtics offense not being as good when Jaylen Brown's off the court, when that is just factually incorrect. And so they're able to win. They're able to win the Jaylen Brown minutes and the non-Jaylen Brown minutes, right? So Missoula deserves a lot of credit for that, because we weren't expecting the team to be good. Well, at least this good. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Jaylen Brown doesn't deserve credit.
Unless you think this team would be anywhere close as good as they are right now without Jaylen Brown, I don't want to hear that shit.
I don't know.
Like, what do you mean you don't know? What are you talking about? You don't know. Real talk.
Because I wouldn't have thought they were this good without Jason Tatum.
There is nothing. Oh my God. There is nothing in your head that tells you that if Jaylen Brown was not on this team all season, they would even be they would be a top 9 seed in the East.
I had them 8th with Jaylen Brown. Yeah, I had them 8th with Jaylen Brown.
Right, but what I'm saying is even after, not even projections. I'm not even talking about projections. I'm talking about even after everything you've seen all season, after all these on-off numbers and BPMs and all that type of shit. After all of that, there's nothing in your brain that tells you that if Jaylen Brown wasn't here,
I think that would be a top 8 seed in the East without Jaylen Brown.
I think
you lying.
They could be 7-8 seed in this Eastern
I just think
Conference.
there's a difference between makes someone a better player and then what actually wins regular season games. I think all the stuff that makes Jaylen Brown the Celtics' clear best player are the way he impacts the game, but they're all more valuable in the playoffs than the regular season. All of them. His mid-range scoring, his mismatch attacking, even like the transition skill set, that becoming more valuable when there's less transition possessions. All of those things become inherently more valuable in a postseason setting. And I'm pretty sure the on-off numbers reflect that as well. Like his on-off numbers look way better in the playoffs than the regular season. Mm-hmm. But in the regular season, in a game where it's more monotonous, 82 games, you just got to beat different opponents. 3-point rate, offensive rebound rate, turnover rate, all of those advanced stats matter way more, as opposed to in a playoff setting, you're playing the same team 4 to 7 times. You need a more diverse skill set. You need a skill set that can break down a defense.
Actually, we don't, Mars. No, we don't.
You do. You
No, the reason why
factually
we
need
don't-
someone
and-
who can
no,
get
the
it
reason
out
why-
the mud in the
No,
playoffs. You
the
need
reason
that.
why we don't
You
is
don't
because
need that as much in the regular season.
we literally just saw the Oklahoma City Thunder. Everything that they did in the regular season, it translated into the playoffs.
That's not my point, Chill. That's not my
But
point.
the point that you're trying to make is that when we play against other teams, right, what they're going to do is they're going to exploit all the things that you don't do well, which means that you have to do other things in order to be good and in order to be productive in the postseason. I get that, Mars. But what I'm saying is that we have a staple. We have a staple. We have a stance. The Oklahoma City Thunder, they stood on being a defensive team. That's what they were in the regular season, and that's what they were in the postseason. So when their offense went cold, how do we get buckets? How are we able to score the basketball? And right, in addition to Shea, when Shea goes cold, we saw what happened when Shea went cold against Memphis. How else are we going to get buckets, Mars? We're going to get buckets the way we did. We're going to get buckets the way we did all season long by our defense, and that's going to get Shea going. So I say that to say with Jaylen Brown, when he's in Boston, all right, well, how are we going to get our buckets? We're going to get our buckets by moving the basketball, taking care of the basketball, involving Jaylen Brown more in the game than we did before, and exploiting a lot of his virtues. The things that he's good at, we're going to do more of that, and that's going to translate to the playoffs.
I'm pretty comfortable. I'm pretty comfortable to say that Jaylen Brown's had a better season than Kevin Durant. I mean, the numbers are better. The raw numbers are better. They have more wins.
Raw numbers are better.
His raw numbers are better than Kevin Durant's. Their team, he's won more games. This was supposed to be a gap year for the Boston Celtics. At the start of this season, Jaylen Brown was like garnering like MVP type discussions. Like that's how good he was, especially to start the season. Like, yeah, I don't think it's actually controversial to say he's had a better season than Kevin Durant.
We're in the minority. Me and Real Talk are in the minority. I
wouldn't go where the divide is, where I'm missing the point, because I want to make sure that I'm following.
My point wasn't that turnovers and offensive rebounds become less valuable in the playoffs. That wasn't my point. My point was that guys with Jaylen Brown's skill set, Shea's skill set, their skill set becomes more valuable in the playoffs. And we've had the conversation up here that OKC would win a lot of games in the regular season without Shea. And I push back on that. I push back on it to like 55 game effect.
Sure.
But I think all of us would agree that just off the strength of defense forcing turnovers and getting the offense by committee, OKC would win games in the regular season. But all of us know they flame out in the playoffs instantaneously.
Exactly. Because
the reason for that is because you need that skill set in the playoffs.
That one thing, sure.
Because you need someone who can break down the defense. You need someone who can create the initial advantage. You need someone who can score in the intermediate areas. That's where Jaylen Brown shines. So he's the Celtics' best player, because in the playoffs, Derek White can't do what Jaylen Brown can do. And you need someone who can do what Jaylen Brown can do. Peyton Pritchard can't do what Jaylen Brown can do as well as Jaylen Brown can do it. And you need that. But in the regular season, they can't
do that shit in the regular season either.
I'm not saying they can. So
sure.
Let me finish.
Okay, keep going.
In a regular season, in a season that's more monotonous, in a season where it's less about certain matchups and it's more about winning the possession battle, winning the three-point battle, just being able to win a game by any means necessary. When you have a foundation of defense, you have a foundation of a lot of three-point attempts, a foundation of not turning the ball over. Yes, you can win regular season games. A lot of them. Sure. You probably can, but that team is not going to be better. And this is why I say record doesn't make you a better team. Same reason why we knew the 2-seed Rockets last year weren't going to win nothing in the playoffs.
Exactly. Everybody wanted to play them in the playoffs.
A team that won with no star power, off offensive rebounds, transition defense, and hustle weren't going to win nothing in the playoffs. Sure. But guess what they did? They won a lot of regular season games despite being devoid of talent. This year, they're actually more talented than they were last year, but their record is worse. But all of us, I'm pretty sure, would agree this team this year, healthy, even just Steven Adams, is better than the team they had last year. Just a better team, even if they would have a worse regular season record.
That was the plan.
So, like, when we look at teams,
without Freddie,
being regular season good and being playoff good are not the same thing. Some teams are great in both, and I'm not saying you can't be. Some teams are better in the playoffs than they are in the regular season. Some teams are better in the regular season than they are in the playoffs. The Boston Celtics, in my opinion, without Jaylen Brown, could still be a good regular season team. Do I think they'd be a top 2 or 3 seed in the East?
Yep.
No. Probably not. The same way I thought this team with Jaylen Brown would be a 6 to 8 seed. And I was wrong. Hold my hands up. I didn't expect the K to leap. I didn't expect Jaylen Brown to look as comfortable as he did like this. I didn't expect a lot of things that Boston did this year to come to fruition.
Sure.
But watching how it's come to fruition, I now believe this team could win regular season games with or without Jaylen Brown.
Right.
That's not a knock to Jaylen Brown.
That's not a knock. It's not a knock.
I view his impact as more tied to the playoffs anyway.
100%.
So
now,
regular season wins doesn't really
really quickly, Ox.
hold much to me.
Because now, and Mars, that's a valid point. But my counter to that is
it's not.
Here's why it's a valid point. Because they can win regular season games with Jaylen Brown off the floor, and they would end up as a 6 or a 7 seed. Only except he was on the floor, and they were a 2 seed, right? So the stuff that he was doing, they needed that in order for them to be higher. Now that stuff is going to translate, and that stuff is going to translate into the playoffs. The stuff that he does, Mars. Mars, what you're telling me is that we can win against Washington, we can beat Charlotte because they aren't as prepared for us on this night because they were just in, I don't know, Cleveland the night before or 2 nights before, and we can win on the margins just off the strength that we are better in those areas. When we get to the playoffs, we can't win on the margins more times than not because we need our best player to be our best player. Well, during the regular season, when we have him more, we have a better opportunity to win because in addition to the
margins, you have Jaylen Brown. Yes.
And that's what was going on throughout the course of the regular season. And now that's going to translate into the playoffs.
You guys really think that
that's why Boston are really good. Yes.
You really think that Boston without Jaylen Brown this year would be better than Orlando?
No, absolutely not. But
What
this is the
seed
thing.
is
So like
Orlando?
what Mars said.
At 38 and 30.
What Mars said. What Mars said makes sense.
Hold on, quick, guys. Because Damien asked a question. I just want to, genuinely answer this.
And they answered
being
the question,
better and being a higher seed are not the same thing. And that was the point I kind of just illustrated like 3 minutes ago. Do I think they could have a better record than 38 and 30? Maybe. I wouldn't bet on it. Maybe. So I think they'd be a better team than Orlando in a sense of they match up in a series, they win the series. Probably not. Because once again, being a better team and having a better record are not the same thing. Same reason we all thought the Warriors last year were better than the Rockets, and they were a 7 seed.
We understand that
a lot of those teams are better than
we understand that having a better record doesn't make you a better team. Also, everything that you said, Morris, yes, all of those things are true. Those things are true. But that ain't this, and this ain't that. This is not the same thing.
So can you tell me what I'm missing?
Like what Real Talk was saying about those San Antonio Spurs. This ain't the same thing. Jaylen Brown better than all of them niggas.
Okay, so can you tell me
what I'm saying? So like what you're missing is that I get what you're saying about a team, a roster construction, a team being put together and being able to win basketball games. This isn't that situation though. In this season, they needed a lot of those games. They needed everything that Jaylen Brown brought to win those games. Most of these victories that they got, they weren't going to get those victories without Jaylen Brown's impact. They needed his offensive impact. They needed his offensive aggression. They needed his gravity. They needed his bucket getting down the stretch. They needed all of that. So while y'all might go to on-off numbers when he wasn't in the game for those 14 minutes, and it was like, oh well, they're still producing. That looks good on paper, but in the game when you're watching these games, they're not gonna win those games without what he's providing.
But you're also the one, and I agree with you when you say it. There's multiple ways to skin a cat. We're not saying they have to win the game the same way they do with Jaylen Brown, and they just have Peyton Pritchard do Jaylen Brown.
They absolutely don't.
They could just win the game a different way. And also, as someone who also watches the games, there's many a times where Jaylen Brown's in the game, they're losing. The bench comes in, they're winning.
The bench comes in, they start
and
winning.
And that's, once again, that's not a knock to Jaylen Brown. But then to just say with like the utmost confidence that they don't win without Jaylen Brown, it's like,
I don't know how we get from
I have seen them go on runs
when nobody up here thought the Celtics were going to be this good without Tatum.
I didn't think the Celtics were going to be that good. I didn't think they were going to be that good. Real talk, because I didn't think Jaylen Brown was going to be there either. At the beginning of the season, I didn't think Jaylen Brown was supposed to. I thought Jaylen Brown wasn't supposed to play until the end of December. I thought he was getting knee surgery at the beginning of the season. That's what I thought.
I'm going to exclude you from the rest of people up here because Nobody else that I know of up here thought Jaylen Brown wasn't going to be playing.
I had them as a
Did
player.
anybody else up here think that the Celtics were going to be one of the top 2 seeds in the
I had them
East?
as a player.
I think Ron and Ox.
No, I didn't call top 2 though.
So you didn't either.
I said, but I was the highest on them.
Ron had them like top 4 or 5.
And real talk, the reason people were wrong is because they underestimated Jaylen Brown's impact.
No, I think you're underestimating Missoula and the rest of the team. That's what I think. I think that's what everybody else is underestimating.
I think we all understand how good these guys are at basketball, but I think you don't realize that they're not going to be good. They're not going to win. First of all, I want to acknowledge what Mars said a second ago, because I've also seen games where this team has gone on runs without Jaylen Brown in the basketball game. I've seen that. Don't let me. I'm not blind to that fact. But there's been 65, 70 games played, and that hasn't happened in 65 or 70 games. You know what I mean? It's like and to your point, Mars, is certain different ways to play basketball. I'm aware of that also. I do say that quite often. I agree with you. I just don't believe that this team has the personnel to get it done without Jaylen Brown.
We literally
I do believe so. For instance, for those runs that they've gone on when they might be down 5, 6, 7 points, Jaylen Brown takes a breather. Jordan Walsh comes into the game, mixes some things up. Hugo Gonzalez, they mix some things up. I think that's important. I think that's important for your
48 is what.
Yeah, but Jaylen Brown
exactly.
But
I think if Jaylen Brown's not in the game for those other minutes, that 22 points that he's already provided, they don't have that. I don't think they make up for that.
And
I just don't think they make up for the way that Jaylen Brown does it. But I think if you shoot 53s a game, which is what they would do without Jaylen Brown, how many do they shoot right now?
They still lead. They're at the top of the league.
They still lead the league. Exactly.
Right now, right now they're shooting 42. Right now they're shooting 42.
Sure.
I'm fairly sure if they didn't have Jaylen Brown for a whole season, they would lead the league in 3-point attempts by a significant margin. Right now they're 3rd in the league. I'm assuming the Warriors and Charlotte are the ones above it. They'd lead the league in threes by a very big margin. They'd also still keep their turnovers low because their 2 primary ball handlers would still be the same. It's Derek White and Peyton Pritchard. That's been their primary ball handlers the whole season. And they've been amazing at not turning the ball over. And their philosophy of not turning the ball over, mixed with launch a bunch of threes, mixed with everyone crash for offensive rebounds, is a formula to win a lot of regular season games, especially when you combine that with the foundations of an elite defense with Cater, with Derek White, with Jordan Walsh, with Hugo Gonzalez, sorry, when I say his name correctly. And you combine all of those things, plus Joe Mazzulla is one of the best coaches in the league, in my opinion. You combine all of those things, I think that's a formula to win regular season games in the Eastern Conference. Does that mean top 6 seed, 7 seed? I don't know. This is the same Boston team this year. I thought was going to be a 6 to 8 seed anyway, and they ended up being the 2 seed. So I don't know what seed they would fall in. I'm not saying I do. I'm saying I think they have a formula with or without Jaylen Brown, as they do with or without Jason Tatum, to win regular season games. That's my opinion. That doesn't mean I think they'd win more without Jaylen Brown. I'm not making an argument because there's been a bunch of games where Jaylen Brown has been the difference in them winning and losing. There's also been a bunch of games in which the bench has been the difference in them winning and losing. There's also been a bunch of games where Joe Mazzulla has been the difference in them winning and losing. Like, they're doing this with so many different parts. And the side I'm on is not that Jaylen Brown doesn't deserve a lot of credit. Is that I think Jaylen Brown is getting too much of it from you guys. And I think there's also a subsection of fans who I don't think are on here, but I think the outer world, the Twitter world, who believe Jaylen Brown doesn't deserve like any credit for it. Those people I also strongly disagree with. I just think the truth is somewhere in the middle. And I don't like it being attributed to Jaylen Brown is more impactful, and in the context of this conversation, Kevin Durant, because his team's winning more games and we didn't see it coming. I don't think that's how impact works. We were just wrong about how good Boston were going to be. That doesn't mean Jaylen Brown is more impactful than Kevin Durant just because we were wrong about our preseason expectations.
Right.
At some point, we need to put our pride to the side and say, shit, we were just wrong. Like, we don't need to start attributing extra credit because our preseason expectations were exceeded. No, we just didn't see this coming because, no disrespect, we didn't know what Joe Mazzulla and them was scheming up in the offseason. We thought they were just going to make Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and go run the offense and be like, oh, yeah, figure it out. Turns out they changed the offense to more suit Jaylen Brown. They emphasized more of the margin stuff, and that led to amazing regular season results. Yeah. That's what's happened, and Jaylen Brown has thrived within that and has an amazing season.
not only did we not know what Joe Mazzulla was cooking up, but most of us didn't know how good Jaylen Brown was.
I'm definitely.
I'm pretty sure I was on the side of Jaylen Brown can average close to 30 this year.
I did not know he was that good.
I had him averaging 28 and on an All-Pro team. That's about exactly.
I'm pretty sure most of us had him averaging high 20s. I think the only person who was like not believing in it, Chill said he'd average like low to mid 20s. But everyone else, I'm pretty sure, had him averaging like 20, 27.
Nah, not damn.
Yeah,
right.
But Penn still thinks Derek White is better today. Like,
right. But saying that you thought he was going to average a lot of numbers doesn't mean that y'all thought he was as good as he is.
But that's what he's doing. He's averaging a lot of numbers.
Yeah, I understand that, but you know what I'm saying, Morris. Real talk.
Yeah,
don't look
Jaylen
like
Brown
you know exactly what I'm saying.
But Jaylen Brown is as good as
I think Jaylen Brown's good. I think he's really good.
Jaylen Brown is as good as I think he is, which is why I'm pushing back.
Yo, with these backhanded ass compliments you've been giving this. Oh my God! Don't come up here and say now.
I just don't think he's what you think.
Why you not giving Ime Udoka any credit for what Kevin Durant and him is doing?
And that's what I want to say too.
This season.
No, but really,
I've been complaining about Joe Mazzulla for years.
Early season,
just as many regular season games.
When Houston early season was statistically a top 5 offense in the league, and we knew that shit was inflated by offensive rebounds. Yes. We all knew we weren't just giving KD credit. Hey, Houston top 5 offense with KD. We weren't doing that because we knew how they managed to be a top 5 offense. It was on the back of offensive rebounds.
Morris, outside of that though, everything that you guys just outlined about Jaylen Brown is fairly true for Kevin Durant too. You know this team would win regular season games without Kevin Durant.
Hell no.
Hold on, wait. I'm not gonna do the same. Terrible. It would look terrible. No, it would look.
Without Fred and Steven Adams, this team sucks because they
without Freddie, no way.
No. It would look terrible. They would not be terrible.
I can't get with that one.
But it's not because the reason I said that the Celtics would win games are going to be for the 3 reasons I said: 3-point rate, offensive rebounding, and turnovers. Without Fred, without Steven Adams, and look at the roster, the Rockets don't win in any 3 of those areas now. Since Steven Adams was gone down, did you know the Rockets are losing the rebound battle? Did you guys know that? The Rockets lose the rebound battle without Steven Adams. Did you know this year? No, I'm not wrong. Did you know this year, without Fred VanVleet, the Rockets went from one of the 5 best turnover teams to one of the 5 worst? They don't win the games on the margins the way Boston do, the way the teams that win on the margins do.
I never said they were winning like Boston.
Ron, them niggas suck with Kevin Durant.
Then it's not the same thing.
No, they don't.
It's not the same.
It just doesn't look the way you guys would want it to look.
Yeah,
the Rockets would still win games based on tenacious defense. They would still be a top. I'm not gonna say they'd be a better defense, but they would still be a top 5 defense without Kevin Durant.
They're 8. They're not even talking about defense right now.
They'd be a top 5.
You gotta play more Reed Shepherd.
Okay, and that would be all right.
VanVleet's production's almost a wash, by the way.
It just doesn't look the way you guys would want it to look.
The game you guys want it to look better. Is not more impactful than Fred VanVleet.
I agree.
Not right now.
Once again, the Celtics are number 2 seed. You guys said without Jaylen Brown, they would be a top 6 seed. What I'm saying is the Rockets are 4th seed. Without Kevin Durant, they will be a play-in team. So it will be a similar drop-off. Yeah, I'm not saying
they would be in the play-in, but I think they'd be in the play-in more like Warriors, Portland, Clippers than Suns.
And that might be
the case. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm somewhere in the play-in.
They'd be better than Memphis.
Be in the lottery.
They would not. No, they would not.
They wouldn't have 25 wins. They wouldn't have 25 wins.
Yeah, I'm not going to agree with you. With no Adams, no Fred, no KD, them niggas is going to be trash.
No, they would not be.
No, they would not be.
Yes, they would. Trash.
The non-playing teams in the West are 18-win Kings, 20-win Jazz, 23-win Mavs, 23-win Pelicans, 23-win Grizzlies. Factually, because if the Rockets drop down, all the Rockets have to do to be in the play-in right now is have 25 wins.
They wouldn't be that.
That's not. No, what I'm 25 wins. No, the Portland Trailblazers have 33 wins.
Yeah, but let's use our brains on. If the Rockets are moving down, everyone moves up one, which would mean the 10th spot would only have to be above the Grizzlies. They'd have to have 25 wins.
Without Kevin Durant, the Rockets would be 500 bare minimum.
To make it an even comparison, Steven Adams and Fred VanVleet need to be taken into account like they're healthy because Jaylen Brown doesn't have another team member as impactful as them that's injured.
I mean, Jason Tatum.
No, but Jason Tatum's out. Was supposed to be out.
Yeah,
so it's not an equal comparison.
Fred VanVleet was supposed to be out. Fred VanVleet was out from the beginning of the season.
Yeah, but that's not the same as Jason Tatum, no, Mars. No.
Yeah, it's not an
I agree. It's not equal. Jason Tatum is better than Fred VanVleet.
Right, he is better, but throughout the course,
both were out from the beginning of the season.
Yes, they were out for the beginning of the season, but I mean,
Steven Adams, I agree with you. Fred VanVleet, no.
Sure. So Steven Adams, what's Steven Adams' equivalent in Boston?
Cater.
Derek White.
Okay, so if Derek White is
that level of impact.
So if Derek White
he's their Derek. No, he's not as impactful as Derek White. I'm saying he is their Derek White. He is the guy who impacts the game beyond the box score, beyond the PRA. What they need, what they try to do.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I guess.
So all things equal, we should really
I still think that's a bridge. I still think that's a bridge, but I
what
guess
they tried to do, Derek White, Steven Adams is their Derek White. He is the one who impacts the game in the areas that actually win them games. Like, that's what he does. That's what Steven Adams is for them. But he's just worse.
Actually, would have said like his equivalent may have been like Cater in Boston. More so.
My biggest problem is that I'm saying
he's not, because the reason I said he's their Derek White is because the way Boston win, 3-point rate, not turning the ball over, offensive rebounding. Derek White is elite for his position in all of them. He's one of the best guard defenders in the league. He shoots just as many threes, if not more threes, than everyone in the league. Elite level spacing value. And as an offensive rebounding guard, he also provides value there. The way the Rockets win is by offensive rebounding. Steven Adams is the best in the league at offensive rebounding. His impact on the game is felt even more in Houston because the way they win games, he is the most important factor.
Well, how many games has Steven Adams missed? Because you said
went down.
So how are they still winning games?
Shit, that barely are. But I
barely don't matter. They're still winning.
You guys still feel the same?
So he's missed. He's played 32 games this year, but that was because he was in and out a little bit. He's been out since January 18th.
No, I don't.
I'll look at the Rockets' record since January.
That would be
January
comparing
19th.
more apples with apples.
The Rockets' record since January 19th, which is the day after Steven Adams went down. They have been. Bear with me. Go pull this up. They have been.
And you guys be playing this Rockets team too. Once again,
the Rockets have been 16-11, 15th in net rating. So they've been an average team.
I can't believe
with Kevin Durant, without Steven Adams, without Fred VanVleet. Shengun's missed some time in there as well.
So where's the divide?
But they've been an average team relative to like net rating.
No, because
they've been 16-11.
That's 27. How many?
They've been 16-11, which would put them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11th in the league record-wise in that span. Over an 82-game stretch, that would be.
I mean, 11th in the league is that's good.
That would be a 48 win pace. They played out a 48 win pace without Steven Adams, without Fred VanVleet, with Kevin Durant. That's what they've done.
Right. So okay. So that's what I'm saying. So like, it's no way that Steven Adams is as impactful as Derek White.
That's why I said he's not as impactful as Derek White, but he is their Derek White.
That's not what he was saying.
Chill, my disconnect.
I get what he's saying. Chill. I'm saying I just disagree.
I'm trying to
he's not as impactful as Derek White. There's multiple tiers between them.
Because
he is their Derek White
here.
My divide is, if I'm not mistaken, Chill, weren't Ron and others just boo-booing on this Rockets team less than 24 hours ago?
We've been boo-booing on them the whole season.
And now the same person is telling me that without Steven Adams for a good portion of the season, Fred VanVleet the entirety of the season, and no Kevin Durant for the entirety of the season, they would be a 500 team.
Who's been boo-booing on the Rockets?
Didn't y'all just boo-boo on them yesterday?
Not me. I boo-booed on KD. I did not. So look, just to break things down.
He shattered on him.
Just to break things down. Amin Thompson is Amin Thompson worse this year than last year? Just a genuine question. Relatively the same, right?
He wasn't that good last year.
Hold on, no, Ox. Hold on, no, Ox.
Worse, but he's over leveraged.
My bad.
Okay, but relatively the same, right?
I think it's similar. Yeah.
Do you guys remember all the hype he got last year?
Yes, I
remember
do.
You guys
How
tried to
every-
put him top 40. I remember. I was doing
Yeah, I remember
for
that.
sure. For sure, but how much everybody loved him in on defense, how athletic he was, and all of that. He is the same player this year. Whether he's over leveraged or not, what I'm saying is Amin doesn't suck. Just because he didn't take the leap that you guys wanted him to take,
He would
just
be
because he's
even
not a play,
even
just
more
because
out
he's
of
not a
position, Ron.
I don't know. If you put the ball in his hands more,
That's more.
maybe it looks a little different.
problem.
Here's what I'm
What are you
saying.
talking
You guys
about?
relax. Please don't overreact.
I can't
to what I'm
relax.
saying.
No, I can't relax.
No,
I
here's
can't
what
believe you
I'm-
said that.
But
You're just yapping right now, Ron. I'm not gonna
You
lie.
can't give him the ball, Ron. He's
Can
not.
I get to
No.
my point? Can
Go
I
ahead,
get
go
to my
ahead.
point?
No.
Go ahead.
Please, like you
No.
two do this every time. Every time I'm trying to make a point, you two
I'm
go
not
ballistic.
yelling at you right
Every
now.
time. I never. You're still doing it. Can I finish?
you
my
saying,
point?
Ron.
I use
Ron,
to support your points. I can't get with this one.
As you were saying, Ron.
What I'm saying is, so here's the thing. And
What
here's
I'm
what I
saying
believe.
is stop
Here's
waking
what I
up
believe.
drinking Bloody Marys.
I will not. Here's what I'm saying. When it comes to the Houston Rockets, I'm gonna leave the without Kevin Durant off. I just want to talk about him with Kevin Durant. Part of my thing is I have to give KD some of the blame, a lot of the blame, and it's for reasons like this. So the whole conversation started with Kevin Durant being second team, third team, can't be left off all NBA team, right?
I'd love to get back to that, actually.
Right, that's right.
And
That's
so
what I'd
my
like to
thing
get
is, we can go down all of these all NBA teams and put these guys on the Rockets, and their offense isn't as bad as with Kevin Durant. Part of it, and this is not me knocking Kevin Durant, it's just me talking truth about Kevin Durant's play initiation ability, his ability to handle double teams.
119 offense with him on the court.
They'd be better with Jaylen Brown, though. They would be.
That's my point, Ox. I'm saying like with the guy with
I
a
don't
guy
know how
that
you
can
come to
initiate
that
the offense
conclusion,
because Jaylen Brown can initiate the offense better than Kevin Durant. He's a better playmaker and things of that nature. I'm
It
saying
just looks like that in that offense that they run in Boston, Ron. That's why I
Well,
look like that.
Jaylen Brown's not
So
going to be
why
standing
does the
around
offense look like
backpedaling.
that with KD?
not doing
So why
that.
does the offense look like that in Houston with KD? Why does it look like that?
The reason why it
Chill,
looks
because
like that, Ron-
Jaylen Brown's not
No,
going to
no,
look
no,
at Doncic guard him at the
That's
end of
what
the
I'm
game.
saying.
This is
He's
what
not
you
going
got.
to backpedal
You talk about it
into
looks
half
like that
court
in
and get
Boston,
trapped.
but what does it look like in
The
Houston?
The reason why this offense looks like this in Houston is because KD is an isolation one-on-one player. If you give Jaylen Brown the ball, and now you turn him into that, as opposed to what's going on,
That's
in
what he
Boston,
is.
He's not clearly the isolation one-on-one player that Kevin
I
Durant.
never said he
You serious?
was, Chill.
That's what's
I
going on
never.
in Houston,
You
though.
just brought
kinda
it. You
is.
just
That's
brought.
what's
You just brought. Chill. I never said that.
That's
You
what-
brought up isolation scoring.
That's
No,
what's going
no,
on in
no.
Houston, though,
I said
Ron.
their
That's
offense
largely
would
their
look.
offense.
I said their offense would look better with Jaylen Brown
Why?
as the head of their offense because
They're
Jaylen
running the
Brown can
same
dribble.
thing.
Because Jaylen Brown can dribble better than KD. He can initiate better than KD. He can handle ball pressure better than Kevin Durant. So can Donovan Mitchell. So can Anthony Edwards. So can obviously like
Those
Jokic,
guys, I agree.
Giannis. You
Those
know,
guys, I
like what I'm saying, Cade Cunningham. I'm saying if you dropped all of these guys in Houston and made them their number one option, the offense would flow better
Bro, stop
because
right
these
there.
guys can handle and run an offense better
Who
than
would be
KD.
scoring
This is not
sufficiently in
time
that
though,
little of a
but,
space?
Keep going,
okay,
real
but here's what I'm saying though.
Keep
Real
going,
talk,
keep
real
going.
talk.
You don't need that efficiency. You need to go score the basketball.
Keep going, Ron.
I'm not saying any of these guys are a better
KD
scorers
needs to
than
shoot
Kevin Durant.
more.
And I'm not what I'm not saying is I'm not saying that they're better offensive players or I'm not saying they're better scorers. I'm saying they would be able to run this offense better and the offense would be more fluent because we all can agree that KD has his issues dealing with pressure, dealing with offense initiation because that's just not him. I'm not knocking Kevin Durant. I'm just telling the truth. He's 7 foot and there's no way he should be running point guard over there.
I'm not saying
So I'm
that,
saying
Ron.
part of their deficiencies have to do with Kevin Durant, and we have to acknowledge that.
Now, here's
it's
the
not a
problem.
knock. It's just the truth.
Kevin Durant too worried about his 50, 40, 90.
No.
Damn all that fucking efficiency and go win the basketball game.
Ron, the
Stop
problem-
worrying about your efficiency and stop worrying about efficiency merchants like you, real talk. We don't damn that efficiency. Shoot
Ron,
the
the
basketball.
provider-
Do y'all know what would Jaylen Brown look like in the Rocket spacing? He
would be attacking
Celtics
that.
did have far better spacing without Tatum on the court.
He would
Ron,
be attacking that.
I think
Look
Ron's
at
point is at this
you're
stage
watching
in
the game. That
KD's
shit is
career,
terrible.
there Ron's point is at this stage in KD's career, there is just more dynamic offensive players that exist in the league.
Sure,
that doesn't mean they're more efficient. That doesn't mean they're better at putting the ball in the basket. They're just more dynamic in your offense to break down the offense.
Right.
And when that starts to happen, all of a sudden, Amon Thompson finds himself in the dunkers unattended. All of a sudden, Jabari Smith has open shots that he wouldn't normally have because Kevin Durant is not a natural guy that gets guys shots.
Yep.
That's all Ron's saying. He's not saying that they can put the ball in
We
the basket.
agree with there are some other players.
Jaylen Brown
He's saying that more dynamic offensive players that exist in the league today.
Jaylen Brown turns the ball
in
over
Houston.
more than Kevin Durant.
Exactly.
Everything that you said, everything
He
that you
also
said
makes
is
more
legit.
happen than Kevin
Ron,
Durant,
where the
too.
divide with me is where this offense started. This offense started with Sengun supposed to be the hub this season. That we're going to run our offense through Sengun. He was going to be the hub. These guys were going to operate off him, only to find out that he's not where you guys want him to be. So you know what happens now? Now more of the load of KD being a one-on-one player, KD being an isolation player, now that has to happen more, which is now going to happen with Jaylen Brown, who, I don't know if you remember this, Ron, not too long ago, he was a turnover machine, just turning the basketball over. So now he's in this Houston offense.
He was or is?
Now he's in this Houston
Was or
offense.
is?
Well, he was.
We talking about right now.
He
okay,
was. Okay.
Was ain't the same.
I'm not done.
You was a trifling nigga.
I'm not done.
You was. You was somebody to freak with the nice spots.
You know why
you
you're not?
was.
You know why you're not?
Chill. You was a meat eater. Who are you now?
Okay, here's the difference. The meat eater is wild as hell. That's a wild ass pause right
Not
there.
no.
Okay,
All right, chill. You
wild ass pause.
chill. You. Come on. You used to eat steak and. All right, that's what I'm saying. Like, come on, can y'all stop being nasty?
I get that point. Hold on, Ron. Here's where the divide is. The divide is when Jaylen Brown now has to do more of the things that he's not good at. Instead of being a 2-dribble, 3-dribble pull-up guy, instead of being a 2-dribble, 3-dribble get to the basket guy, now I got to actually dribble more. Why? Because there's not much space in there. Why? Because Sengun doesn't process the offense quick enough. And now what that does is all of the things that I'm not good at, now I have to do that more, which highlights that, and now he's not going to be nearly as good. That's where the problem is with Jaylen Brown. However, I don't know how we got on just Jaylen Brown. We were talking about the all-pro team, right? And I left KD off, and my biggest problem, getting back to the conversation at hand, Mars, I left KD off, and I am guilty of this. I expect KD to be a certain way, and I've kind of been guilty of this for a long time, that it's almost the thing that I've been arguing against, where it's voter fatigue, where now I expect you to be this, and when somebody else comes along and they're awesome, I kind of forget about what you're doing because I expect you to be at this level. So when Jamal Murray is playing the way that Jamal Murray's playing, when Jalen Johnson, who's almost averaging 25 and 10 this year, and 8, right? When he's doing that, I completely forget how efficient Kevin Durant is as a bucket getter. I completely forget how awesome he is as an offensive player. Why? Because these guys, I haven't seen it from them. And now, because they're doing what they're doing, I'm starting to look at them more and starting to look less at Kevin Durant. I'm definitely guilty of that. Yes, I am.
Yo, before anybody else steps in, here's the thing about it. KD's playing tonight. And if you believe in him so much, if you believe that he's the number one option that you think he is, if you believe he's first team All-NBA, if you believe he is the best isolation scorer ever, then you have an opportunity to put your money where your mouth is on Splash Sports simply by downloading the app, using code CHOICE, playing $5 will get you $50 instantly when you play quick picks on Splash Sports. But that's not what we're here for. What we need to talk about right now is the fact that it is March. We need to talk about the fact that the brackets are set and the brackets are out. And it's the most exciting time of the year for basketball. The madness is in the air. But do you know what's way more exciting than filling out a bracket and having to choose all 63 teams right, and having to make sure that the round of 32, Sweet 16, Elite 8, Final 4 is all perfect? You know what's better than that? Is picking one team every round to advance and survive and move on. And you can do that right here on Splash Sports with their NCAA basketball tournament survivor contest. It's so much better to get one team right as opposed to 63 teams, which is impossible. If you haven't heard of Survivor, it's simple. Once again, you choose one team per round. If they win in advance, you survive. And if you keep surviving, then you keep competing for over $5 million in cash prizes. You guys heard me. I didn't stutter. $5 million in cash prizes. And here's why I love it more than I love those stagnant brackets. Is because it actually takes strategy. You're not just guessing 63 games over the month of March, and hoping for the best. You are literally making one real pick, reading the matchups, and you're sweating out every single game. It just hits a little different when you get to focus on one team winning as opposed to 63. So once again, you can get low entry, but a big prize. So they might have contests that you can enter for $5, $15, $50, $100. They even have contests you can enter at $1,000. And the cool thing about it is you'll win $50K, $25K, $100K, or even up to $3 million, depending on which contest you enter, at what point and what barrier you enter it at. So this is strategy, not luck. Get excited for the NCAA tournament by entering a contest on Splash Sports as opposed to entering a contest on ESPN with the 32 or with the 63 game bracket. And who wants to do that? Y'all been doing that your whole life, right? Well, as you can see on the screen, you got an opportunity to join a Survivor Madness at 3 million. You got an opportunity to join a Survivor Madness of 1 million. You got an opportunity to get in the game with Kelly in Vegas for $250K. Ryan Hammer's 100K Survivor Madness. Field of 68, 100K Survivor Madness. 50K, Bet the Process Survivor Madness. They have contests varying over all type of prizes that you can win. Big cash prizes and all different types of barriers. You can see the For the Fans 500 entry fee. You can see Walker's Madness Survivor, 25 to enter. And last but not least, you can see Jamie's 2026 Survivor Contest, 250. You guys get in the game, choose one team that you believe is going to advance, and go ahead and grab that money like you deserve to. We'll see you guys in the winner's circle. Use code CHOICE, get $50 back instantly. Are we done with all NBA talk, or are we still just?
Yeah,
KD. Are we just
What you mean?
No.
KD disrespect on this channel is crazy, man. I'm sorry, man.
It's not disrespectful to not be able to Jaylen Brown.
I know. I'm seeing.
No, that's fine. Jaylen Brown was a subsection of the original topic. That was just me and Roto arguing he should be second team. But the original argument was KD not being on an All-NBA team, period. And it started with Jalen Johnson and Scottie Barnes and Jamal Murray, who we was arguing. Like,
and chill, you still don't got KD on any of those teams?
I think I forgot about it.
I would not be surprised if he made the All-Pro team.
Would you vote for him?
Not second team. I don't think he's better. I don't think he had a better season than any of those guys on the second team. The third team, yes, I would. Jalen Johnson, I think, because to be honest with you, I literally, when we had this conversation yesterday, I did forget about him for exactly the reason why I said to you, Mars, about just having an expectation of KD. But I don't think Jalen Johnson comes off the All-Pro team. He's averaging almost 25, 10, and 8. Nah, that's All-Pro numbers. Now, if you want to talk about Scottie Barnes, if you want to talk about Chet, okay, we can have a conversation about those two guys. But Jalen Johnson is an All-Pro this year.
Shout out to Jalen Johnson.
I'm seeing KD in lineups this year with Steven Adams, Amin Thompson, and Sengun. But yeah, Jaylen Brown is going to be the guy that changes
Amin
that.
Thompson and
Are you seriously
telling me the way y'all changed up on Amin and Sengun is hilarious?
Isn't that your team?
Ox ain't talking
Changed
to me.
up.
I got right. Ox ain't talking to me. I know he ain't talking to me.
Sengun.
I'm talking to the world. I'm talking to the world.
He's talking to the public.
Sengun is still a good basketball player, regardless of how you guys try to paint it.
Because 5 months ago he was baby Jokic. I'm just lost.
Sengun,
I mean, and just a couple weeks ago, I can't believe how good y'all had Amin Thompson being, and now all of a sudden
he's still a baller
over there. These niggas are terrible.
And real talk got some nerve talking about that lineup when I got to watch Jaylen Brown on the floor with Ron Harper Jr. and Luka Garza. Are you serious right now?
Yeah. Respect Luka.
Serious right now?
So Luka Garza is better than Albert Sengun now.
Is that what I'm doing? Is that what we're doing now?
Who has a better offensive environment?
Are we doing that?
Who has a
better defensive environment?
Who has a better defensive environment?
Who has a better defensive environment? Who has a better coach? Who has a better defensive environment?
Defense. The Celtics have a better defense.
No, they
too.
don't. I said who has a better defensive environment. It's not what I said. Environment.
Now they got a better defense on
the Celtics.
No, they
What are you
don't.
talking about?
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Statistically,
They do.
the Celtics defense is better.
I'm tired of this nigga here. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
Please give me the defensive. Give me the defensive big in Houston. Give me the defensive big in Houston that's as good as Cater.
The defensive big that's as good as Cater. I mean,
per cleaning
Kevin
the
Durant.
glass, they basically
Kevin Durant.
he's out right now. So
KD.
Yeah, per cleaning
There you
the
go.
glass,
What about that
Rockets
super
defense
rim
and Boston
protector in
is
Kevin Durant?
Yeah. What about that?
So now y'all finna pull the KG got himself argument?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now y'all got it.
Wait. That's a fire. That is a fire argument though. Like, I've actually never spoken on that ever in my life. I just want to say, I'm not mad at that. Like, who's KD got?
Okay.
Who is KG got? He got KG. Like, that's a fact. Like, I'm sorry. I hate to be the one.
Yeah, if you get away with that, it's an
Oh,
offensive
man.
argument. Someone call you out on it. It's kind of wiggity,
But how
Feels like
can
he's a
you
bit
call
too
him out?
low.
Like, have KG, all he needs is KG. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's the problem. That's what Minnesota thought too.
we got KG.
Right,
Who else
right.
we got?
That's
We
a
got
big-
Yeah, that's what
KG.
Minnesota thought. You seen what happened?
Uh-huh.
Just sabotage.
Fellas, but while we're still here on All NBA, does anybody else have any takes or anything you would like to say about All NBA? Predictions?
I
anything?
think KD's all NBA.
I think the 65
Agreed.
game rule needs to be abolished. That's my only take on All NBA.
Was there any other guys, Chill, that you were considering on there?
No, those 15 guys are the guys that I thought about. Yeah, that was it.
All right, well, coming up here pretty soon, we will be doing
Has
our
James
Players'
Harden
Choice
already
All
missed
NBA team.
the requirement? I'm sorry about the
I
games
don't
played.
think so. James Harden done missed games for real. You gotta remember, man, that's Demon James.
I just
He's
wanted to know about that.
played. Where are we?
Real talk. We're talking about All NBA players.
James Harden has played 59 games this year. He's averaging 24-8.
I know we're talking about all NBA players, and that sounds like one, but it's cool.
James Harden is better than Jalen Johnson, just so we know. But like,
He is. That's why, whatever.
Is he better than Kevin Durant?
No.
Okay, wait. Whoa. See,
Just
this is
asking
where we get.
questions.
This is where the shit
I'm
gets
just
tricky.
asking
We're
questions.
talking about being an All-Pro. Jalen Johnson is not a better basketball player than James Harden.
he hasn't been better than James Harden this year either.
See, that's where you. Oh man.
You're not about to tell me he's better because of 5 rebounds. Like, you're not about to convince me of that.
Rebounds matter.
No, shout out to rebounds. But if we're gonna PRA ourselves to death, like,
Yeah,
you're not about
Has
to
he
tell
been-
me he's better because of 5 rebounds. Like, you're just not.
All right. So, as a better bucket getter, I'll always think that I'll always give you the edge when it comes to buckets.
He's a better offensive player, Joe. You know he is.
I think he's a better offensive player. I'm not going to argue that point. But is he having a better season than Jalen Johnson this
He's
season?
been a better offensive player this season than Jalen Johnson.
I ain't asking you if he's been a better offensive player, Miles. Is he having a better season overall than Jalen Johnson is having? Is my question to you.
Yes, because he's a better offensive player.
I mean, but there's guys who are better offensive players than other guys. That doesn't mean that they've had better seasons. Kevin Durant is a better offensive. Kevin Durant is a better offensive player than Jaylen Brown. Is he having a better season than
Sure,
Jaylen
where
Brown?
have you been the last 25 minutes?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, I was arguing he's been having a better season.
Yeah.
Because
Jalen Johnson's going to make it.
if you are a better player, playing better than the other player, you've had a better season than the other player.
Right, but
Especially when you've also played more games than the
100%.
other
And
player.
now here's the difference.
That's what I'm saying.
I
James
think
Harden
that-
has done compared to Jalen Johnson. He is
Yeah.
a better player, playing better than Jalen Johnson, therefore better season than Jalen Johnson.
So that means that James Harden should be an All-Pro this season.
No, it means Jalen Johnson shouldn't be.
I'm having a difficult time leaving him off.
That's fine. Jalen Johnson.
All right,
was
well-
an All-Star, to the person who asked in the chat.
Yes, he was. Mm-hmm.
We will be doing our Players' Choice. The panel will be doing their All NBA teams here very soon. So you guys just stay locked in. Tomorrow,
Mhm.
Thursday is typically when we do our list of things and whatnot. Tomorrow, we will be doing our all defensive team right here on the panel. I'm not even going to have you guys send me no list. We are going to get down to the bottom of it right here on the panel. First team, second team, all defense. We're going to do that tomorrow. Next week, we'll do our power rankings. Probably the following week, we'll do our all NBA teams. And I'm excited to see which team that Kevin Durant doesn't get on. So no, that don't y'all. That wasn't even like that because he might not get on second team and he might get on first team. I'm excited to see which team he doesn't make. He's factually not going to make two of the teams, right?
Yeah, sure.
There you
You
go.
got it, Ron. Go ahead.
But let's go ahead and move into these crunch time chats, y'all. And we still have to talk about what the title of the show says: the point GOAT, Russell Westbrook joining Elite Company. The WNBA, something happened over the last 4 hours. They came up with a new CBA deal. I want to talk about what that looks like.
We got a
for the
deal,
ladies
Ron?
over there. We got a deal.
Do we have a deal?
We have a deal.
Gonna be some $1 million contracts, too.
Yeah.
Got a deal.
There will be some 7-figure deals. So I want to talk about what that looks like. They have a whole process because now they have an expansion draft. They have to do some other things. So we'll talk about what the lead up to their season looks like. And also, we will talk about the games from last night because we had some good ones. We started by talking about Paolo. We talked a little bit about SGA, but we're going to talk about what else happened last night. However, as of right now, you guys sent through super chats. You guys deserve to be heard. You guys have spoken to the panel, so we will talk back. The first super chat I got is from JT. JT said, just wanted to support. Appreciate what y'all do.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Absolutely.
Appreciate you, man.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, JT. Appreciate you for sending through the money. Appreciate you for being a member, and appreciate you for staying locked in and acknowledging what we do up here. The next super chat is from Hoops Never Stops. You guys know this guy. Hoops Never Stops said Missoula has a roster that fits his style, so they were never going to be quote-unquote bad. But we also shouldn't discredit Jaylen Brown because he has a coach that knows how to maximize his ability.
I agree. Well, I don't
that's fair.
necessarily agree with the first part. I don't think they're never going to be bad, but they weren't this year. But I agree with the second part. I'm never going to discredit you for being maximized.
Absolutely.
He's the guy that makes them go, man.
Jaylen Brown or Joe Mazzulla?
Jaylen Brown.
We would have said Tatum.
How close? How
12
close
months ago?
Ron, how close is
Second Tatum.
is Joe Mazzulla? Is Joe Mazzulla closer to number 2 in terms of being a coach? Is he closer to being the number 2 coach in the league, or is he closer to Eric Spoelstra?
Eric Spoelstra's number 1, right?
Yeah, I think Eric Spoelstra is the best coach in the league. Is he closer to being the number 2 coach? Is he closer to being the second best coach in the league, or is he closer to being the best coach in the league?
I don't rank coaches. I don't know.
I
I
think
didn't even
he's
know
better.
Eric Spoelstra was still the best coach. So.
I think he's the best.
He's
coach
like chill. He's
Yeah, that's
arguably
fine.
the best
No,
coach in
that's
the
fine.
league. He's arguably the best coach in the league.
I think we can have a conversation about Mazzulla being the best coach in the league.
I think he'd also
Spo is
be
better.
He'd also be the first person to say that guys like Jaylen Brown make his job a lot easier, which they do. And I think Mark Dagnall as well would probably have his hand up there as well as one of the best coaches in the league. But
Yeah, he still plays Lou Dort, so I don't know.
I mean, Lou Dort's minutes getting cut now.
Well, they need to be 0. So
They need to
until we
be
get to
0.
that point. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just a good ass coach, Chill. I can't say whether he's closer to being 2 or closer to being, Eric Spoelstra. I just know he's a good ass coach. Tupac Westside sent through a super chat and said, "Morning, gents. Shout out to Russ making more history. Also, I got LA over Houston tonight. Can't play worse than Monday. Also, real hyped for the new Spider-Man. Ain't been this excited for Marvel in years."
They still making Spider-Mans?
When's that coming out?
Apparently July, I think is why I see.
Where does Spider-Man rank on the all-time superheroes list?
You love ranking everything, god damn.
He's not. He's not top
Let me,
five,
okay,
dude.
okay. So
He's
No,
not
man, it's
top
fine.
five.
let me.
fine.
Where
I don't know
is-
many superheroes, but Spider-Man was my favorite when I was a child.
Yeah, he was my second favorite growing up behind
That'd be
Batman.
top 5. Ox, no, not top 5.
Nah,
Is Batman a
no way.
superhero? Real talk.
Yes,
Chill, come on.
Yes,
We gotta
Batman.
do this
Well,
I know what you're gonna say,
Yeah,
Chill.
I
but
know he
he's a
doesn't have any
I'm gonna be honest.
superpowers.
I'm with
Just a
Chill. I
superhero.
don't consider Batman a superhero.
What do you call him?
You got Batman,
soldier?
Iron
I
Man.
call him Batman.
vigilante.
I call him Batman. I don't
He's
know.
a vigilante.
So you
A
got
vigilante.
Batman, you got Iron Man, you got Wonder Woman, all better than Spider-Man.
Black
Wonder
Panther.
Woman.
Yeah, I'm not as deep in the trench. I know the guys
Thor.
who are in Avengers.
Ron, are you okay?
I know the guys who are in Avengers, and I know Batman, but he's not a superhero. That's what it is.
I'm not even gonna push back. I don't want to get canceled. So
Batman is
you got the Hulk. All better than Spider-Man.
Thor.
I can't call you a superhero if you have no superpower.
Thor. I can get with Thor.
Mhm.
Thor's a god.
Thor? Damn, how I forget about that?
Thor's a
Is Thor is Thor a superhero?
No.
I'd consider him. See,
Yes.
What, so you're telling me Thor
I
and
wouldn't
Batman?
consider Batman a superhero as far as I'm concerned. He's a rich guy who can fight.
That's it.
But like Thor, I would consider a superhero because when he's on Earth, he does super shit.
He's a god.
Yeah,
So-
but
He's a god,
he used his riches.
Iron
to
Man's not a
become
superhero
Superman.
then.
No, he's just a rich guy, but he's a real smart guy with gadgets.
Oh no, hell
That's
no!
all
I'm
he
not
is.
going for that.
That's
Iron
what
Man
Iron
is
Man is.
100% a super.
I would consider him more of a superhero for the fact that like his suit does what it does. Like his
Batman's suit does what it does.
Batman
too.
got a
Gadgets.
No.
Yeah, but
Spider-Man,
Batman
only the
is
original
a
Spider-Man that comes out of
belt
his
and
wrist.
fight.
The
Like,
other Spider-Mans that comes out of like something else.
Exactly. You
I
you
want-
think
see, I want
the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, Mark?
no, but even he can crawl on walls and shit.
Well,
has
yeah, he
spidey
can
sense.
crawl.
Like,
And,
what
yeah,
the
he.
fuck?
I
Like,
guess. Yeah.
him having webs
That's
is
true.
not the
That's
reason
true.
why
That's
he's a
true.
superhero.
That is a
I understand.
superhuman
Yeah,
ability.
he makes
Batman be climbing them walls too. He shoots
Facts.
the thing up and then he runs up on it.
Which is manufactured.
Hey,
by-
He be climbing them walls. Ask Cat Girl.
But
I knew Ox. I knew Ox.
This dude said that I literally just described Batman. No, I
Batman to
didn't.
me is a rich guy who can fight, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm like I said, I'm a novice
Batman
when it
can't
comes to
climb
superheroes.
walls.
I don't know all of the law. I don't know what makes
Climb
someone a
walls.
superhero or not. I'm not saying I'm right. What I'm saying is, if I see a regular human who's just trained in mixed martial arts and is rich, I'm not calling you a superhero. Like you just
Yeah,
someone
if you stay
superhero either.
that's not.
I don't
saying.
know. That's why I said I'm not in the
feel what he
law.
gotta
Like,
say.
you
By
gotta
that
educate
logic.
me. I'm
Who
not
did
in
he
the
say?
law.
Say
I
it
don't
one
know.
more time.
Wait, but
Say
this
it.
he said that makes.
I think
I
he's
dare
a
you to say
superhero,
Black
but by
Panther
that
ain't a
logic, that means
superhero.
that he
Say
can't
it.
be a superhero.
say it.
I don't know the law. Educate me. What Black Panther took the herb, right? What did the herb do?
Yeah,
he
the
drunk
You
the
make
herb.
sure-
He's
Yeah,
a
and what did
superhero.
that-
He's a
what did that
superhero.
do? Yeah, but
I
what
agree.
did it do?
It gives him like
Okay.
superhuman ability
What the
or
fuck are you
whatever.
talking about then? Superhuman.
It's not the same thing,
No, but
bro.
he had to take something.
It's not
But
like
wait.
it's not like he
Yeah, but
can't
Captain
fly
America had to
or
take
anything
shit. I
like
call
that.
Captain
He
America
can
a superhero.
fly.
I think they're all superheroes, by the way.
But he's super fast, super strong.
I think they're superheroes.
If you take something that gives you superpowers, you're a superhero.
You're a
In my opinion.
superhero, but to Batman
Batman ain't
because you said that he's just rich and can fight. But when you use your riches to have all these gadgets and all that stuff, right, and then you use that wealth to stay up at night and fight crime as a vigilante,
I think
that turns you into a superhero.
You can be a hero.
Okay, I like.
The super part.
See,
He's
I want,
super.
and you know what, chat. You know what,
You need
chat.
superpower.
I want y'all to
You see
understand
that
right now.
Batmobile?
I
That is
want
super.
y'all to understand right now,
You can piece of
chat,
engineering.
that what is happening right now with this superhero talk is exactly what happens with basketball. This is
I mean,
exactly what happens
I've
with
admitted
basketball.
I'm a noob or I'm a novice. I don't know the definition of terms. Just from my novice
Nerd is right.
perspective.
Nerd is
From
right.
my novice perspective, if you don't have superpowers, you're not a superhero.
Ain't no regular nigga jumping off buildings, diving, putting the wings up. Ain't no regular. He's a superhuman that
see,
plays a hero.
This
So
is the
guess
thing.
what?
Real talk ain't been around enough
The
white
Winter
people. They be
Soldier
jumping off
and
cliffs with their little
Black
glide.
Hawk
You're
and-
right.
You never-
You're
Yeah,
right.
so I don't know what
You're
you're
right.
talking about. Yeah,
You're right. You're right.
Give
You're
the fucking
right.
no jump off anything.
You're
I don't know what to
You're
tell you.
right.
Oh,
Yeah,
Mark,
Winter
what's that?
Soldier,
That's like
Black Hawk.
what's that called? Cliff gliding?
It's something that you would ask me to do. That's what I know.
That's what I was just about to ask you to do.
Next
Lost your
PC
man.
weekend, we going clip glide.
Let's do it.
Y'all want to see what it
Lost
feels
your
like to be
man.
Batman?
Lost your
Oh, we got
Nah,
more.
I'm
We
good.
get some GoPros. Let's do
Lost
it.
your mind. You can do it for sure. Have fun.
To
Lost your man.
Damien's point, Black Panther is just like Captain America. He's just a dude on steroids.
See, this is where Chill loses me.
Chat, I
Chill's
got you
lost me.
guys. He
Chill
needs a
lost me.
timeout, y'all. He
If
needs
you
a
take
timeout.
an enhancement
Hey,
that
I
makes you
didn't say
super,
that.
I consider you super. But if you can just fight and you rich, that's not
So
super.
they'd have to be born with it, Miles.
No, they don't have to be born with it. Not for me. I would consider Captain America a superhero, but I just wouldn't consider Batman a superhero. And Iron Man is a bit weird because at least his suit is what makes him powerful. If that makes sense.
Well, didn't he get that thing in his heart? He replaced his heart or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he has something that's like, I understand it. Batman, it's like, nah, I just consider him a hero. The super part of it just doesn't apply to me, in my opinion.
What about Wolverine? I like him over Spider-Man too.
See, this is where I don't know enough about Wolverine. He has the
Wolverine
claws
is
on
like a
his hands,
monster.
He has the claws.
He
Yeah,
has
Yeah, but-
superhuman ability, and he had
super. There you go.
His
There you go.
superhuman
Yeah.
ability is his ability to heal. He heals
Yeah, he
like
can
that.
heal.
Yes, he is, yeah. Mhm.
Oh, then
That's his-
super. Yeah,
That's his
yeah.
superhuman
That's
ability.
like Deadpool, right? Deadpool has that same shit.
Yeah, but
And on top
but
of that-
he stays scarred and stuff. Though.
and
He
on
look
top of that,
ugly.
with the
You
ability
have to pay a little
heal,
tax.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
he has mortality,
Little superhero
which is
tax,
also
yeah.
what has to.
His
I think
super
that
is
goes
his
into-
brain. You're not being called a superhero because you smart. I'm sorry, I'm not.
No, that doesn't make you superhuman because you smart.
no.
Super intelligence.
Yeah, when you're
Fuck
super
that,
smart.
But I don't think Bruce Wayne has
Loki,
that.
Loki has a bit of that, yeah. Mhm.
He
I
has
think-
super money. That's a superpower. What are you talking about?
Hey, Elon
He's a
Musk is superhero if
billionaire.
you want to be. I guess Elon Musk is superhero.
I
if you wanna be.
mean,
If he built himself a goddamn suit and jumped off building with wings,
He's
maybe
building
I-
rockets.
Here's my thing. If it's feasibly possible for a real life human to be you're not a superhero. Batman is replicatable. If someone really dedicated
replicated
to
it.
learning all of these martial arts and they had Jeff Bezos money, they could be Batman.
No, because you gotta
I'm not-
have
I'm not
heart,
believing
Mars.
that.
You gotta have big nuts. You can't just get
That's
money and just
fine,
do what
but
he do.
Super
Batman,
nuts.
Batman.
That's
It's like
not-
you got,
that's
you know,
not
if you
literally-
don't
it's
got the
literally
heart to
humanly
do it,
possible.
you can't do it.
It's humanly possible.
Everybody don't got the heart that he do. It's not.
I
the
agree.
same
I'm not
thing.
saying everyone could be Batman. Shit, we broke. We can't be Batman. But it's literally possible for a human to do what Batman does. Is it not?
no.
Man,
I mean, probably
It- well,
not
it's-
actually.
it's-
Not-
it's-
Oh,
it's-
okay,
it's
fine.
actually-
once again, I'm a novice. What can Batman do that I
Well,
don't know
it's-
about that makes it impossible?
How many people
I'm
stand up
saying
all
when you
night?
see like the movies
Just
and stuff, I'll be
generally.
like, a regular nigga probably dying in this situation. But it's a movie.
I mean,
so-
shit, you have to give them plot armor for sure. Like you have to give them plot armor.
But
Yeah, that's what
wait,
I'm saying.
it's technically possible to become Spider-Man. I remember my oldest son. He was like 3, and he was walking around the backyard trying to get spiders to bite him because he was like, "I'm trying to be Spider-Man."
I mean, it's possible to try. Shit, yeah, it's
Yeah,
possible
you know
to
what
try
I'm
and become
saying? So, I mean,
Spider-Man.
you know.
Now, when you end up in the emergency room and that shit ain't giving you no powers.
When I tell you,
you got to go down to Australia, right, Damien? That's where you can become
We'll sort it
Spider-Man.
out.
Batman is
yo,
also
Mars, when I tell you,
is
I
Batman,
lost
does Batman
my
actually
mind.
have super intelligence? Is that actually a thing? Does Batman actually have super intelligence? Or are people just
I
telling
don't
me they
think.
do?
No, it's old boy. It's old boy.
No,
old boy
but
that makes the gadgets
is that
and all
actually part of his
Alfred,
lore? Or
yeah.
people just telling me?
Alfred got the intelligence.
You got a super team. He
He
got a super team.
team. Come on, bro.
He got a super brain.
team.
He got
Super
super
money.
nuts.
Super
Hey,
nuts.
these rings don't count, but Batman's superhero status counts.
Yes.
Oh no, we're not doing this shit. So Batman have a super team.
Yes.
He called a superhero. KD have a super team. He ain't got
They
no
all
ring.
got a super team. Technically, they're all on the
what?
Avengers. Hey, Thor got Loki.
Man, what?
Like they all got.
Yeah, but Loki's
all
a
got
brand
squads.
risk. Loki's a brand risk. He's a liability sometimes.
James Harden's a
Flip it
brand
back on-
risk.
Flip
We
it back
said
on
KD
Mars.
had a super team in the Nets.
Mars. If
Draymond's a brand
Batman,
risk.
if Batman not no superhero, then KD ain't got no rings. So you got to choose.
Make
I
a
got a
choice, Mars.
KD ringless. The fuck?
Mars,
KD
make a
ringless.
choice.
Ain't no
KD
superhero.
ringless. There you go.
KD ain't
He's
got
supposed to
no
have
rings.
business level
KD
intellect.
ain't got
Alright.
rings. If we
Okay,
super
good.
team texting, we super team texting all walks of life.
Okay.
Batman ain't no superhero. KD ringless.
All right.
You're not taking our top 10 all-time scoring away from him, though. Same way you
Yo,
don't take Batman's
fellas.
money. Shit, they got something.
And so we'll get to Russell Westbrook here in a second. But Tupac Westside said, I got LA over Houston tonight. So we got a rematch of Monday's game. Would you guys like to walk down what you think may happen tonight in this
I
game?
don't think that they're
Lakers
gonna
dub.
I think that the Lakers.
think it's hard to-
I think they could win. I think that. I'm sorry, Damien, as you were saying.
No, say is that I think these ones are tricky though when it's a back to back like a mini sort of playoff thing. I think that the Lakers are going to struggle because it's no way that Houston walked away from that game not making adjustments, had to deal with the KD blitz. So I think that I actually got Houston tonight.
I think they do a
Definitely.
better job in taking care of the basketball. I do think that Kevin Durant sees different coverages because he's going to be in a different space. I don't think he's going to be the primary ball handler like he was where they were blitzing him. I think they're going to get him off the ball a little bit more. I expect Reed Shepherd to be more aggressive, getting downhill. against both Luka and against Austin Reeves. I think it's going to be a good game. I'm going to take the Lakers. I think the Lakers pull away at the end because I think they got more offense.
You guys see KD say maybe he just got to stand in the corner?
Yes.
Yeah, that was
and
crazy.
Here's the thing, Mars, hang on for a second, Mars, because I know what you're thinking. It sounds to me like what we doing isn't working. So maybe I need to get out the way. Not that, me getting in the corner would help us. No, maybe what we doing in terms of me having the ball all the damn time and you dudes watching me, maybe that's not working. Maybe I need to get out the way and let these other dudes operate. Maybe that might be.
Sounds
maybe
like
that
they
might
need a
help.
point guard, Joe. Sounds like they need a point guard. Man.
Yeah. I don't think that's even news. I was wrong about Amen Thompson. I 100% was wrong about him.
It's okay.
Well, as far as just like right now, we'll see what he turns into later on, but just he's not ready for that right now.
No,
but
he isn't.
I got the Lakers winning. Austin played terrible in their first game, and we still won. So I'm expecting a better night from Austin Reeves. And to be honest, I don't know why we're assuming success for KD if he continues to get doubled. Because we've been here now for a minute. Like KD's not been a good passer or player out of double teams now for quite some time. So
I do like JJ Redick's adjustment in playing DeAndre Ayton late. I mean, that works. I do like that. I do like that. That definitely works. I think I
see what DeAndre Ayton said.
No, I didn't.
I did see that.
He had to realize he's not that guy. And he's here to be an effort guy, and he's not here to be that guy.
That's what it was in the beginning. That's what we said in the beginning. That's exactly what we said.
Sometimes you have to come to that understanding. Now, once again, it could still just be him talking.
I thought it was,
but you have to come to that realization yourself as an athlete. It's all good, like people telling it to you, but as far as you're concerned, shit.
I thought
you guys have been using me wrong all these years. Like, that's really it. So
I thought it was going to turn into like 18 and 10 miles just off effort. Like just being a rim runner, but then I'm watching him and I'm like, okay, first of all, he doesn't run the floor, and I don't think because he physically can't do it consistently. Like he's not one of those transition bigs that just gets up and down the floor. No, I catch him watching a lot of times after rebounding. There's plenty of guys who I see rebound and they'll get up the floor after they rebound. They'll fill the lane or they'll beat a trailer. DeAndre Ayton run like he got a piano on his back. I'm like, big fella, run the floor. What are you doing?
He's been having some really.
They're not running nothing for him as well. To be fair, like
there's nothing to.
And we should.
DeAndre Ayton. Yeah, he's DeAndre Ayton.
And we should.
That's the realization he's come to. You aren't the player who gets shit run.
They would get him like 4 or 5 middies a game, but like that's gone. That's done.
Yeah, rim run. We need you to pick and roll all the way. We don't need you to.
I just think DeAndre Ayton is like proof that motor is a skill.
Yes,
like it's not something that you can just flip on and on. Like you either have a high motor or you don't.
Man.
Like some people just no matter what, just like they aren't going to be motivated to play hard consistently. Or like some people just innately play hard consistently because they want to. Some people need to be motivated to play hard, but once you flip that switch for them, they can play hard consistently. Some people can turn it on and off, and then some people just don't have a motor that is anything close to consistent. And DeAndre Ayton is probably someone who just has a low revving motor who can get up sometimes, but more often than not, it's just going to be. We'll see what DeAndre Ayton does tonight. That's really it. We'll wait.
Yeah, and in more ways than one, like his career might have been benefited if he was like a little bit less skilled, because he would have needed to develop some type of like competitive will to like stay on the floor. He's like in college and throughout his basketball life, like his talent alone probably got him by. But like usually the guys that have to make up a bit of talent, they have to work really hard. And he just probably never developed that type of work ethic and hunger.
That shit sounds to me like that shit sounds to me like when you get to that next level, you find out that everybody else can run fast and jump high and do the same thing that you do. Okay, so what's going to be the separator? I got to run faster and I got to do more of those things. And maybe he wasn't. I had such high hopes for DeAndre Ayton. I did, and it's probably.
Do you still think they're getting good value though for his contract?
Yes.
What is it? $8 million or whatever?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is it still reasonable?
Sure.
Real talk. Stop the bullshit. What did you?
Million,
what did you expect?
You're not getting many bigs better for $8 million.
Right. What did you expect?
Give me Marvin. What is Marvin's contract? Yes, in Dallas. Well, how much Marvin makes?
I mean, shit, I could have told you for a minute Marvin Bagley's good, but you know, hey,
I've been watching some Dallas games. I ain't gonna lie. Marvin been looking cool. I ain't gonna lie.
He's hung around.
Marvin's making 2.2, 2.3.
Exactly, 2.2. Hey, shit.
Yeah, I was trying to tell people you pay attention to. I was trying to tell you pay attention to the Wizards this year. Marvin Bagley was playing well for them. Marvin Bagley a good player, man. He's gonna get his flowers at some point.
Miles, but you are an advocate of guys. Once you find out who this person is, DeAndre Ayton, for example, in Portland, the same thing that the people in Portland were complaining about. When you get him in Los Angeles, it's gonna change. Nope, it's the same thing. Marvin Bagley in Washington, Marvin Bagley in Dallas. It actually doesn't look bad. Put his ass in Los Angeles now.
It don't.
It doesn't look bad.
He will get crucified in LA.
100%, Mars. When we get to Los Angeles, now the bets get higher. Remember, real talk, we only playing at the $100 blackjack table. We go to Los Angeles, we are now at the $10,000 blackjack table. It doesn't look the same.
That is a relevant
piece of context.
That is true.
It does not look the same. So.
But I will say, at least Marvin Bagley looks good in low leverage hoops. DeAndre Ayton sucked in low leverage hoops, so that's the difference. Like DeAndre Ayton sucked in Portland, just no one was watching. So you know, hey, DeAndre Ayton. Marvin Bagley looked good in Washington and has looked good in Dallas, so he has that going for him at least. Whereas DeAndre Ayton had PRA.
Ron, let me know before we do the Russ segment, because I'm gonna let you get your stuff off, man. I'm gonna switch spots with you.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I am.
As a matter of fact, we're not even talking about Russ today. I'm just gonna show the graphic and we gonna move on.
We are. Yes, the hell we are. We 100% are. But Mars, I really thought that with him playing with Luka, I really thought that him playing with James, I thought that I was gonna get a different level of DeAndre Ayton. Kind of like what I saw with him and Chris Paul, like the better rim runner, the better rim finisher, and to your point, the motor thing is what really bothers me. I'm Ox. I stand on this. If I was playing with DeAndre Ayton, I promise you, I'd walk into practice one day and we just get in a fight. We 100% would just get in a fight.
Yeah,
bro. When I saw the report talking about we gotta put crunk juice on his water bottle, I said, you know what, bro? This is a grown ass man. Like at some point, I'm sorry, bro. Like this is crazy. We holding this nigga hand, bro. This is crazy. I'm good. I'm all the way good. He's been cool last few games. He did a great job on Jokic in like the fourth overtime and whatever. Did a great job in that last stint against the Rockets. But having the right crunk juice on somebody's water bottle, and this is a grown man that pays bills, I'm out. I'm out, Jill. I'm out. I'm sorry. I'm good, bro.
What's wrong with crunk juice?
Nah, I'm sorry, bro.
Ron, the fact that I gotta tell you to pay the light bill, Ron, the fact that I gotta tell you to pay the
right here.
The fact that I gotta tell you to pay the phone bill.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, bro.
What is that?
Crunk juice. I just did right crunk on the red side and juice on the green side.
Ron need that too, by the way, Damien. He needs.
Is that cordial? What is that?
Hey, when I do this on my screen, that's because I gotta take a little
sip.
I
bet. And what is that?
I bet.
You know, Doug Christie got to do his little thing before their games. You know, hey.
Mars, just so you know, the shenanigans. I understand once the shenanigans start, how you know.
All right, y'all, but we're still in the crunk time chat segment. So let's get to more crunk time chats. Hoops Never Stop said Paolo is good. I just think Mosley uses him too much as the main ball handler. I would like to see him start in the mid post or at the elbow a little more. Also, his defense is underrated. Shout out to P5.
By far his best defensive year. By far.
Yes.
Yeah. He took a lot of reps on Shea.
Has been hooping. Oh my god, bro! That game against OKC was very impressive. Yeah, I had a tweet because the first game, well, I was like, oh my goodness, Paolo as a roller screener, little dunker spot action a little bit against Minnesota, fantastic game against Minnesota.
Imagine
then he does it against OKC again, and he's a really good passer. Like I'm ready to call him a legit good passer.
I think his passing is probably his best skill.
Damn, they want to get one of his best skills.
How about a foul drawing? He's really good at drawing fouls. But like
real talk, I want to make sure that I'm sorry, bro. Keep going, Mons.
No, you got it. That was it.
Real talk. I just want to make sure that I'm following you. Are you telling me that the 6'10", 255-pound big fella putting him in pick and dive is a good idea? Because it sounds like a good idea. What the hell? Are you telling me that the 6'10", 255, 260-pound guy putting him in pick and pop actually works? Holy shit! What a revelation! Revelation. I mean, what the hell? This isn't news. It shouldn't be news. I got a big guy.
The start of that super chat should be it. Paolo is good. Like people forgot, like people were saying Paolo is trash. People were saying like Paolo is horrible. Paolo is good, man. Paolo just needs to be put in the right spots. He needs to understand his game needs to start from inside. And then when you get going and you feel good in the game, maybe you take 1 or 2 threes. You don't start out there and then come inside. Just play like a big man. Roll to the rack because no one can stop you, man. Like, but Paolo is good. I think the whole world just forgot, like, this guy's a good player, man.
Imagine using a big guy.
We went too far with him.
Imagine using a big guy correctly instead of giving him the ball on the wing and clearing the whole right side of the floor out. How about we get him involved in some action where he can be effective as a 6'10", 260-pound big guy? How about we dive him to the rim when we get mismatches? How about we do that? How about we put him on the box and get quick hits? Oh, you know what? That doesn't work, real talk. You know why that doesn't work? Because we live in a space where we love isolation basketball, where we love tweens, and we love hezzy tweens, and we love threes. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make Paolo be that, when in reality he can do some of that. But you know what? He's the most effective at being a big guy. How about we do that? Just an idea.
I've just been enjoying watching Orlando, just even from a schematic standpoint lately. Like, I think Mosley is like, what's his name? Mobley? Which one? Mosley, I think, has clearly told like some of the players, hey, we're aggressively like shooting these spot threes. Like, Jalen Suggs now is just, if he has an inch a day, like, he's shooting the ball. Same with Carter. Wendell, not Wendell Carter. I'm talking about Javon Carter.
Javon's good too.
Javon is. He's always been. I would love a Javon Carter on my team. He defends and can hit open three sometimes. I don't understand why he can't keep a job.
He is who Gabe Vincent was supposed to be. But keep going.
That's actually.
Hey, I don't hate that.
That's
who he is.
You're 1,000% right about that.
But as you were saying, real talk, I didn't mean it.
Yeah, but it's been like a little bit more motion. They're more aggressive shooting threes. I think they also lead the league in free throw attempts. That's to Mars' point about like Paolo being able to draw fouls, but they're also just such a massive team that, you know, it's hard to like keep them off the glass sometimes, stuff like that. And then Paolo, again, just played with, when he plays smart basketball, he is really good. You know what I'm saying? I saw a play. It was a play on adjustment he made on the fly. I was like, look, Paolo's processing the game, because he was like in the middle of the court around the free throw line area, and Caruso was guarding him, right? And he was having a hard time because once they passed him the ball, the double was coming. He was like, you know what? That's not really a good angle to handle this double team. And I was like, okay, let's see what he does on the next possession. So he goes from like the middle of the floor to the block, and then he's able to see the double team better. And then he makes like a good read to the good kick out pass. So I'm like, oh, wow, he processed that very quickly. He was like, yeah, let me move from this spot, go over here. So when Paolo's playing like that, when he's playing downhill, when he's capitalizing on his size, really good player. But I do want to push back to Damian's point about like, yeah, Paolo's good, but he was getting critiqued because he's out there playing ass-tastic. Like we're not, we can't like rewrite. Like he was the worst shooter in the NBA for a good portion of the season.
Absolutely.
He had to remind people.
Are we not factoring in the injuries though? Like coming off injury and stuff.
That's also a problem too.
I'm not saying that doesn't take away from the fact that you're playing bad. But I'm saying, like, can we add that context into it? I'm more so asking, do we think that was part of the reason, or was he just thinking DeAndre Ayton, thinking I'm another player than what I am?
No, when you're injured, it 100% affects your confidence. No doubt about that. Especially when you're on a team where we expect you to be good, and I'm trying to get back to where I want to be, and I'm physically not able to do it. So yeah, I do think that factors in, bro.
Alex Caruso, Mars, is still like, holy shit on defense sometimes, bro. It's like,
even with the shoe, yeah.
Yeah, bro. blocking with the shoe
I've
was
never
crazy.
seen that before.
Yeah, I've never seen that. But in
Seen
that
Bill
fourth
Walton
quarter,
try to do it one
defensively, he was amazing in that fourth quarter.
But Orlando
Yeah,
should
that's
feel
what
good
we
about
do.
themselves, man. Orlando should feel good about themselves.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They went
Orlando,
toe to
yeah,
toe with the
Orlando's
Thunder. They were
good.
down 17, came back, went up 7.
Mhm.
Just couldn't get it done. But they're playing the right basketball at the right time, man.
And that second unit for OKC since Jared McCain has been that Jared McCain, AJ, Isaiah Joe trio when
Beautiful.
the starters go off and they play the game has been amazing. Every time I watch OKC, them three in that lineup either extends the lead or comes back and takes a lead. They've been amazing. Those three.
Some people forgot what Jared McCain was doing as a rookie. I don't know.
Yeah.
He was
He was on his way to winning Rookie of the Year. That was going to happen.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yes, that was 100% going to happen if he had he been able to stay healthy. Yes, he was going to do that.
Isaiah Joe's really good too. I feel like
Isaiah Joe's
his
really
name
good.
doesn't
Big
get
fan.
brought up enough as far
Another
as
guy the
OKC
Sixers
players.
couldn't make it work with.
Isaiah
Hey.
Joe is made like Aaron Wiggins. Like I don't want to say,
Expendable.
Yeah.
Expendable.
but he's like taken over that role basically.
Mhm.
Mars, and I thought it was a gap between those two. I was like, Isaiah, you're good, but Aaron's
But
much
Aaron
better
could do
than
a little bit more. Like he could create and
He
stuff.
can do a little
And
bit.
he bigger,
But
too.
Isaiah Joe's come along in that regard. Like Isaiah Joe can do more than just hit movement threes now. So
Mhm.
Yo, so
And he
hold on
just-
right
He
quick.
can handle
Mars.
the ball a little bit. Yeah.
So you must think that Isaiah Joe, Kason Wallace, Jared, obviously AJ, and Aaron Wiggins are all better than Lou Dort.
yes,
Yeah. Maybe.
Aaron Wiggins is a bit more, but
And Jalen
those
Williams.
other names by far. And then you got the other J. Will was better than Ludo as well.
Yeah.
So he's just not.
So
He's been struggling, man.
This is the
Without-
same Jake Well. Wow, Ron, we are have the tide how the tide has turned because Mars thought that Jay Will, this is probably a year ago, shouldn't even be playing. He thought
Yeah, I still think he's matchup dependent. Like he's still like a Denver series. You need a guy like J. Will just to like take the physical toll of like matching up with Jokic and them. But then teams
But
that are
also
more
that
like
5-out disruption.
yeah, the
Yeah,
5 out,
he
the
can shoot
passing and
the
stuff,
shit
and
out
the
of
fact that he
it.
can shoot the 3, all of that stuff is valuable in certain settings. But then a team that's more fast paced, where you might need more rim protection, he doesn't really provide that. Like, so he's matchup dependent. It's just there's no matchup for OKC where I'm like, we need Lou Dort. It's like, yeah, I got Kaysen, I got Caruso. Like, I don't need Lou Dort when he's the worst offensively of the 3 and worst defensively of the 3. Like, I don't know why I need you.
Lou
Like,
Dort is a
no
worse
disrespect,
defender
I
than
just
Jay
don't.
Will. Wow, Mars.
No, Caruso and Kaysen.
Caruso.
No, he's saying
Caruso
like the guard wing.
Of his,
yeah.
like of his,
Okay, I'm
because
following you.
AJ and
All right,
Jared and
I got
Isaiah
you.
Joe, they're their offensive punch.
Sure.
But of their defensive wing guards, I'm not including J-Dub in this because he's a different caliber of player.
Mhm.
Of Kaysen, Caruso, and Lou Dort, he's the worst offensively and the worst defensively. Like,
I
I
could
just
see them
don't know
swapping him
why
out for some offense, yeah, in the
And
playoffs.
see, that's
I
what
just- I
happens.
don't-
When
and
you-
he's shooting 37% from the field this year. Like,
and that's awful.
Yeah,
That is
Dort's
absolutely
been a
awful.
brick this year,
But
unfortunately for him.
I think that's where you run into that's where you run into problems, Ron. When you have a guy, when you have a multitude of guys who do something that is better, and then offensively, I'm better in short periods, you make that one guy even more expendable. Because if I got 3 or 4 guys who do something that you do, maybe not as good, but just as good, and then they're better offensively, yeah, we can get you out the lineup. Yeah, we straight.
So,
Someone's
Mars,
told
what-
Dort take
I'm-
one dribble
all of a sudden
fill-ups,
it
and I don't know what's going on.
No, Mars, no.
Someone's
no,
told Dort that he's a 3-level scorer
no.
because the amount of time I'm watching him
He
up
do be
fake,
doing that.
and he's going
He
to
do
the
be
elbow but
doing
shooting. I'm like, what you doing? You don't just get behind the line and shoot nothing but threes. I don't know what's going on.
Mm-mm.
Someone's giving him false confidence. This is bad. I don't know, man. He needs to lock in.
Mars, so what was your starting lineup in, like, let's say if you went 5 deep on the bench? What would that look like for if you're Mark Daigneault?
Everyone healthy?
Everybody
No.
around
J,
Jokic.
without J-Dub, because I want to see you be creative with this.
Shea. Are we in a playoff series or regular season game?
Today, Moss. Today.
Regular season.
March
Playoffs.
Shea.
That's matchup dependent and all of that.
Because Caruso would start in the playoffs. Shea, AJ Kaysen,
Okay,
Chet Ihart. That would be my 5.
that's my 5.
And then off the bench, Jared, Isaiah Joe, J Will, Caruso.
Top pitch.
then it would be Ludo or Aaron Wiggins, depending if I need offense or defense.
Okay. So he would be a 9th, 10th man, or
Yeah.
10th, 11th man.
Yeah, but with J-Dub back, he's not in the rotation. But
Yeah,
without
okay.
J-Dub, he'd be
We
9th.
playing Ludor off the.
I'm actually wondering. I want to ask y'all something because I think OKC is the best team in the league. I think they should repeat. However, this is an interesting conundrum that they have regarding J-Dub and him coming back and playing, because he is going to, when he comes back, he's going to start, right? And obviously a good in rhythm, healthy J-Dub makes them a better team. But we low-key have seen this year the J-Dub miss a lot of time. J-Dub needs to ramp it up, and they were a worse performing team. Like, just factual. Not saying that they're not a better team overall, obviously, but like they were performing worse when J-Dub got back, because J-Dub has to like get his rhythm, get back into the flow of things and stuff like that. And I don't know, does Mark Daigneault, like, if that happens in the playoffs, do you bench him? Like, what do you do in that situation if you see that we're performing worse with one of our better players now back from injury in a playoff setting?
So real talk, if you want to rewind the clock back to 22 when Clay was coming back, they rushed him. They didn't have to. Jordan Poole was playing really well. In addition to Jordan Poole playing well, they were getting good minutes from Gary Payton. With them getting those minutes, they could have actually staggered Klay Thompson's minutes. So by the time we got to the playoffs, he was ready to go. I think that we're in a space now with Oklahoma City where we can do that. We don't have to rush J-Dub back. To your point about J-Dub starting, well, we don't really have to start him right out the gate, because we got guys that have this unit in a rhythm where we're rolling, where we can start to ramp up J-Dub's minutes as we get closer to the playoffs. We don't have to throw him on the floor and expect him to be J-Dub, because that's what's going to happen. You throw him on the floor and you put him in that lineup, you immediately expect him to be who he was. No, the luxury of having these guys that we have now, we can bring him along slower, not slow, but we could bring him along slower than where we had than what we would have if those guys weren't there. And they could definitely take a page out of what the Warriors book was to
Depends when he comes back.
Bring them along.
Depends when he comes back. If he's got 10, 15 games, I'd ramp him up, put him in the starting lineup. If you're talking about the playoffs, real talk, he's gonna have to come off the bench, man, and get his rhythm that way.
I mean, if they get a series against the Suns in round 1, they could use that as their series to.
Yeah, that's
Now, if they get the Clippers, or if Steph comes back and they got the Warriors, it might be a bit tougher. If they get basically a bye in round 1 like they had last year, because last year Shea had a stinker in round 1, but it was the Grizzlies. So it's like, Then you could just you can use those games as like, let's get him in rhythm. But you'd want him back before the end of the season anyway, just so you can get like 7, 8, 9 games to get into the playoffs in a flow. But I don't think he's going to come off the bench. I think they would probably just stagger his minutes with Shame or have him lead the bench unit so we can get a rhythm that way. But I don't know. It's a good problem to have.
Yes.
If I'm being honest.
Do they walk past the Clippers in round 1?
Nope.
I don't think the Clippers have much chance of winning, but I don't think they walk past them, as in there's no hard work.
Like they would Portland for, like, let's say Portland got that 8 spot. I think they walk right past Portland in like 5.
Yeah, I
agree.
Portland might as well not even show up to the arena.
I agree, but that's where I was with Memphis last year. It's like, you guys won the play-in to go home a week and a half later. Like, I guess. Like,
Clippers can get you a game or two, chill, especially if Kawhi's playing like the way he's playing.
Yeah, Kawhi can have like a game 2 Denver last year. He can just win you a game like that. Portland don't have that.
I need 2 of those games from Kawhi, man. Hey, Kawhi, just give us a couple. So that's all we need, man. Give us a couple 40 pieces.
Yeah. Really, just one. Y'all be singing his praises. One game.
It's crazy. Kawhi have one of those amazing games, and you have to hear about how he's better than Kevin Durant and always has.
Yeah, his whole career.
We need some conversations, man. We just need to have some discussions, man. Show us something. But fellas, before we move on, I gotta give my man Cheese, who is a Hall of Famer, a shout out, because he did you guys in the chat a service. He did everybody in the Players' Choice community a service. And if you are watching this show live, you potentially got entered into the pot to get 20 Players' Choice memberships because Cheese gifted it to the chat. Now, how this thing works on YouTube is when you gift memberships, they randomly go to people that are watching live and that are in the chat. So if you were watching live and you didn't have a membership and now you currently have a membership, do me and Cheese a favor. First off, thank Cheese. Second off, you can do that by just dropping a cheese emoji in the chat. Do that right now. You guys show Cheese some love because Cheese is not only a Hall of Famer, but Cheese is one of the more dedicated people to the Players' Choice platform, and he does this often. He does this on a regular basis. So, Cheese, thank you, my man. Keep going. All right, fellas, it is about that time to move on from one GOAT, Cheese, to another GOAT, a point GOAT. A guy that has been giving us spectacular highlight plays for it's year 18?
Since 08.
18 years. Russell Westbrook has been dunking on people. Russell Westbrook has been terrorizing defenses. Russell Westbrook has been passing his ass off since 2009. Well, 2010. Russell Westbrook has just been him. And last night, Russell Westbrook made history by passing Mark Jackson and passing some guy named Steve. Oh, that's Steve Nash. Passing Steve Nash as well and jumping to top 5 in NBA history in assists. The only people ahead of Russell Westbrook at this moment in time are LeBron James, Jason Kidd, Chris Paul, and John Stockton. We got to give Russell Westbrook his flowers because he deserves to be on this list. He has etched his name in history, and he is now a passing GOAT.
Remember what
I'm just glad that Russ's PR is better this season, although he's in Sacramento.
It's because he's playing low leverage hoops. That's why.
Yeah, but like I was hearing that Bruce Brown was a better player than Russell Westbrook.
Really?
And, yeah. Yeah, that was going on, Chill.
And a better athlete than Russell Westbrook, don't forget.
Yeah, and a better athlete apparently than Russell.
Hell no.
Yeah, but Chill, I want to, you know what? Because I know you want to get there. I want to go ahead and get there myself. Let's get a little nasty, Chill.
Where?
Pause.
Wait.
Well, I'm trying to give you an opportunity, Ron. I'm trying to give you the floor for real. So look, I'm just saying he entered the top 5 in assists. We know where he's at as far as points, right? Isn't he 25K plus points as well?
He's first in points if you consider James Harden a shooting guard.
Yeah, so he's number 1 point guard in points. Chill. He's now 5th all time in assists. Let me pull you. Where do you rank him? First in rebounds. Where you rank him, Westbrook? Where you rank him?
Wait a minute.
Oh, as a point guard?
Don't leave out real talk that I'm a part of the 25,000 point 10,000 assist club. The only dude behind that velvet rope is James. Ain't nobody else back.
LeBron, that's it.
First in triple doubles.
Ain't nobody else back there. See, this is where it gets tricky, man, because like you dudes talk to me all the time, and I don't just mean you guys up here. You dudes talk to me all the time about basketball players. Like this dude, when you're just watching a basketball player, yo, he nice at this, he nice at that. Okay, he's great as an athlete. He's great as a shooter. What matters when all of that stuff you see, what matters is what are you producing with that? Well, Russ turns out produced. I did, just so you know, guys, I'm a bucket getter. I led the league in scoring. I ain't do it once. I did it twice. I want to make sure that we clear on that. Okay, you just a bucket getter. You don't get off the peel. Well, I led the league in assists multiple times. I will get off the peel. Well, Russ, my biggest problem with you is that when we get late in games, you do a lot of bonehead stuff. You don't take care of the basketball. Well, I'm at the top of the league in clutch points. I will get it done in the clutch. I do that. I 100% do that. On top of that, now when we're talking about all-time great lists, where you as a distributor, it's only 4 dudes in the history of the league who've dished out more assists than me. That's John Stockton, LeBron James, Chris Paul, and Jason Kidd. That's it. Can't nobody else say that they've done more than me. That's it. So with that being said, I'm looking at Russ and I'm thinking, okay, as a guy who produces at the level that he produced, like, why am I not talking about him like I should be talking about him? What is it about him? Is it because I expected him to be better? Well, I can't say that. The reason why I can't say that is because he actually turned himself into a lead guard. He wasn't a lead guard when he showed up. So I didn't have any expectations for him at the lead guard. So I really don't know what to do with this dude, man. I know what I will say, though, Ron, for a fact. And that one thing that I will say for a fact, Russ is a mother you-know-what. He is absolutely that. 100% he is that. And they're going to build a statue of him outside the arena in Oklahoma City one day. Yes,
I'm ready to say this. I don't know how Russell Westbrook isn't definitively a top 5 point guard of all time.
Thank you.
Does he have his flaws? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Does he have a turnover problem? Yes. But at the end of the day, the heights he's reached, the level of player he's reached, I think it's deserving. The productivity, the production, it's deserving. I don't understand how these other players, like who are the 5 better? That's what I want to ask y'all.
Well, I could tell you the 5 you gave me because
please do.
West to Oscar and Chris Paul. Those are the 5 you.
Well, I didn't know that West was a point guard at first.
Okay, well then you had Kid at 6. So I'll just say take out Jerry West. You had Steph.
Tell me the ones.
Am I taking out Jerry West for the sake of the conversation?
Yes, please.
Steph, Magic, Oscar, Chris Paul, and Jason Kidd were 5 you had above Russell Westbrook.
I had one of those names out of respect.
Oscar Robertson?
But respectfully, he's
Oscar
better
Robertson?
than Jason Kidd.
Oh,
no,
Jason
he's
Kidd.
better than Jason Kidd.
You had Steve Nash above Russell Westbrook as well. You can say
he's better than Steve Nash as well.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
You would have Steph.
So
you would have Steph, Magic, Oscar, Chris Paul, Russ. Is that what you were saying?
This is where I'm struggling.
Yeah,
man.
Okay. Russ is a really tough one because there's a whole generation of new NBA fans that never quite got to witness Russ at the peak of his powers like a decade ago, which was quite the experience, by the way, because Russ has always been an enigma. But when we talk about like PRA and stuff, what those generation of fans don't know as well is like Russ was like the pioneer, but also the person that killed the PRA talk too. So like we went both sides of the scale. Like he ended up leading the league in triple doubles, which got him an MVP. But then he was doing it in ways that then tarnished the triple double. And then we devalued the triple double. And then we came back when Jokic, like there's so many things that have happened. The problem with Russ is chill, where I think where there's an impasse is that Russ is the type of player who never adapted with the changing landscape of the league. And when that happens, he became a journeyman. He became someone who was at one point in time your highest paid player, but you knew you couldn't win with him as your first option. He's a guy that was not self-aware enough to add any finesse to his game as his athleticism declined. So he's one of those guys where when you think about him at his very best, you think that he should be the best player on a championship team. You think he should be a guy that leads you all the way there. Maybe he had the capability. Maybe he didn't have the team, although I'd argue differently. But it's a tough argument to have when he's a guy that when he lost his athleticism, his game completely changed.
But I think that's where the divide is, because like he actually did change his game. When he got to the Clippers, he actually did change his game when it came to Leonard and it came to Paul George. He did become more role. Yes, and he did do that. He did the same thing in Denver. But the problem with Russ, and I've said this to you real talk in the past, Russ is like Terrell Owens. And what I mean when I say Russ is like Terrell Owens, Russ is the guy that when you bring him into your camp, your number one wide receiver is in trouble. Because T.O. was now going to be like, oh, shit, should we be starting him instead of our number one guy? Even though you know who this dude is, you're like, damn, maybe we should be playing this dude more. And that's what ended up happening in Denver. My problem is, this is where the divide comes with me, and it comes with me and Russ. I've seen guys, because Russ is now top 5 on the list. I mean, Mark Jackson passed Magic. I don't think Mark Jackson is a better passer than Magic. Right? I mean, James has passed Jordan on the all-time scoring list. I don't think James a better bucket getter than Jordan. So, but I also care about you producing too. So this is where I'm having a fight with myself. Like, wait a minute, I can't just dismiss what Russ did in terms of production, but I also can't just say, yo, you better than him just because you did that.
Mars, I even think even when we did that list, I'm pretty sure I said, at his best, I probably would have him like 3-4 as a basketball player. Yeah, I'm like I do think
I know you said he's better than Chris Paul at his best. I know you said that.
Yeah, like I'm very high on when those players are playing at their best, the athleticism, right? When Russ is at his best, we did get a solid pull-up mid-range shooter. He could defend, he could pass, he could I don't know, man. I don't Russell Westbrook's really good, bro.
Another divide, Chill, is like he in your mind, because you've watched so much hoops, is an unconventional point guard, lead guard. Like you grew up with the John Stocktons and the Magics and the guys that would run it like a more traditional offense. Russ isn't that, man. Like Russ used to, Russ was diming people. He was throwing things at the rim. He was the first like sort of guy that also became like a real high volume like jump passer. Like he was getting the air, make decisions later like that. He wasn't the traditional point guard in that sense too, Chill, which probably is why you have a hard time with it.
But he still gets underrated as a passer though. This is my only thing with Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook be passing his ass off, and you don't like. I know it is some things where like you just spam assist because you're making the same pass. Russell Westbrook is, if you go and look through his film, like if we go and watch last night's game where he had 10 assists, I guarantee we will not see the same assist. As in, like it will not all look the same. Russell Westbrook's assists don't be cookie cutter. It's literally him generating the assist for the most part, him getting in the paint and making something out of nothing. And so, like, I just think, like, yeah, he do be turning it over.
So, Ron, wouldn't that be, to your point, so wouldn't that be now the expectation? Because this ain't just something that you just made up just now, Ron. This has been going on for the majority of Russ's career. So wouldn't the expectation for Russ now be higher throughout the course of his career, only for him to falter, which is where the problem comes in?
What do you mean?
What I mean is when
expectation high with what?
So Russ is one of those guys who, as time went on, I saw Russ as maybe we can win it with this guy. Maybe he's that guy that we could win with. Like we could win the NBA championship. But then as time went on, I saw how
they nearly did.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you know what happened, Chill?
This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I was looking at him thinking maybe we could win the NBA championship with him.
We could.
But here's the difference, though, Ron. The difference is that then there was a time when it was obvious how disconnected he was with his unit and with his star. And now I'm thinking maybe we can't win it with him.
So there was no disconnection.
When could they win it, Ron?
If they were healthy, anytime
we
from
don't have to
2012
do
to
this
2016.
right now. Oh man, we do
but
not.
Did he
have
need
to.
KD?
Oh, yes, they needed KD.
Well, obviously,
they needed
the
KD.
Thunder needed Kevin Durant. That's not a knock.
But Chill's point is the number one guy, clear cut.
But see, this is when I stopped knocking Russell Westbrook about that, because there aren't many point guards that are good enough to be the number one.
Yeah, then I would say you just set him up for failure at that point.
No, I agree. I think real talk. I agree. I think he definitely has a conversation for top 5, man. There comes a point where the overwhelming statistical dominance has to mean something, and for him to be producing in what, Ron, year 18, it's crazy, bro. He didn't have a team in training camp. It's crazy.
I know there are better shooters at the point guard position, which I definitely understand that. And if you take like a peak CP3 over him, I can understand it. But I am done acting as if like peak Russell Westbrook isn't in these conversations. I think that, efficiency plus 8 relative true shooting people have kind of excluded Russell Westbrook out of certain conversations that I do think he as a basketball player at his best definitely belongs in. I'm sorry.
That's a good point, because the rise in advanced analytics and that killed a lot of his reputation as well. Because
they changed the formula for advanced analytics when he was dominating them.
I
would say I'm not going to say there's a conspiracy against Russ. But I will always, anytime we bring up advanced stats and Russ is a topic, I feel I have to remind people that Russell Westbrook had the highest box plus minus in a season ever in 2017. And the makers of the formula then changed the formula because they didn't like that Russ had the best ever. I also feel it's relevant that there is now someone who has been dominating box plus minus for the last 5 seasons and they have felt no compelling case to change the formula, despite it saying he has had 5 of the 20 best defensive seasons in NBA history. So I do feel when it comes to that particular advanced stat, Russell Westbrook got screwed for whatever reason. The highest I could have Russ as a point guard is probably 7. Just that's the highest I could probably get him, which would be above Jason Kidd. I did have him in my top 10. I also do think his passing is grossly underrated. I remember I disagreed when Penn said he wasn't a top 50 passer. I disagreed when Ox said it was elementary, which he said was not an insult. I'm not saying he was insulting Russ. I just disagreed with that. I just think the biggest
insulted when he said that.
Yeah, you stay out of this. Keep your mic muted.
I just think the biggest pushback with Russ as a passer is obviously the turnovers, which makes sense. I'm not saying that's not a valid criticism. I just think when it comes to passing versatility, and Ron kind of alluded to that with like the variety of assists, Russ can make every single pass. Like there's not one pass he can't make. Now, part of the trade-off with that was he was willing to try and make every pass, which led to a lot of turnovers. I'm pretty sure he's number 1 all time in turnovers, or number 2, him and Bron.
Keep going, Russ. Pass Bron if you're not ahead of him.
So like that's the trade-off. But when it comes to like being ambidextrous as a passer, Russ has got it. When it comes to interior passing, Russ has got it. When it comes to tight window passes, Russ has got it. When it comes to passes off a live dribble, Russ has got it. When it comes to lob passes, Russ has got it. When it comes to kick out passes, Russ has got it. When it comes to lay down passes, Russ has got it. When it comes to hit ahead passes, Russ has got it. When it comes to entry passes, Russ has got it. Like, so there's not a singular pass that Russ can't make and isn't high level and making those reads. I think Russ's best skill as a player is his passing. Like I'm saying broad skill, not like first step. I'm talking scoring, passing, perimeter defense. Passing is his best broad skill. Now, if you want to get more into the details, like athleticism, his relentless rim pressure, those are like his best traits that open up his passing. But if you want to just talk broad PRA skills, I would say his passing is his best skill. I do think he is a generational passer, and it didn't take him being on the top 5 in assists for me to come to that conclusion. I think I've been here for a while. I think one of my like first maybe viral takes was when I said he was a better playmaker than Chris Paul. Not sure I still agree with that sentiment, by the way. But that
you said it, so we'll still stay. Right
I said it 4 years ago, but like that was that like the sentiment in what made Russ such a great
relentless rim pressure.
The sentiment of what made Russ such a great playmaker, devoid of if I think he's better than Chris Paul at it or not, I still hold to this day. Russ is one of the best playmakers of all time. I just think the scoring left a bit to be desired, like the shot profile, the decision making. And I'm not as high on his defense as other people, but I do think he's one of the all-time great point guards. I think the longevity deserves more credit than it probably gets. I do think he's probably the most athletic point guard ever. Obviously, it's him and Rose. Just based on the longevity, the sustainability of Russell Westbrook. He's had big injuries too. He tore his meniscus in 2013. Still one of the best athletes we've seen at the position. And I do think Russ could be your championship winning point guard. I think OKC were a legitimate contender for years. Just a lot of things didn't go their way, whether that be Serge being hurt, Russ himself being hurt, KD missing a season in 15. I do think there's a reason the Thunder were contenders year after year after year with Russ and KD. Obviously, the James Harden year as well in 2012. Like, they could have won a championship, in my mind. Just, a lot of things have to go right. Unfortunately, it didn't for them. But I do think they could have won. Although Russ would have been like the second best player, but I don't think that's a knock on him. And I always say 2016 playoffs, Russell Westbrook played better in those playoffs than Kevin Durant. In the 2016 playoffs, KD's last ever playoffs in OKC, you look from the start of that run when they played Dallas to the end when they lost to Golden State, Russell Westbrook was their best player throughout that run. In my opinion, that's how good he was. And KD was a top 3 player on the planet. But Russ, in my opinion, was better in that.
So Russ was a top 2 player on the planet in the playoffs.
Take that.
That's not what it is.
There was a
whatever propaganda you want to use with that, go ahead. But that's how good Russell Westbrook. And there was a time where people legitimately thought OKC had 2 of the top 5 players on the planet simultaneously.
Yes.
They did.
That was absolutely the time.
There was a power struggle.
I'm not here to say that's right or wrong, but that was absolutely the thought, and no one is wrong for thinking that was true. Like, I might disagree with them, but it's not coming out of nowhere. That's a legitimate thought to have. That's how good I think Russell Westbrook was in this.
Yeah, I quit all that hating, but I also want to just because I'm looking at your face, I'm looking at your body language. I'm looking at your body language.
Real talk.
But
That's just my face, bro. I'm sorry.
I hear you. I
fix it.
I think there is something to be said. Like we kind of like say that statement, and it's said, but I don't really think it's acknowledged to the extent that it needs to be. Like him being the most athletic point guard ever, like that means a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I think we are starting to devalue athleticism in athletics, ironically enough. Like, yes, skill. I'm not saying that skill isn't important. Of course, skill is important, right? And again, I get why you would have
real talk. Are we?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Especially considering we're in the most athletic era in NBA history. Are we really?
Yeah, but like, look at the best players. But anyway,
are.
Somewhat,
as you were saying,
yeah.
As you were saying,
I'm saying like going back to like Chris Paul. Sure. I can get why you take a Chris Paul over Russell Westbrook. However, what is still etched in my mind though, I saw those two players playing each other at their best, and one was clearly better than the other because the other one couldn't even physically keep up. I know, like, that means something. I'm sorry. Him being out there and CP3 can't do nothing with this big 6'4", fastest on the court, strong, one of the strong, like, that means something. It just does. I'm sorry, it does.
Hey, real talk. Let's not act like between 2013, 14, 15, 16, and 17, I'll kind of leave 17 out of this just because Chris Paul kind of a little bit took a decline. I'm not saying Chris Paul wasn't spectacular. I'm just saying let's not act like throughout those years, Russell Westbrook and Steph Curry didn't used to put belt on CP3's ass. I'm talking about they used to tear that boy the hell up. They used to let CP3 have it.
I will say, I think that 2014 Clippers OKC series is just one of the better series to go back and watch. I think both of them had really good series, Russ and Chris Paul. I also think KD was amazing.
Oh yeah. I'm not saying Chris Paul. Yeah. I'm just saying like
but you wouldn't look at that series and be like, yeah, Chris Paul just clears him. Like,
way better. Yeah, that one like
you wouldn't come to. I don't think you could come to that.
That's just being disingenuous if you did do that.
Yeah, I don't think you could come to that conclusion watching that series. I do think you could come to the conclusion that Chris Paul was like better, even based on that series. I do think you could come to that just with like minus. What game was it where he had like the brain freeze?
Was with in OKC?
Yeah, whatever game. Yeah. Minus that game. I do think like the decision making, the
Chris
shot
Paul,
making
mistake?
from mid range.
No way.
See, look, y'all just found the only person that Ron hates more than KD. Chris Paul.
I mean, yeah, James Harden. But
James Harden,
yeah, but like I do think like
Ron,
I do think
hater,
they them head to heads like, and this is the same argument I make with like Kevin Durant and LeBron James. It's like when KD and LeBron match up in series. Not saying KD is playing as good as LeBron, but KD can look LeBron in his eyes and be like, "Yeah, we're here." Whereas, like in comparison, LeBron against a lot of other people historically, they play in series. It's like, yeah, LeBron's at a different level to these guys. You watch, like even the 2012 finals. That's young KD. KD is going into that series, and you come out of it like, yeah, LeBron's the best player on the court. We're not arguing that. If anyone could talk to LeBron, it's Kevin Durant. Like Russell Westbrook going head-to-head matchup with point guards, you feel like a very similar way. It's like, yeah, Chris Paul might be better than Russell Westbrook. They match up.
I don't know if they matched up at Chris Paul's best though. I think Chris Paul's best.
I think 2014 is Chris Paul's best. To be fair,
I think Chris Paul's best was the 2008 when that was at Russell's rookie year.
I do think you can argue Hornets Chris Paul is best Chris Paul.
You can because of the athleticism. I think the athleticism is why you can argue. Yeah. But I think for me. Clippers, Chris Paul, 14 to 16.
That's what I was thinking. 13 months.
Yeah, to me that's peak Chris Paul. Russell Westbrook matched up with that Chris Paul. To me, that's when he was at his best defensively. The jump shot was at his best, and his decision making was at his absolute apex. Yeah. Like that for me, when he still had like athletic tools to where he could still be an elite point guard defender. That to me is his best. But I can understand saying, the younger Chris Paul that got to the rim more, was able to put more pressure on the defense that way. I'm fine with having that opinion. For me, he peaked in 14 to 16. Russ matched up with that Chris Paul. Held his own in those matchups. I do think that is relevant. I do think there's more to it than head-to-head matchup. But yeah, I think Russ is like you can make the argument Russ was better than Chris Paul. You can make the
So
argument.
if we're having this conversation about the pantheon of point guards, especially during the best point guard era in NBA history during that time, right? So if we got Russ, who, I mean, I don't know if there was 5 players in the game better than Russ in between I want to say 2015, 2016. I can't say definitively that there were 5 players in the game better than Russ at that point. With that being said, if I'm thinking that, I'm thinking to myself, with the pantheon of point guards, Russ, Steph, Chris Paul, Irv, John Wall, Rondo, Derrick Rose. I mean, Russ is. I feel like Russ, he left things to be desired. I think that's why people looked at him the way that they did. Because
what did he leave to be desired?
The reason why, Ron, is because he was so athletic and he was so good. There was so much. I felt like that there was so much more.
So much what? More what?
Winning. How about winning, Ron?
Okay, and I'm glad to see. I didn't even want to do this today. I did not want to do this.
Yeah,
you
did.
The only thing
Russell
Russell Westbrook didn't win was an NBA championship.
He did everything else, Ron. He did everything.
Do you want to know why he didn't win an NBA championship, Chill?
KD left because KD left.
Man, give me Derrick.
I do think they would have been in the hunt every year. Would they have won? I don't know, but I do think they were capable of winning. But I also think it's relevant.
What about that shit he did with Paul George?
And I will say head-to-head matchups. Dame thoroughly outplayed Russell Westbrook in a head-to-head matchup, and that was still like a prime Russell
93 to be exact.
Prime Damian Lillard. But like 2011,
what does that have to do with Kevin Durant leaving?
2012, they're in the NBA Finals. 2013, Russ is hurt. 2014, they're back in the conference finals. 2015, KD is hurt. 2016, they're back in the conference finals. Every healthy year between Russ and KD in the playoffs from 2011 to 2016, they were in the conference finals of the NBA Finals. They were the standard of the West. It was them, San Antonio, and then like you'd have a few, like the Warriors ended up coming along. But from the beginning of the decade till KD left, OKC were a top 2 team in the West the whole time. Like they won, and they won a lot, and they were contending every year they were healthy.
There also needs to be context, Ron. Like, let's not act like conversations weren't happening around. This was a conversation. If those two ever figure it out, they're going to win.
Damian,
but that conversation happened every but that conversation happened every year, Ron. We can't act like Russ wasn't a part. We can't act like there wasn't some sort of power struggle between them. We can't act like KD didn't leave because he didn't think he could win with Russ. Like that. That's also
Why
not.
Do we have
that's
to,
also
this is just a manufactured narrative that KD has disagreed with every time it's brought up.
And you know what's funny?
Went
also,
in his beloved burners and said Russ was one of the only reasons he wanted to stay. He said that he thought he couldn't win because of things outside of her. They asked him, why did you leave OKC? He said it was because it was just him and Russ and no one else was good. And yet we've managed to manufacture that in. Shout out to Skip Bayless. He's perpetuated this narrative. We managed to manufacture this too. He didn't think he could win with Russ when he said it's everything outside of Russ. He didn't like playing for Billy Donovan. He blamed the role players. He said they lack skill. He said they weren't able to do all of these things. And now we managed to flip that into KD didn't like playing with Russ when everything he said about Russ has been complimentary. Even on his burners, which everyone takes as law, when KD is able to be his true self and say what he wants, KD said it wasn't because of Russ. So that's true KD. That's what he believed. The same way, apparently, when he said about Şengün, that's what he believes. He just doesn't say on his main account. Kevin Durant said on a burner account, which is meant to be his true thoughts, but we don't want to believe it for whatever reason because it's Russell Westbrook, that he didn't think he could win with Russ when everything he said for the past decade has said the opposite of that statement. So I need to ask you guys, why? Why do you believe this narrative to be true when all evidence is pointing to it being not only not true, but the opposite being the case? Why do you believe that narrative to be the case?
And also, too,
because of the reaction.
Jaylen Brown just said that. Remember the Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum narrative? That it was a power struggle and they couldn't win together and one of them was going to have to go. Jaylen Brown said he was going to leave in 2019, or I think it was 2021. And he said Tracy McGrady talked him into not leaving. Convinced him into not leaving. And you know what that ultimately led to? Them winning a championship. My thing is, if Kevin Durant doesn't leave, they ultimately win a championship. The power struggle in the whole narrative thing, I think that gets overblown.
So they ultimately win a championship
because
I'm not saying that's what happened.
I'm saying when you look that were going on.
Damian, I know those were the conversations.
Are always disingenuous. That doesn't make them true. We can't diminish Russ because a narrative was perpetuated against him that isn't true.
Despite that narrative, Damian, what were you seeing on the court? I'm saying like the narrative is what it is. Let's say that they did disagree with each other or they weren't friends or anything like that.
What we see on the court,
What
we
did
see
we
Russ
see on the
looking
court?
KD off. That's what
No,
we
that's
seen.
not what we seen, bro. Stop. That shit is disgusting, and I'm tired of you guys doing this with Russ. These niggas were winning. And here's another thing. I'm not gonna let you guys rewrite history because I was there. I was there in 2012, 13, 14, 15. No, for sure, and he deserved to call his own number.
But he was good enough to do that.
Yes, but aside from that, I'm telling you, I'm saying though, aside from that, the Warriors weren't always the favorite. Like in 2015, the Warriors were not the favorites to come out of the West. Newsflash, it was not the Warriors.
But who came out the West though?
Was it not the Clippers who were the favorite? OKC.
No, I mean, they had the MVP. They had the best record.
KD was hurt that year. They missed the playoffs. KD was hurt.
Some of those years, OKC was the favorite. And here's the thing: sure. it might be me in my head because I had him favored in my head. But it was a good amount of people that believed that the Thunder were the best team in the Western Conference and believed that the Thunder were going to come out of the Western Conference. To believe it had a completely valid reason.
Dropped his nuts.
The Thunder was like that. And Ox. Okay, cool. Steph dropped his nuts. They win, but let's not just forget that they were up 3-1. My thing is, okay, they came back and won 4-3. But if you run that series back and rerun that 10 times, the Thunder win 6 out of 10 times.
Why do you think they lost?
Oh no, I don't think they could overcome the space.
Why do you think they lost?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they could overcome that.
KD's biggest problem with the Oklahoma City Thunder was the fact that they didn't have enough space and they didn't have enough guys who they can throw the basketball to. We can get open looks. And
they didn't have enough skilled guys. That was KD's biggest problem. I think anyone watching them could see that they didn't have enough skilled guys.
Which is
because Russ didn't shoot.
Which is what.
Ironically, what are we saying about KD today?
Yeah.
It sounds like
we're not saying Russ wasn't part of the shooting. We're not
Russ.
saying Russ wasn't part of the shooting problem, but once again, Russ still had skills that made it tenable with him if you put other shooters on the court around him and KD. The Thunder did not do that. We don't then look at the star and be like, you were actually the problem. Not the fact that we had Andre Roberson out there, Steven Adams, Serge Ibaka, bringing Dion Waiters off the bench with Randy Foye. Like, this team was just very devoid of talent outside of their big two. Shout out to Serge. I'm not disrespecting
Shout out
Serge.
to Dion Waiters too.
Not the way he was playing, but like they were very devoid of talent. We all understand Russell Westbrook.
Offensively, they didn't have what
we all agree Russell Westbrook's not a very good shooter. Sure. He made up for that in the fact that he was by far the best playmaker on the team, by far the best passer on the team, and alongside Kevin Durant, the only person who could get his own bucket and get feet in the paint whenever he wanted.
Yeah,
so
but
he made up for his flaws in a way that the other guys didn't offensively. That's
to Damian's point, though, Mars, I don't need you to do all that shit. Could you shoot the ball, please?
Okay, it is 2026 and KD still has the same issues, and we want to blame Russ for this. You guys are saying the same thing. Y'all said the same thing everywhere else he went, besides the Warriors.
That's the reality. The reality was the fit wasn't seamless. Okay, that was the reality.
They didn't have
that's not a knock on Russ, by the way.
I think people need to go back because I had to do this myself. People need to go back and watch the KD Russ Oklahoma City Thunder because there are plenty of times where Russ is at the top of the key and KD is coming off a pin down. Who's hitting KD off these pin downs? KD has been scoring off the ball. That didn't start in Golden State. People act like it started to go to State. A lot of that was in OKC. The problem in OKC wasn't the fact that Russ and KD didn't fit. It was that Andre Roberson was also on the court, not being guarded. That was more so the problem than Russell Westbrook and KD. Russell Westbrook and KD fit great, in my opinion. They were great in half court. They both were great transition players. It was a seamless. One was a play finisher as a shot maker. One was a playmaker in Russell Westbrook. Like
how come these other dudes don't get that bail of when Russ can't do this? But he made up for it doing this. RJ Roberson couldn't shoot. He made up for it by guarding the best player.
No, and he wasn't guarding the best player.
Yeah, he was. Yes, he was.
Here's the problem, though.
I mean, he made up for it another way. That's what I'm saying.
But stay right there. But when you're talking about guarding the best player, you're talking about slowing him down. He wasn't slowing Klay down. He wasn't doing that. He wasn't slowing down Curry. He wasn't slowing these guys.
Neither was Russ.
I'm not about to blame him because he can't guard the Splash Brothers, but that was his.
Who was Russ Gordon?
They did have a limited team, but let's not act like they had a terrible
Russ tried to
team,
take that assignment with Steph a little bit.
The point I was making was that offensively, that Golden State team was better, and that was the problem. It wasn't that Russ and KD didn't fit. Offensively, as a unit, and the system that they ran in Golden State was better than what was going on. We expected, because Russ ended up being, at that point, arguably a top 5 player. KD was in the conversation as the best player in the world. If you got these 2 players on your group, you should be able to beat anybody, not realizing that this Golden State team as a unit was better. Even when we see teams get thrown in the hole 2-1 or 3-1, we see that group was still better than them from a talent standpoint, and they ended up proving it.
Go look how Russ and KD are being guarded in 2016 against the Warriors.
It's bad. Draymond is ignoring
the roster's not as
Robinson.
bad as people think. It had deficiencies. There were a lot of specialists.
Yeah,
on the
it had
team,
deficiencies that were exploited.
It wasn't as bad as people think.
They were a very talented team that could be a lot of people of talent, but once Steve Kerr came along and realized, oh shit, yeah, we don't have to guard half this roster.
Exactly.
Let's load up. OKC's offense struggled and stagnated because of the lack of skill on the offensive end that a lot of guys had. But that doesn't mean they couldn't have won. Like I said, I think they could have won. But I think to illustrate the point of seamless fit, from 2014, which is when Russ really entered his prime, to 2016. So the 3 years they had, but they missed the playoffs in 15. In the playoffs, 2014 to 2016, Russ and KD on the court had a plus 5.5 net rating. KD on the floor without Russ had a -9 net rating. Russ on the floor without KD had a -3 net rating. And then from an individual standpoint, Russ's stats and KD's stats without each other in the playoffs, KD's points went up from 26.5 to 27.3 without Russell Westbrook in the playoffs per 75. His true shooting went from 57% with Russ to 50% without him. Russell Westbrook went from 25 points per 75 with Kevin Durant to 35 points per 75 without him, and his efficiency stayed the same. Russell Westbrook absolutely made life easier for Kevin Durant on offense. Because contrary to popular belief, I don't know how Kevin Durant got the tag of he's just an ISO scorer. Kevin Durant is an off-ball scorer who can isolate anyone one-on-one. But Russell Westbrook getting him the
it's
ball.
Because they were I think they were the ISO heaviest team at the time.
They may have been,
so
but I'm not gonna lie. Russell Westbrook was ISOing a hell of a lot himself.
A lot, yeah.
Like Kevin Durant, his best weapon was as an off-ball scorer, and Russell Westbrook made that a lot easier for him. Whether that be with finding him for lobs in transition, whether that be when KD's coming off a pin down and they play and they top block him, so then he cuts back door and Russ is able to find him. Whether that be him coming off like curl cuts, like Roto was talking about. Russ hitting him for 1 dribble pull-ups, making his life easier, because as we can all see, it's less true for KD back then, but it was still true. Kevin Durant thrives next to a playmaker, someone who can handle ball handling responsibilities, make decisions within the offense, and allow Kevin Durant to be the best version of himself. Russell Westbrook did that. Their fit was great.
I think that
the fit around them was not great. Because yes, we know Russ is devoid of shooting talent. We know he's not a great outside shooter, although he did have a solid mid-range game in these years. We know he was a lackluster outside shooter. So anyone worth their salt when it comes to roster construction puts shooting around him. They did not do that. So they ended up with Russ and KD and no shooting on their whole roster. That's what they ended up with. And the team was able to scheme against that. But even with that being the case, they were able to still be in the conference finals or the NBA finals every year for half a decade.
I can't believe real talk. I can't believe that you're doing this, real talk. Just oh yeah, he did do that. He did make those simple the same shit that you try to knock John Stockton for doing. Making just a simple pass off of.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was just finna say that's a better duo than Stockton and Malone.
You're out of your goddamn mind. You are absolutely out of your mind.
Keep going.
You are losing your marbles.
Then Stockton and Malone.
Your elevator is not going to the top floor right now. Real talk.
Yes, it is.
I mean, yeah. If the bar is winning, we can really talk about it, because this is 1990 first round exit, 91 second round exit, 92 second round conference finals exit, 93 first round exit, 94 conference finals, 95 first round exit, 96, conference finals loss. 97, they finally get to the finals. 98, and that's when John Stockton starts declining in terms of his overall impact. When John Stockton was at his peak in terms of his best play alongside number 32, it was a lot of first round exits. So if we're going to talk about winning at the highest level, OKC with Russ and KD in their prime years, 2011,
let's cook it up, Mars. Let's cook it up.
Versus John Stockton
I ain't say nothing about winning.
One was winning a lot more.
I'm talking about what you said, real talk. What you're talking about, real talk, as far as just the simple passing off of what you call them, off of pin downs. Mm-hmm. So what? So he doing the same thing John Stockton did with no, except without a jump shot and without the defense. Except for without the defense and without the jump shot.
John Stockton can shoot better.
And John Stockton
and far better on defense. What are you talking about? Real talk without the D.
But Russ. It's not like Russ didn't play defense. You said without the defense.
Okay, so
without the defense of John Stockton, it's not even close.
No, that's not saying that he didn't play defense, but with the
so y'all sitting up here telling me John Stockton is better than Russell Westbrook?
I think he a better league guard than Russell Westbrook is.
Is he a better player than Russell Westbrook?
I think Russell Westbrook is better at basketball than John Stockton. I think John Stockton is a better league guard than him.
We'll take it. That's close enough. We'll take it.
By the way, I just want to be clear. I agree with Real Talk. I think Russ definitely has an argument to be a top 5 point guard of all time. He's earned it. He has the statistical domination, all that good stuff. He's, like Chill said, scoring titles, assist titles, all those things. But to answer Chill's original question, the reason why some people have a hard time putting him there was that the reality is Russ had real deficiencies. Real, genuine deficiencies. He had the late game stuff. He had the turnovers. He had the inability to adapt to a changing landscape. He had a lot of different things that hold people back from putting him there, and those are fair as well.
So Mars,
I know, but
I would say every point guard except Jerry West.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like people point Russ's deficiencies out more than everybody else's. Like,
I'm just saying that's the pushback sometimes with him. I don't agree with it. I think he
definitely didn't win. That's when you haven't won, your deficiencies get.
But niggas be like praising John Stockton and well, I guess
John Stockton's a different case.
Real talk. You do know since Mars ran down those numbers, Mars. I don't know if you noticed, but John Stockton and Karl Malone as a duo, they got more wins than Russell Westbrook and.
Yeah, they played longer together.
Shit, I'd hope so. 20 years
their whole career
together.
Played all the years together. What that mean?
20 years versus 8. Shit, I hope.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that they are not just because they played longer. I think they got over 500 wins just off the strength of them two doing what they do. They were a better.
It is quite literally because they play longer together.
Okay, so the pick and dive offense better than both KD and Russ. The pick and dive offense, the pick and pop offense, better than KD and Russ. The transition offense.
Their pick and pop was not better than KD and Russ. Their transition was not better than KD and Russ.
So I want to make sure that I'm understanding you, Ron, because I'm losing my mind up here. Because Karl Malone was the ultimate transition big.
You telling me Karl Malone is a better shooter than Kevin Wayne?
No,
Karl Malone was a better pop shooter than Kevin Wayne.
Pick and dive, we can give you. Pick and pop.
Yeah, pick and roll, you got it.
Pick and dive. And transition.
KD's not a role man. What do you mean?
Exactly my point.
Right, exactly. That's why he got it.
But he's not.
They sort of made the pick and roll famous, but anyway.
No, they didn't sort of. They invented it.
Yeah, well, the pick and
Nobody
roll.
Was doing
that. We were giving the roll. The pop
doesn't mean that you're better right
Pick and pop.
Just because I invented it. Okay, sure, Mars. Just because I invented it doesn't matter. But I agree with that, there's a difference between inventing something, which they did, and excelling at it. Just because I had an idea and you had a better idea does not mean that my idea is the best. No. My idea was good. You had a better idea and you enhanced it. Stockton and Malone with the pick and dive, we started that and we were the best at it. Nobody was better than us at that. Nobody.
Then why were y'all getting y'all ass bounced in the first round over and over again?
So let's discuss that. So we were in the Western Conference Championship 5 times in 7 years. You can't say that you did that. That's number one. Number two, Mars brought up and I'm not done. Mars brought up 1995. Mars brought up 1995 where we ended up losing to the Houston Rockets, and that run by Hakeem Olajuwon was arguably the best in NBA history at that time. And it was a shortened season, and it was a shortened playoffs because it was only 5 games instead of 7 games. I think we might have a different series if it was 7 games. That was a 55-win team. That's number 2. Number 3, losing to them in 94. I don't think that nobody beat Houston in 1994 in the Western Conference Championship. 1993, I have no explanation for that whatsoever, and I'm not even going to try to explain that one. 1992, losing to the 1992, losing to the Trailblazers. I think that same logic that you guys have with the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Golden State Warriors, that's the same logic going on with the Trailblazers. The Trailblazers offensively, they were just better. Overall, we had Stockton and Malone, and the other stuff that they go just the same as what was going on with the Trailblazers.
God is preventing you from saying this nonsense. That's what's happening, Jill. But you're back.
Yes, but real talk, y'all not ready. Y'all not ready for that Karl Malone, Kevin Durant conversation. That's what y'all not ready.
Yeah, we're really not. I mean, if we think that's a combo, we're really not.
We know what this platform is. It's fine. We know what it's.
Yeah.
What is this? What is this platform?
Yeah, what is this platform?
What is it, Mark?
What do you mean?
A KD hate platform. That's what it is. That's what it is.
I mean, Karl Malone was the best power forward of the 90s.
I don't even know if that's true, but
sure.
That is absolutely true. What do you mean?
Him and Barkley. I think
him and Barkley. Yeah.
I got Karl Malone over Charles Barkley.
Me too.
That's fine. That's fine if y'all don't.
Yeah, I think he's better than Barkley. He was the best power forward of his era. Absolutely, no doubt. Kevin Durant's better than him.
Right.
Okay. Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant have a 63 winning percentage together. Stockton and Malone have a 65. And that's with the 2 years that start Russell Westbrook's career in which the Thunder weren't good.
And that's with them playing together for so long. And according to y'all, the more shots.
Yeah, they were a playoff team every year. This is regular season record.
The more your
playoff
percentage drops, you would
who has a higher win percentage in the playoffs?
OKC, for sure. Yeah, Russ and KD have a better win percentage in the playoffs. Like not even close. So yeah, but shout out to Stockton and Malone. Shout out to them. They were a good duo. I'll look them up. Bear with me.
Yo, fellas, we do got to get the super
chat. Stockton and Malone not even a top 5 duo of all time. Y'all be gassing the hell out there.
Russ and KD not a top 10 duo of all time.
Russ better. KD and Steph better. Michael and Pippen better. Yep. Kobe and Shaq better.
Yep.
KD and Russ not even a top 10 duo.
Kobe and Shaq. Kobe and Shaq. You just said Kobe
KD and Russ aren't even in that conversation.
Okay,
best
so no. This is it. If you wanted the playoff record, Russell Westbrook and KD are 47 and 35, 57% win percentage in the playoffs together.
57 solid.
Yeah, John Stockton and Karl Malone are below 500.
Yes, they are. 1 game under 500 in the playoffs.
85 and 87. 2.
Mm-hmm. So 2 games.
So 57%.
57 versus 49%. So they're below.
Big ass sample size too.
Yeah, they're below. They're below 500 in their series record. They're 16 and 18, which means they lost more series than they won. Russ and KD won more series than they lost when they were together. They one duo absolutely won more in the playoffs than the other.
Interesting
one
enough.
One was just together for 2 decades.
Interesting enough, and I know we got to get to super chats, Ron. Interesting enough, John Stockton didn't become a full-time starter until year 4. Russ walked in the door at that time. I mean, I think Russ was the starter from day 1. So John Stockton became a full-time starter in year 4. So I think we also count in those play and they were also in the playoffs, by the way, in 85 and 86. They were. So I think that's a little bit.
So they went 4 and 6 in 85. In 86 they went 1 and 3. So what would that be? That's 5 and 9.
That's correct.
In 87 they went 2 and 3. So that's 7 and 12. In 88 John Stockton's a starter. So 8 and 12. So on a record that
they lose to the back-to-back Lakers, by the way. But go ahead.
And the record that was 85 and 87. We'll take away 8 wins. That's 77. And we'll take away 12 losses. So they'll go 77 and 75. Slightly above 500 if you take away John Stockton not being a starter. So once again, their record is still worse than Russ and KD if you want to take off the years of Russ not being John Stockton not being a starter for the sake of being genuine, which I think is a fair point to make. If John Stockton's not a full-time starter and not playing heavy minutes, we could take those records off. So there we go. We'll say he's 77 and 75. So slightly above 500.
Sure.
Still worse than Russ and KD over a 15-year span or whatever. More first-round exits than conference finals appearances.
Chill, Ron. Chill. Can Can I give you the duos better than Malone? And
You told me you told me Kobe and Shaq. Yes, you told me Bryant. You told me Bryant and Shaq.
But wait, chill. Hold on, chill. Wait, hold on, real talk. Are these duos also better than when you're doing these duos? I want you to let me know which one of these duos aren't also better than KD and Russ. All right, go ahead, fellas. My bad.
So again, again, real talk. I mean, real talk. You told me Jay and Scotty. You told me Brian and Shaq. You I think you told me Jabbar and Magic. That was. Oh, you told me Clay and Steph too. You told me them.
I didn't say. I said KD and Steph.
KD. You told me KD and Steph. I'm not Clay and Steph. I'm sorry.
I also had LeBron and Wade. I got KD and Russ better than them.
No.
Yep. I got who else? Who else I got?
Bron and Kyrie.
I got Bird. I got Bird and McHale better.
Facts.
I can get with that. I can get with that.
Hell yeah,
I got Bron and Kyrie better. I got Bron and AD better. I got.
Get the fuck out of here. Bron and AD. Are you out of your mind?
Hey, I'm still with you. I'm still with you, man.
What are we talking about?
Bron and Kyrie, come on. And wait, but hold on. But hold on, no, real talk. Just answer. Could you please answer my question? Of those duos, which one of those duos?
All of them dudes are better than KD, and all of them dudes are better than KD and Russ. All of them.
I'm not gonna lie, KD and Russ may be towards the bottom of that.
All of them dudes are better.
But they're better than Malone and Stockton. I know that. I know that. Better than Malone and Stockton. Shaq and Penny better than Malone and Stockton as well.
Better than Russ and KD.
What you want to do?
Go ahead and give me. Hey man, just waiting for you to say Bill Russell and his duo, man. Just waiting for you to say Bill Russell.
Please don't leave
out Bill and whoever you want to throw in better.
Wilton, Jerry West.
I could get
Wilton, Jerry better.
Oscar and Kareem.
What are you doing?
Let me guess. Bam and Tyler Hero. All right.
No.
Are we really equating Oscar and Kareem?
Jalen Brunson and Cat. All right. Okay. Are you done yet? Real talk. Shit.
Tim Duncan, David Robinson. Tim Duncan, David Robinson.
I don't think.
Tim Tony Parker.
Yeah. Tim and
Manu and
CP3 and James Harden. All right. God, stop. God,
I mean. For that one year,
CP3 and Blake. CP and Blake.
Oh, 1 year. I'm not gonna lie.
There's a reason why
I'm sick of this shit.
I'm getting this pain in my stomach because I'm starting to get ill. I'm starting to get sick right now. Listening to these dudes. Real talk. You take years off my life if you don't know.
I don't think nobody I said is not better than them. I'm talking.
Yeah, I don't think any name you said was crazy. I'm gonna be honest.
Let's do it, right? J.W. Halliburton and Pascal Siakam.
I can get with that.
Can we stop acting like the names I brought up are Halliburton names?
Yeah, they're trying to minimize the legitimacy.
Well, hold on.
Bron and Kyrie by saying Halliburton and Siakam. They're trying to minimize the legitimacy. They think they slick. Bron and Kyrie.
Why you ain't say Page and C Webb though? That's legit.
No, it's not. What the fuck is happening right now? I'm losing my mind.
I'm saying, like, why not? Why not? He said Bron and AD.
That's when you lost me
in 2020 are way better than any version of Stockton and Malone.
They're not better than Page and C Webb.
Bron and AD were two of the top 3 players on the planet simultaneously on the same team. Stockton and Malone can never say that was the case.
Never, ever.
Never in life.
Ever.
Stockton and Malone's case for
they were top 10. They were top 10.
Cool, congratulations.
At the same time,
they were top 10 longer than you dudes was top 5.
Yeah, that's fine. The Stockton and Malone case, which I'm fine.
And Malone was top 3.
By the way,
you're probably underselling him a little.
Sure. For some years, he was. Stockton and Malone's case is going to be a case of longevity, which I think is a valid case. If you're going to say their legacy as a duo because of the years they put together is higher than Bron and AD, Bron and Kyrie, whatever, I'm fine with that. But if we're saying, better. Yeah, exactly. But if we're saying this duo is on the court at their apex and this duo is on the court at their apex, yeah, Bron and AD is a better duo than Stockton and Malone.
Okay, but real talk, if you just keep it hoop, you act like you don't know how good Karl Malone was at basketball.
Karl Malone's great. It's low-key the Stockton part holding the duo back.
So that's
another.
You know what? I'm fucking done with this conversation.
We'll do it this way. If we rank these players 1 through 4, 2020 Bron, 2020 AD, Karl Malone, John Stockton, both in their peaks together the same year. So
Who the worst player?
That would probably be around 93, 94 when they both are at an extremely high level. Maybe
Okay, well, Karl Malone was easily the best, and John Stockton was barely the worst.
Stop. Ox.
Okay, so
No. We're talking.
Okay,
Wait, my bad. Wait a second. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Bron, AD, Stockton. That's what you're saying, right?
Wait, hold on, real quick. I just want to make sure I'm not tripping. You said 2020 Bron, right?
2020.
Yes.
Bron.
Okay. My bad. Because I just wanted to make sure you weren't talking about people. Okay, my bad. Because I want to make sure. Yes, Karl Malone is better than both of them, easily.
Okay. So me personally, I think you've lost your mind. I'm gonna ask Chill. Chill, what do you think? 92 to 95.
What?
Wait,
what are y'all serious?
Yeah,
We're not finna move it. We're not finna move it.
That's fine. I'm gonna ask Chill.
You're not finna tell me Karl Malone better than Bron in 2020.
Yes, I am.
Real talk. You let things go.
Absolutely.
So Chill. 92 to 94.
No, you tell the truth. You don't let things go. You tell the truth.
2020 Bron and 2020 AD. If you rank them 1 through 4. So 92 to 94 Stockton, 92 to 94 Malone, 2020 Bron, 2020 AD. Rank them 1 through 4.
I don't think that Malone was ever better than James, even at his best.
Because he wasn't.
Anthony Davis in 2020, I mean, he was a top 5 player, easily top 5 player. I think Stockton was right outside the top 5 in 1994, which, yes, you could fight that all you want.
MJ retired in
1994. So I'm thinking about the players in it. I'm thinking about the players in the game during that time in 1994. Scotty, Olajuwon, Malone, Barkley, David Robinson.
That's 5 right there.
I think that Stockton was right outside of that. I think he was in that. I don't think he was lower than 7, if I'm being honest with you. But I think that if I'm ranking them, James, Anthony Davis, Malone, Stockton.
This is Bron bias because AD was better than Bron.
No, he wasn't.
If AD better than Bron, he better than Karl Malone too, which I'm perfectly fine with.
You go Karl Malone, AD, Bron, Stockton.
The best version of Malone.
But that means even if that's the case, you have to admit John Stockton is a distant fourth. If that's the case, you are not about to say John Stockton
there is space. I won't say distant, but there is space.
You are not about to say 92 to 94 John Stockton isn't being leaped by 2020, bro.
So
there's space, Mars. I won't say there's
James Malone, Anthony Davis, Stockton.
So you go, okay, cool. So you go James
Malone, Anthony Davis, Stockton.
But even by that logic, though, LeBron and AD are occupying spots 1 and 3, which means they're the better duo. Yes.
Especially when 4 is so.
No, because they got to complement each other. It's about them.
They did complement each other in 2020.
Not the way that Stockton and Malone.
They were an elite defensive tandem and an elite offensive tandem.
And so was Stockton
and Malone. Yeah, I'm saying they both complemented each other. I'm not saying they complemented more than the other. I'm saying they both complemented each other and were one group was way more talented than the other. That's what I'm saying.
And wait. Elite defensive. If we're talking about just defense, Bron's by far the worst defender in this.
In 2020? Yeah.
Yes, in 2020.
I feel like you're just saying words at this point. I feel like you're just saying words.
Mars, don't do this, bro. Don't do this.
I feel like
AD is by far the best, by the way. Man. AD is by far the best defender.
It's not even close.
Yes, he is. I'm not going.
Fine. You go AD, Stockton, Malone, Bron.
There's just no way.
Ox, rank these duos, right? Okay, rank these 4 players. Because now I want to see what you're gonna say. Rank these 4. AD Boogie duo against Stockton Malone. Go. Rank the 4 players. Go.
I got Stockton and Malone.
But rank them.
No, rank the
rank
players.
Them and who's better?
20,
yes,
so we're
yes.
20,
okay, then we go
2018, AD.
Yep.
Boogie. That's where we're at.
2017, 18. Well, we got Malone first.
Then who do we got? Tell the truth.
Boogie, AD.
Tell the truth. Boogie number 2.
So you seem to be on our page that Stockton is what's holding his back.
Exactly.
Every
no, because the way he complements it's about them coming together as a duo, not individual ranking.
Boogie was better at basketball.
That's fine.
You think Boogie was better?
from a talent perspective, would you agree?
He put me in the corner, chill.
In pretty much every one of these matchups, from a talent perspective, John Stockton is going to be the worst player here.
By the way,
would you agree?
Well, Boogie was better than AD. Wait, would you say? I'm sorry.
Would you agree from a talent perspective? Every one of these comparisons we're about to do. So Bird, McHale, Bron Wade.
But that's not what this is about.
I think more often than not, John Stockton is going to be third or fourth as
he might be the most important player there.
Exactly. Because I'm just talking about just talent wise. Yes. We're just talking about just talent wise.
We're talking about
absolutely. See, that's what I agree with what you just said.
I don't think John Stockton's ever been more important than LeBron James a day in his life.
Yeah, ever.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not talking about Bron. I'm saying like
or Larry Bird.
If we talking about fit, they not a better duo than Jokic and Murray.
Oh, see, Ron, look, super chats.
That might be the one that John Stockton better than.
No, he's easily better than Jamal Murray.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one where John Stockton better than someone else.
I'm talking about fit.
Fit wise too. He like Jamal Murray doesn't even belong in this shit.
No, but it's weird because if we talk about fit, but anyone dare say Steph and Draymond, they've lost their mind. I don't know, but fit.
Get that bum out of here.
But fit. What's the question? There's no
fit wise. Okay, fit wise, they still don't fit as good as Stockton and Malone.
How?
Because Stockton just compliments Malone so much. Like there's nothing Steph can do to make Draymond better.
Well, that's just untrue. He's been making him better for a decade.
It's hard, man.
No, he's not making him better. He's
score the ball first, man.
Steph does nothing for Draymond.
Y'all dudes just.
Yeah, I really feel like you're just saying words. I'm gonna be honest. I'm straight. Steph does nothing for Draymond.
This is word salad.
I think we undersell John Stockton a little bit. He played in a completely
lot of bit.
Boogie was better than John Stockton. I'm losing my.
No, John Stockton was really good. John Stockton was really good.
lose my mind up here.
The only player, chill, that we named that he was better than in this last segment was Jamal Murray.
No, man, y'all dudes take
that was
years of my life.
We let me check. All of us have John Stockton as a top 10 point guard ever. Ron had him. Ron, you had him third. Shout out to you. Ron had him third.
Not anymore,
That's
but
foolishness.
Yeah. Ron had him third, but we know Russ is over him now. So Ron had him third, we'll say fourth. Ox had him sixth. Real Talk had him ninth. I had him eighth, and Chill had him fifth. We all view him as a top 10 point guard of all time. We all give him his flowers. We can also acknowledge peak John Stockton. The reason I have John Stockton as high as I do is the longevity, the consistency of it, the availability.
That matters.
His peak. Yeah, I agree.
And just because, wait, Mars, this is where you lose me. This is where you lose me, Mars.
In a conversation,
this is where you lose me, Mars. No, this is where you lose me at, Mars. Because when you tell me that, from a longevity standpoint, just because I'm around long does not mean that I was good.
But he was around long and he was really good. That's my point.
Yeah, that's
he was around. He was around. He played 82 every year and stayed at a high level for really long. But in a conversation about peaks, having a sustained prime for a really long time is great. But when you don't reach the heights that these guys reached in a conversation of peaks, you're going to fall short. Russell Westbrook didn't have the longevity that John Stockton did. He wasn't as consistent every single year with the availability and the level he remained at for as long as John Stockton did. Yep. But he reached a level alongside Kevin Durant that John Stockton didn't reach as a player. And that's fine to say. Yes. John Stockton has more longevity than Kevin McHale. But he didn't reach the level of player that Kevin McHale did.
I mean, I'm thinking,
and that's fine.
Go ahead, Ron. Because we'll be here till 4:00, Ron.
I do just want to say this.
I got time. I want to go do what you got to say, Chill. What you got to say about it? But defend your man's, Chill. I also have
time today, to be fair.
Defend your man's, Chill. Defend your man's.
I got about 3 minutes.
When we think, when to Mars's point, when we're talking about longevity, sure, I'm awesome for a long time. But I'm also, when we talk about peaking at the right time, and Russell Westbrook, his ability to score the basketball, I think that makes him a little bit above a lot of other guys. But with John Stockton giving me the amount of 2010, 2020 games that he did during the peak prime John Stockton, at the assist to turnover ratio that he had during that time, I'm talking about 5-1, 6-1 for as a lead guard. If I'm doing that for an extended period of time, how long is a peak? More times than not, More times than not, a peak is what, 3 to 5 years. So John Stockton for 3 years was doing that. Right now, he didn't reach the level of player. He didn't reach the level of player that Kevin McHale was. And the reason why he didn't reach the level of player that Kevin McHale was, because Kevin McHale was a better player. And I feel like Kevin McHale was better at what he did than John Stockton was at what he did. I'm not going to argue that point. And the fact that he had Bird running with him for as long as he had him running with him and had Robert Parrish, he made life a lot less difficult for them. John Stockton, on the other hand, I made life a lot less difficult for everybody. I didn't just make life less difficult for Malone. I made it less difficult for Jeff Malone. I made it less difficult for John, for all of the guys that he ran with. All of the guys, because I am the facilitator. I am the ball handler. I am the guy who makes sure that everybody eats. And on top of that, I am the point of attack defender. And I orchestrate our defense as well. I speed us up. I do all of that stuff. And for you to tell me that John Stockton and Anthony Davis, who for one season, I'm not going to argue that Anthony Davis was that. John Stockton, longer than that, just Anthony Davis clears him and Boogie Cousin clears him. That's nuts to me.
I disagree with Boogie, by the way.
I didn't say Boogie.
I think John Stockton's better than DeMarcus Cousins. Also, John Stockton has 9 2020 games. Russell Westbrook has 7.
Do I have to go find my notes? Hold on, because I got.
This is not. I don't think this is including playoff games. So this is regular season. But
you have the internet.
Yeah. Shut up, Brian.
You talk about your notes.
With it.
So John Stockton has 9 2020 games in a regular season. Russ Westbrook has 7. That's second and third all time. Magic Johnson has the most with 13. Also, John Stockton averages 3 turnovers in those games. Russ Westbrook averages 3.5. So like the turnovers aren't exactly a gargantuan gap. Russ does it while averaging. He also does it while averaging 13 rebounds in those games. So in his 2020 games, he's averaging 25, 13, and 21. John Stockton is averaging 24, 3, and 22, while the turnovers are very similar. So if the bar is 2020 games, I would say Russell Westbrook's actually done that just as much as anyone.
I don't think that the bar is just 2020 games, because I have from 2010 games, 30-10 games. I got to find my 2020 games because I got my notes here. Hold on. Give me a second. I got my notes here. Break my notes out. Hold on. I'm not as technologically advanced as you dudes are. Yes.
Don't bring no notes.
Yeah, don't bring no notes.
It's good when you have notes on retired players because you never have to edit them because the numbers are always going to stay the same.
Yeah, it is what it is.
To Mars's point, I mean,
he has 2 in the playoffs. Russ has none. So overall, it's 11 to 7.
And those 2020 games, the turnovers that you said one more time, Mars.
It was 2.9 for Stockton and 3.6 for Russ.
Yeah, because in 89-90, he had. Well, let's see. He had 4 of them. I'm sorry. He went 26-21 with 3
4
turnovers.
in one season? That's amazing.
Yeah. 22 and 20, he had 3 turnovers. 18 and 21, he had 4 turnovers. 8 points, 20 assists, he had 1 turnover. 13 and 20, 5 turnovers. That was bad. 15 and 23.
Put your notes away. Put your notes away, Jill. Don't worry. I got you.
Hello,
I am sick.
I had to break up.
Hey, Mars, how you doing? How you doing? Real talk. As you know, I love
Pirate might be
everyone
the
up on
only
the
person
panel.
who likes John Stockton more than Chill. He really might be.
Yes.
Hey, real talk about it. Y'all in for it today.
If you notice, everybody who lived through these seasons and saw the boring ass duo of John Stockton and Karl Malone come through night after night and whoop everyone's ass, no matter how athletic they were, we all appreciate the greatness. Because you're there. The people who don't appreciate John Stockton are the people who put on a couple of games, and the game does not pop off the screen. All right, but I'll tell you, just attaching longevity to Stockton and Malone is absolutely ridiculous. Stockton he would still be the assist and the steal leader if he had retired after year 12. All right, if you want to talk peaks, John Stockton for 3 years. 18 points a game, close to 15 assists a game, while being all defense, while being a point guard shooting 56% effective field goal percentage. All right, that's a peak. You tell me another point guard who peaked, who gave me 3 years, Russ 3 years, 18 points, 15 assists, along with 2.5, 3 turnovers.
No one's done the 15 assists, let alone everything else you said. I was under 15 assists.
What's that?
No one's averaged 15 assists before. He averaged
exactly. Thank you, Mars. Nobody's averaged 15 assists. So imagine even if some guy did come up and average 15 assists, tack on a super efficient 18 points a game while being an all defensive player. All right, all league defender. All right, John Stockton made 5 all defensive teams. How many guards have done that? I'll tell you, less players that are in the Hall of Fame. All right. It's easier to be in the Hall of Fame than to do just a fraction of what John Stockton did. Not only doing that, he wasn't giving you those averages playing 65, 70 games a year. He was playing every freaking game of every season coming out. Not only doing that, sure, maybe his highlights don't jump off the screen, but this is what I hate. People only they match highlight for highlight. What about lowlights? All right, John Stockton didn't have games where he came out and turned the ball over 8, 9 times. All right, John Stockton didn't have games where he came out and shot 5 for 20. That wasn't a thing. All right, John Stockton was steady, and that's not just consistency. That's great consistency. All right. That's night after night coming out and giving you plus game for decades. And then people talk about their playoff record, which again is attaching team success to a player, which I know people do. And they do it in the most biased way, depending on what player you're talking about. But with Stockton and Malone, most of those failures came either in the beginning of their career or after their career. In the middle of that was a solid decade that most any player in league history would kill for. All right, and then I mean they made the finals twice, beat by the unbeatable Bulls. Imagine if Stockton and Malone had a ring or 2, which they easily could have had. I mean,
Russ and KD could have had a ring.
Right.
They could too, but that's why I personally I never. Either way, I just don't attach team success to evaluating players because I think it's silly.
I agree.
I think it's silly to bring up in any context. But if people are going to bring it up, then you got to look at the context. So I mean, the Stockton haters. Real talk, I love you, but you seem to be the biggest one. You tell me, what do you think of a player comes out, gives you 18 points a game, 15 assists, doesn't turn the ball over, all defensive player, plays every game.
Yeah, he's a really good player. That still doesn't mean he hit the heights of these other players we're talking about. He's still not as good of a player as 2020 AD, 2020 Bron. He's still not as good as Kevin Durant. He's still not as good as Russell Westbrook. He's still not as good as Steph Curry. He's still not as good as these other players.
Bro, first off, you're naming great players, which, like, I personally, I'm kind of with Mars, where like the more seasons that go by, the more I'm into like their tiers, and it's like, you know, just to say this guy's better than that guy. I think a lot of these guys are just on the same tier. They're in the same ballpark. They're in the same neighborhood.
Is John of the names I just named?
All right, damn it.
Yeah, I'll absolutely take John Stockton's peak over AD.
Yeah, I can't.
Okay, you don't. You know why you're saying that? Because like in your life, you have not seen a point guard that gives you close to 20 points in 15.
Chris Paul. He's Diet Chris Paul. I get it.
Is
he better than Chris Paul? He's not better than Chris Paul.
Chris Paul is a knockoff Stockton
than Chris Paul. He's not better shooter than Chris Paul.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. I can't handle this. I'm gonna lose.
It's ridiculous.
Better than John Stockton.
Chill. Why? Okay. Well, can everyone acknowledge the pattern that apparently, like, people who actually live through these seasons and experienced, yes, they're boring, but goddamn, they're great. It seems everyone I talk to is like,
I don't diminish John Stockton because I find him boring. I just want to make sure that's abundantly clear.
Are you sure it's not a part?
I just don't view the impact to the same degree you guys do, and you know my thoughts on the box score. So, like, I understand what he did, like steals wise, assist wise, ridiculous. But
65%. Okay, well then, if you're going to talk impacts, it was 65%. The Jazz were winning. The Jazz won 2 out of 3 games that they played. like forever, for my whole fucking life.
We went through the winning percentages. They won a lot for a long time,
Yeah.
and they went in the playoffs. It was up and down. Also for the all defensive guard.
But Morris, can you acknowledge most of the downs were on the fringe? Most of the downs were at the beginning of their career and at the end of their career.
Chill brought that up. Yeah, in their prime they had they still had some bad first round losses, like in 89, 90.
89 they lost to the Warriors, and 90 they lost to Phoenix.
Sure.
And then 93 they lost in the first round.
I can't defend that, and I won't defend
like so they had some low moments, but they also had conference finals runs. They had the finals runs in 97 and 98. I'm very strong.
Which were a couple of unlucky years to have a finals run, you know.
I mean, yeah, when you're running up against the Bulls, but I'm also
the
very
Bulls ruined a lot of legacies.
That the Jazz best years coincided with John Stockton being less involved in the offense. John Stockton became less ball dominant. The offense ran more through Karl Malone, and their success increased. So
I agree.
When I say
that's what he was old, it's like blaming guys for what happens late in their career.
But it's the thing. Karl Malone was also old in these years as well, by the way. But like, we can't conflate. We'd be like, they had this success in this decade, which I agree with. But then when I point out that John Stockton wasn't as pivotal to the success they had as he was in his peak when they weren't as successful, I feel like that's relevant to bring up when it comes to John Stockton's impact.
But
I don't think his game, especially at the peak of his powers, was as impactful, especially as like an Anthony Davis.
I just at the peak of his powers, the team wasn't as good. At the peak of his powers, the team wasn't as good, and that's why I think what's completely. I feel like John Stockton's peak, especially by the younger generation, is just completely overlooked and that's why I really try to point to a 3-4 year period where he gave us insane play that honestly has not been duplicated by any player.
Ron, we can end this with Bill
Pirate from 2016. You're telling me because I'm really just processing what you said. You just told me peak John Stockton is better than peak Anthony Davis. From 2016 to 2020, Anthony Davis was was the best play finishing big in the league.
John Stockton
he also could run every pick and roll coverage defensively. He was one of the top 3, or if not the best defender in the league. He could switch out on the perimeter. He also had a solid mid-range game, and he was one of the best playoff translators in the league as well.
John Stockton.
Well, yeah, neither of them are bums. They're both great players. But John Stockton for 3 years. John Stockton for 3 years was just about the most prototypical point guard that has existed in league history. What more do you want out of a point guard?
He definitely fits the bill of traditional point guard just as good as anyone.
But every box, all defense,
during that
efficient scoring, above average scoring,
during that peak time that you talked about, and I think Stockton's peak. I think his peak years were from 88 to 91. I think that's peak John Stockton. I think those 3 years. And I think at that point, I think he's the best lead guard defender in the game.
Yes.
Gary Payton doesn't show up until 1990.
To go along with everything offensively.
And he doesn't become that. I don't think Gary Payton becomes that until we get to like 94, 95. So John Stockton during that time is still, if not, or one of the best league guard defenders in the game, period. But Ron, I'm going to say this because I got to bounce too. But Ron, I'm going to say this. Bill Simmons said it best. John Stockton is missionary sex, but it's the best missionary sex you ever had. Best ever. That's what he is.
And he was vanilla. He was boring to watch. But another thing, anyone who thinks
you want to look in her face. You try to look deep in her eye.
That ain't all, Ox.
Yes, sir.
Anyone who thinks that Stockton was a product of the system, Stockton was the system. For the first 2 years when Stockton was on the bench, when he wasn't a starter, he was still leading the league in assist rate. He wasn't playing as many minutes.
The dude in the chat talking about Stockton was farming assists off of set plays.
Yeah.
Imagine that doing your job. Imagine doing your job.
It's so silly. It's like that's the job. It's almost like saying, well, what did Peyton Manning do? All Peyton Manning did was stand back there and toss the ball to open guys.
The only reason why you were getting buckets, Ox, is because we was running plays for you. What the
Hey, chat. To all my football knowers, John Stockton is Jason Witten. That's who John Stockton is.
Oh my God.
Jason Witten. A really good player, put up stats for a real long time. But when you start talking about the absolute best tight ends in the game, Jason Witten's name is not getting brought up. He's not better than Tony Gonzalez. He's not as good as Shannon Sharp. He's not as good as Antonio Gates.
Just that.
He's not as good as these players. He's not as good. Jason Witten.
It's that, I can't say I won't enjoy it a bit. 20 years from now, when some other kid is telling you how Luka and Jokic weren't that great, they weren't that athletic, it was boring, those numbers were bullshit, and you're trying to explain to them.
If point guards come along that's better than them, I'm gonna have to be on their side. Like shit, yeah, these guys.
Well, yeah,
really good,
I don't have Stockton as the GOAT point guard, but I mean. I do feel like he is the most disrespected great point guard. Easily.
When it comes to all defensive teams for guards, because you asked who has as many as him.
Yeah.
Jerry West has as many as him. He has 5, but the context of that award didn't exist for most of his career is relevant. Plus, he has more first teams. He has 4 first teams. John Stockton has none. So I'm willing to just say Jerry West would be above him. Sidney Moncrief.
I have Jerry West above.
I'm just saying
Yeah.
these are the ranking for.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Sidney Moncrief has 5 as well, but he has 4 first teams. So that's
Sidney Moncrief is
hell of a defender. Also underrated player.
Yeah.
Joe Dumas has 4 first teams. So another one. Mo Cheeks has 5 first teams. So that's another one. Don Chaney has 5 all second teams, like John Stockton. Jerry Sloan has 6 first team, 2 second teams. Alvin Robertson has 6 2 first teams, 4 second teams. Drew Holiday has 6 3 and 3. Don Boos has 6, but 2 are in the ABA. So do with that what you will. Mookie Blaylock has 6 2 first teams, 4 second teams. Tony Allen has 6 3 and 3. Walt Frazier has 7 all first teams. Norm Van Leer has 8 3 first teams, 5 second teams. Michael Cooper has 8 5 first teams, 3 second teams. Bruce Bowen has 8 5 first teams, 3 second teams. Gary Payton has 9 all first teams. Chris Paul has 9 7 first teams, 2 second teams. Jason Kidd has 9 4 first teams, 5 second teams. Michael Jordan has 9 all first teams. Dennis Johnson has 9.
You just listed like all the greatest guard defenders that have
ever. Dennis Johnson has 9 6 first team, 3 second teams. Kobe Bryant has 12 9 first team, 3 second teams.
Yeah.
So that's his group. All of the guys I named who have more.
Yeah.
But that's his group. And then like there are guys below him, like Doug Christie has 4. But like
but I mean the names you just gave, the names you just gave were like, I mean, those are the greatest defenders that ever lived.
I agree, but of those point guards, I think Chris Paul was better than him. I think Jason Kidd was better than him, and I think
Jason Kidd, John Stockton
was better than him. So,
Jason Kidd considers John Stockton the greatest point guard that's ever lived.
I disagree with
which I mean, it's an opinion, but it is fun to note that. People who rank Jason Kidd ahead of Stockton, like Jason Kidd doesn't even rank Jason Kidd ahead of Stockton.
Shout out to him.
It's just
I disagree with him on his own self,
which is fine. And again, I think it's understandable, and I think this it happens to athletes like John Stockton who aren't the flashiest. As time goes by, they don't pop off the screen as much, and so I just feel like it's. He receives hate that you would not feel if you actually lived through years. Because, like I'm saying, through those seasons, we all knew it's boring. It's boring. They keep doing the same thing. Why can't we stop this thing? And after like 5, 6, 7 years go by, you realize, maybe it's not that easy. Maybe it's not that easy to stop.
I actually pushed back against Lowe and Mars at a time because I did this past summer I was watching Stockton games on playback in like the early 90s, and I think Lowe would gas the fact that he's not doing any playmaking. He's just no. Stockton was getting in the lane religiously. Stockton was a good player.
We all know that.
I'm not even saying like Stockton wasn't good, but I'm sorry. I've watched Stockton and I've watched these other players, and I feel like they're better than him.
No, and that's fine. That's totally fair. And I honestly think all this stuff is subjective. If you tell me you think Jason Richardson's the GOAT, I mean, like, whatever. There's no objective way of measuring it. It's silly, but I mean, your opinion is your opinion. That's fine. That's what I'm. You could say you like other guys better. You could say you think other guys are better, but just to people who flat out deny the greatness of Stockton and Malone, I think personally, greatness rubs me the wrong way.
Wait. Greatness, I agree with. We started off by saying better, and so when I do better, Stockton is not better in my opinion.
Where did you have Stockton in your top 10 point guards?
Point guards, 9th.
He did have him 9th.
Yeah.
Hey, see, Pirate.
I had him above him. I had him.
There's no need to even debate with this guy. Point guard's better than Stockton. Come on, real.
He had Russell. He had Russ above him. He had Nash,
we can get with that.
Chris Paul, Oscar Robertson, Jerry West, Magic Johnson, and Steph.
Yeah,
I'm comfortable with those.
And again, I kind of, I think it's hard to mix. I think we could probably all agree there's that top tier where we'll put like Magic, maybe Steph, Magic, Jerry West, that A++. I think Stockton's in that. Stockton's in that next tier. He's in that tier of point guards where I think he doesn't have a realistic case to be made for being the greatest point guard of all time, but I mean, to me, he's right under.
All right, let me ask you something. If we're talking about better, has John Stockton ever been as good as SGA from 24 to 26 right now?
Well, now see, I don't even. Again, I think SGA is right. He's on a fucking tear. I mean, I think what he's doing right now is legitimately putting him up with the best of the best. I mean, his last few seasons, I don't think you can get much better. So, but at the same time, I have to recognize that the difference in the league between now and the late 80s and 90s, as far as just league-wide efficiency, I don't think SGA would be scoring fucking 31, 32 points in fucking 1988,
if you would have said like 98,
I ain't gonna lie, 88, 88, he might be averaging 35. I don't know.
Were they running up and down?
Well, no, but it wasn't the same, man. I mean, SGA gets a lot of his points, like around the rim and stuff. It's totally different, man. Like the game evolves so much as decades pass. It's hard to like really compare.
I do think
there's no time machine. You can just plop a guy in the past.
It's not Pirate, but I do think just the more and more I watch SGA, even last night.
Yeah,
I watched the game, and then I went back and watched.
Orlando choose not to send help, so that's their problem.
Yeah,
but that even further, just now you really get to see how he just fries one-on-one defenders, and he like the way Shea's able to get to his spots, and it looks like he's not even trying. Bro. I'm literally, so I watched the game, and then I went back and watched the highlights, like all the scoring possessions, and I'm going back, and it's certain plays where I just keep rewinding it back, and I'm like, how does he get to this point with Jalen Suggs and Desmond Bane on him? Those are plus defenders. Jalen Suggs is one of the better defenders. He's going around Jalen Suggs, and it looks like he's walking around him. He looks like my grandma going around somebody. Like that. That's how slow it looks like he's moving. But he's easily blowing by these guys and getting to his spots, slapping glass, finishing at the rim. The way he's able to get to his spots and finish, I think SGA's game is timeless. I think he could play.
So directly answer your question, real talk. I mean, I could easily rank SGA higher, and I wouldn't be mad at anyone who did. But I feel like that's no slight to Stockton. That's just because SGA
Yeah,
is.
I don't feel like I'm not
killing it,
trying
you
to
know?
slight Stockton in the least. I just feel like I've seen better players than Stockton. I'm just
Well, I've
saying.
seen better players than him too. And yeah, it's fine. You got him in the top 10. I'd say 9's a little disrespectful, but that's fine. I guess I'm really speaking to people out there who you hear kids like say Stockton's a bum, Stockton's a bum, and I think that perspective is just absolutely ridiculous. While I'm up here, I'll just remind you for the 957th time that everything we talk about this season is completely chatter. OKC is going to easily cakewalk to their second win. This season has been written in the books.
And Pirate, you do know. Pirate, you do know with that, SGA conversations do change significantly.
Yeah.
Well, with another ring. Well, I know for the masses, as I said before, I personally it won't change at all for me. I don't equate team success with players.
Here's what I'm saying.
Fighting a good fight. We still fighting a good fight. We still fighting, baby.
Fellas, I do want you guys to know we at least have 30 more minutes up here. Pirate, you are welcome to stay. We have a ton.
Okay, yeah. I didn't mean to bum rush the show. I just, you got me a little heated there.
Hey, Mars and Real Talk said they had time, so hey, if y'all got time,
I can hang around.
Let's rock. Also, shout out to Russell Westbrook because it is because of you that we had that illustrious and great conversation. You see, Russell Westbrook assisting us on and off the court. And I do want to say one more thing regarding Russ, because as you guys know, I'm one of Russ's biggest supporters and fans. We did start with the Russ segment. It obviously spiraled into a bunch of different things, which was good conversations. I do want to say at the conclusion of this conversation, I have Russell Westbrook now third on my list. Probably not surprising, but due to longevity, which obviously he's given us, we see what he's doing this season. Due to greatness, which I think personally that Russ has peaked the highest of any point guard. I think if you take Russ's top 3 seasons, I think he has the highest peak of any point guard. Well, Steph Curry's in there. Steph Curry's in there.
Magic and Steph exist.
Magic and Steph exist. I just think Russ at his best.
You think Russ's peak was higher?
You know what? When I said that, I damn near forgot about that undisputed MVP season. I'll say he has. It can rival it. It can rival it. It can rival it. Morris, you know how you said when you see Steph play against somebody, you can't leave thinking that this guy just clears Steph. Or this guy just clears Russ. Russ has a season where it's like
2017 is amazing.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's an amazing season.
Absolutely.
Russ is just
especially
like
when
that.
you consider like the offensive talent that he's working with that season, and that's an amazing season, and it's not to be slept on at all.
But no disrespect, I'm not.
Yeah, it's not 2016 Steph.
Yeah, I'm not.
What about if I was to say to take his top 3 seasons? So from
Jerry West too. Jerry West.
Yeah, Jerry West.
I'm not really putting Russ in the top 3 peaks, but I can understand a Russ guy doing that. I can't get it.
Yeah,
I feel like
can get to top 5 though, Ron. But
I'm a stand on it. I got him as my 3rd best point guard, and I think he has the highest, the best point guard season ever.
Oh my God, give me Darren
But
Collins.
see, Ron, is that just because you yourself brick so much you don't discount when other guys brick?
And also too, like with Steph Curry with that season, with a lot of that undisputed MVP season, a lot of that went into winning, which I understand what he was doing led to winning. But then we also have to look at who was on that team too: Splash Brothers, Draymond, Andre Iguodala. Like that team was ridiculous. But shout out to Steph though. I'm not discounting his season. I'm more so just propping up Russell Westbrook's 2017 season. I think that was the greatest point guard season of all time. Pushback, I understand. However, I don't care. Shout out to Russell Westbrook. All right, though, y'all. We have a ton of super chats. Let's go ahead and get into them. Cheese, who is the membership MVP, just sent through a super chat and said Stockton at his peak wouldn't be a top 5 point guard right now. Stockton is just TJ McConnell with opportunity. Thoughts?
So you think TJ McConnell average 18 and 15 and be all defensive. And I mean, okay. This is what I'm talking about.
Shout out to
that
TJ.
sounds silly to me.
Finally,
sorry.
TJ getting some love around here.
All right, Nightmare Comics 1 sent through a super chat. Obviously, by his name, Nightmare Comics, you could probably guess that he likes comics and, you know, superheroes and stuff. Nightmare Comics said Batman works with multiple aliens, a space cop, a man fused with alien technology, and Amazon, a speedster, ... And they call him the most dangerous person on the team. But go ahead and tell me he's not a superhero.
Yeah, it's easy for me. If you're running around at night in your underwear, like and beating up on supervillains, you're a superhero. Like,
Nah.
I run around at night in underwear beating up on stuff.
well, you're a superhero, right?
Thanks. I've been called a superhero
Next
before
super
at
chat.
night. I have been
Next
called a
super
superhero. Shout out to Batman, man.
Nobody want to hear about what you doing in your drawers.
Hey, and also too, like, chill with Bill Simmons talk about the most boring missionary. Hey, y'all sleep on missionary. Hey, missionary where it's at for real.
Ain't nobody who's sleeping on.
I'm saying missionary gets called, you know, a boring position and all of that. Hey,
you got to make it fun.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah.
I don't think you gotta make it fun. I think it is, but
I don't think there is a boring position. Like,
hey,
Yeah.
with that being said,
I made it different. Missionaries, one leg up, one hold the leg over to the. Look.
Hey, and with that one position that you guys hype up, you gotta kind of have like some traits and some characteristics to really, you know, like with that one position. Otherwise, that position is terrible. But all right. The next super chat that I have is from TJ13-31JT. Shout out to TJ13 backwards. TJ13 said, Dub PC and GOAT host. Stats didn't appear by mistake. Had he not wasted his career Santa gift sacking that bum franchise and got a ring, he's an undisputed top 3 point guard. All I know is that statue better be on the roof. We're talking about OKC and Russell Westbrook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he getting that statue for sure.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a smaller statue than Shay's, but he'll get one.
I'm just not the biggest PRA guy, so like this hasn't really changed my tune on Russ, but he is still amazing regardless.
Shout out to him. Taserman17 said Jalen Suggs is not a championship level point guard to me. Dude reminds me of Marcus Smart, both good and bad. I don't even think he's a top 10 guard in the East. The Magic GM drastically overpaid dude. Dub. With the
I disagree. Well, I don't know about point guard, but I think Jalen Suggs is a championship level player.
Yeah, I like Jalen Suggs. I didn't know Jalen Suggs.
I love Jalen Suggs.
Yeah,
I love Jalen Suggs. And he's committed to the Baldy. Like he Derek White of Orlando. He that Derek White. Steven Adams type shit. He that Derek White.
I never get the whole championship level player thing because like Jaja Pachulia and BJ Armstrong were championship level players. You know, I mean, it's a team sport.
Yeah,
like a lot of people could be a
lot of people can win a championship in the right situation.
In the right circumstance,
in the right situation.
Reginald Deborah sent through a super chat and said, special shout out to Damian for giving facts about LeGoat being a positive, being on the floor with the Showtime Lakers. Real Cap and Lars, Elmars, we kind of knew what Lars meant, but Elmars do better research. Shout out to Pendrick Lamar.
You're a Pendrick fan? That's all I need to know about you. But thank
Real
you.
Cap and Lars, do you guys have anything to say about anything about doing better research?
To be fair, the concerns are still there in my opinion. But in 2026, like I said, the numbers that Damian gave were compelling.
Shout out to Bron for not having he has a massive ego, but not letting it control him on the basketball court and actually just being like, hey, I'll be the third best player out here. That's what's up. Appreciate you. A lot of people can't do that.
Same OG sent through a $9.99 super chat and said it'd be much easier for Franz to come back and fit in to how P5 and the team is playing than it is for P5 to fit in with Franz. Can't wait until they have full strength.
I ain't been hearing all that old better team without Paolo stuff.
Yeah, because the on-off stuff actually says they're better with Paolo this year. By 0.3. Point. He's got a 0.3 on-off. So shout out to him.
0.3? Okay.
Yeah, it says they're mids with him and they're mids without him on the season. So shout out to them.
Anime is cool 97. I didn't know we had so many people that like comics, anime, and superheroes and stuff like that actually watch the show live and and we're members and stuff. But shout out to Anime is cool and everybody else that likes anime and likes superheroes and likes comic books and all that good stuff. Anime said, let's keep it real. Batman is an asshole. Instead of using his billions to invest in the community, he buys all these gadgets to fulfill his ego while letting the city be a cesspool.
There wouldn't be any community if he wasn't out there whooping the Joker.
I don't think there's any saving Gotham from what I know.
Mars, some people can't accept that some communities ain't worth investing in. You know what I mean? Like some people just don't want. Some people don't want no help.
Shit, he better than me. I had all that money, I would have been left. So
that's what I'm saying. I just moved. The hell with Gotham. Let them do each other.
Well, to everybody that's in this Players Choice community, I want you guys to continue to invest in this community because this is a safe space for everybody. Make sure you subscribe, become a member, continue to send through super chats, and follow us across all platforms. We gonna keep going. You guys keep going too. What's good, Ox?
If I was Batman, I'd move. I'd move to
Metropolis.
Where is it that Wonder Woman? No, the damn Metropolis. Where is it that Wonder Woman at with all them badass Amazon?
The Amazon. Yeah, is it the Amazon?
Nah, they don't live it like that. What's it like, the rainforest? No.
No, like I mean, they're called the Amazon, so I would think that it's called the Amazon. I don't know.
Yeah, but no, they're not in there.
It might be the Amazon rainforest. Oh, hey, wherever it is.
Hey, well, look, if that's where they at, that's where I'll move. I'll be like, you know what? I'm finna go over there and kick it with them. Get up.
I think the term Amazon actually goes back to Greece. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, who? All right.
Read what Crow Legend said in the chat. Read what Crow Legend said. Don't put that on me. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, don't. Yeah. Chill out. Chill on me.
Okay.
Yeah, chill on me.
Spider-Man being Brownsville, he just passed through right quick. He just be in and out, But all right, y'all. The next super chat that I got is from Roy Mustang. Roy said, "This one of those times I can think Chill is arguing something that he doesn't even believe. Now we got to spend another episode on it."
What time was that one sent?
Yeah, I wonder what that was.
I think this is the KD.
Well, yeah, was this the KD segment as well?
Yeah.
I turned that video off. That's one of the few times when I haven't been on an episode, I'll watch like the segment, see what happened. I turned that. I wasn't listening to that. That was ridiculous.
Well, somebody sent the chat through earlier and said that they think when he was going through him, he just forgot to put KD in, and he was just like, "Fuck it," just you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's what Chill does. Chill will do something, and then he'll die on a hill that he didn't need to stand on in the first place. Like Delsky gave him the ability to come down the hill. He's like, "No KD," and instead of being like, "Oh my bad, I forgot KD," he was like, "KD over who? Sway Barnes?" Like,
I mean, that's peak. That's peak content creation. Like,
that's why I had to turn the video off. I was
not doing it for content creation.
I'm not mad at it.
Chill got 1 million lives, and he don't mind spending it dying on one of them hills.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Chill, man. Bandit Huncho, speaking of a guy that dies on hills, and speaking of a guy that drives Chill off of a cliff, Bandit Huncho said, "We know Chill don't watch the games. He didn't even know Marcus Smart was starting, so not even watching big market teams."
To be fair, I don't pay attention to starting games often. To be fair. So,
yeah, man, you know how many, bro? We trying to watch 30 different teams. Again, keyword trying. Because I don't.
No, I'm only trying to watch about 21 right now. There's some teams. They done for the season. They done for the season.
Like last night's games, the only ones I watched were Minnesota Suns, great game by the way.
Hell no. That's
Orlando, OKC.
Thunder.
Yep, and then some of Miami and Charlotte.
Shout out LaMelo.
Yeah,
it is okay to have like hobbies and a life.
Correct.
Y'all do know yesterday was St. Patrick's Day, right? Y'all wasn't doing no Irish car bombs?
Hell no.
Nah.
All I know, we gonna talk
Not
about the
strong
tournament.
enough.
We gonna talk about the tournament tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Pirate, you wasn't
NCAA?
doing no Irish car bombs
Yeah.
yesterday?
We could talk about it.
They're not strong enough for me, man. I need
Oh, gotcha.
I need, if it's not straight 151 or higher, then count me out.
Hey, it got to be more. Got to be more than a little stick of dynamite for Pirate. He needs a,
I was drinking car bombs back in junior high.
I want y'all to know in LA, Ron couldn't hang for real. By the way, chat. Just want to let y'all know that Ron can hang for real.
Sure.
Yeah.
BBQ Clutch said Jaylen Brown better than Luka. Even Kendrick Perkins says Luka doesn't deserve to make first team All NBA over Cade, Brown, SGA, Jokic, Wemby. Voters know Luka sucks.
I think if Kendrick Perkins
being a
agrees with you,
voter is kind of my point. I don't care about accolades.
Yeah. Exactly.
Everybody
up here has Luka as a first team All NBA player, correct?
Yeah.
Well, is Joker going to play enough games?
He should have, unless he misses a game from now to the end of the season. But he should.
One game
now with back spasms, but I don't think that's serious. But yeah, Jokic can only miss one more. Wemby can only miss like 3. But they should both make it. I
better go to work.
Yeah, Luka's first team for me.
By the way, you, Mr. Sir, you were pissing me off with that conversation we were having.
Oh, when you was yapping? Yeah.
No, you were yapping, sir.
Thank God we didn't talk about Luka today, because
we'll have that conversation another time.
They play tonight. Oh, you're not even gonna be here tomorrow. I'll push whatever Luka probably needs to push tomorrow.
Arthur Vieira said, easy to assist people when you play basketball. Now do that without playing. Huh?
He's on you guys' side, by the way.
Yeah, what? I get what he's saying. I'm just like, why would you say that? He farming assist off of set plays.
I think the point they're trying to illustrate is he doesn't make things happen himself. But
that's one distinction.
False too.
Yeah, but that's the point they're trying to illustrate. That's one of the point they're trying to illustrate.
I've heard the point that
people have kind of taken what Lowe said and like pushed it to like the 99th degree, and it's like
that's exactly what
you guys
because that's the easy thing to do. That's the lazy thing to do is just listen to somebody and just be like, oh yeah, well it must be right.
Because most of them also haven't watched the games. They just take someone else's word for it that they know watch the games and be like, oh, okay, well, I agree with him now. You watch the game, especially young John Stockton. That man was
early 90s.
Stockton was hooping, yeah. He was actually a really nice transition point guard, man. Shout out to him.
Bro, and then in the comment section trying to say, oh, well, you do that with Draymond. It's not even close to the same thing. Like not at all.
You do that with Draymond.
I do, but what I'm saying is Draymond, it's way different, Mars. You know it's different. Like it's crazy. It's absolutely
Jarrell sent through a super chat and said, this is an all-time episode from Ox, entertainment-wise. I've been dying for the last 10 minutes. Bruh, what you mean 2020 Bron a worse defender than John Stockton?
I mean, people just don't realize that
serious?
Stockton was a very good defender.
What?
Wait, Pyro, are you co-signing that statement? You co-signing that John Stockton was a better defender than 2020 Bron?
Well, I mean, they're different. Point of attack defender?
Oh, defensive impact. Overall defensive impact.
In 2020?
Yeah, 2020 Bron.
Versus Stockton's peak?
Yeah, like prime mid-90s.
Defense is better than Bron in 2020.
Do you view Stockton's peak defense to be 92 to 94? Because those were the years we were talking about. So like early to mid-90s.
No, I'd say a little bit earlier. When he started getting a little older, it started to drop off a little bit. Stockton was more athletic than people give him credit for. You know, Stockton could dunk. I think most people don't realize.
Steve Nash couldn't. Yeah, Steve Nash couldn't. Yeah,
I seen Stockton catch a couple bodies in the Seattle Pro-Am years back, late night.
Yeah, he never dunked in the league. He never dunked in the league.
This nigga do a couple.
He was preserving his energy.
A couple chase down blocks, and y'all act like he one of the best defenders
y'all
ever seen.
Minimize Bron's defense to chase down blocks in 2020.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I personally, Mars, I think, I mean, you value a high level point of attack defender.
I do value
right?
Yeah.
I feel like in general, if you can fill a specific role like that, I value that a bit more than, you know, I'm athletic, I'm off ball help during the
I value that more than the nigga that made Shane Battier guard everybody.
Wait, do you think John Stockton's a better defender than Miami, bro?
I'd say John Stockton is a better defender. Miami, so. I think John Stockton is a better defender than LeBron James.
I honestly have a tough time when you start comparing, point guard defense to like big man defense. I find it hard, you know, like who's a better defender, Gary Payton or Anthony Davis? Like those are tough things to judge, because I would say that inherently the bigger guys, like even LeBron, he's not a true big, but he is he's bigger than Stockton. I feel like those guys, their defense does have a bigger impact on the game, right? But it's relative, because you have to compare their impact against all the other bigs who are also having a bigger impact on the game. So if
why you hate Bron?
You see what I'm saying? So like you can be a big.
I just don't hype Bron like everybody else.
Why you hate Bron? Can we get
I'm sorry. I just tell the truth. I'm sorry.
You're right.
I agree with what you were saying, Pirate, because if you're like a mid-tier defensive big, but just off inherent value, you're still providing more value than like an elite guard. But like your skill set is still more replaceable because of the amount of talent that can do your job better in the league. One guy is still technically more valuable because their skill set is less.
Then why didn't you have that thought process?
I said I understand it, not that I agree.
In y'all's top 10. I hate that now every top 10 defender list is just 10 bigs. It's like, I know why. It's
that's what I'm saying.
I said I understand it. Not that I still think the bigs are just still providing more value. Like I still think David Robinson, even if he's in an era where Hakeem's a better defender than him, is still providing more value on defense than Gary Payton, despite the fact that Gary Payton's the best guard.
Scottie Pippen is a top 10 defensive player.
I'm fine. Scottie Pippen was the only wing I considered. That's how good I think Scottie Pippen is. I think
Kawhi Leonard at his peak is definitely in that realm. In my opinion.
But I would have Scottie. I think if I was going to replace anyone for Scottie Pippen, it would have been Dennis Rodman. That's kind of
I look at it like let's do a cross sport comparison. Like if you the game of hockey, who defends the goal the most? Well, the goalie, right? Obviously, like
understand hockey.
Well, I mean,
we don't
I think you can visualize it. So, like, obviously, the goalie is the most responsible for defending the goal, right? So, like, the top, you could say the top 30 defenders in the league are all of the goalies. Because that's
exactly.
But like, is the 30th best goalie really a better defender than, like, you know, the best defensive forward? It's hard to compare. So I think there's absolute value and relative value, and I tend to value relative value more.
I don't just assume that. To me, it's not just the bigs, the rim protecting bigs are the best defenders. I don't look at it that way at all. I think there's plenty of wing defenders that are just as impactful on defense, point guard, point of attack defenders or whatever, like that are just as important. You know what I mean? It's like it's not just about when somebody gets to the rim. It's just as important to not allow that person just to walk to the rim. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's just as important as applying ball pressure. All that stuff to me is just as important and just as impactful.
Y'all know me. I think perimeter defense is more important than rim defense.
You think it's more important?
I
value a whole lot more. Like in my top 10 defenders, which I haven't created the list, but I'm almost positive half of them would be perimeter defenders.
But that's kind of, I think you're saying that like based relatively. You're saying these these wing defenders are better relative to the rest of the league, what the rest of the guys are doing, compared to what a center is doing.
Even like today, I would like Wemby would be number one, and then it would be a bunch of perimeter defenders. You're a men's, you're like those guys that guard multiple positions and have the versatility.
Hey,
all right, then let's say it's Sword. Then let's say it's Sword.
There you go. There
All
you
right,
go.
a Sword, and then you know, guys like that. Like, how many centers are actually top 10 today?
I mean, yeah, you think Rudy's defense is high.
But we could even say,
that's the thing. Over the last 10 years,
I'd have Rudy in there. I'd have Chet in there. I'd have Mobley in there.
Chet, I'll give Chet that. Mobley too. And then after that,
I like big wing defenders.
I think Azar's
centers.
a top 10 defender in the league. I think Azar's a top 10 defender.
Like three, like so small forwards and power forwards, like especially power forwards that can move their feet and switch on to twos and threes.
Kevin Garnett,
that type of prototype, those type of guys to me are the most valuable defenders. I think those guys between 6'5" and 6'9", you know what I'm saying, 6'10", those dudes that are long, athletic.
Is this
you know
OG
what I'm saying? Well, if OG falls in that category, but yeah, those are the type of defenders I've always liked. I like those type of guys. OG, Scotty, you know what I'm saying? Kawhi. Those
you said Scotty Barr? I'm like Scotty.
Yeah, two Scotties, both Scotties, both. Or Scotty twice. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, either way. You know what I'm saying?
I thought you were saying Scotty.
You know, like
I think
KGs,
they're
those
the
type
most
of guys.
skilled defenders. That's what I think. They're the most.
Draymond Green, yes.
I think impact is just different to skill. And I also think, to Ron's point about the guards and stuff, I do think they have the most difficult defensive job. I think it's more difficult to chase guys through a bunch of pick and rolls,
especially over the last 10 years or so.
Yeah, especially nowadays.
It's become more and more important.
Yeah, so like I think their job is more difficult, but I don't think more difficult always leads to more impact. And I do think they are different conversations, but I do understand when someone's like, this guy's a better defender. It's like, yeah, this guy has every single defensive tool, can chase the best matchup every single night. Yeah, they're probably more skilled defensively, but unfortunately, there is just this big 7'28" behemoth who could just stand at the rim and stop everyone from scoring when he's down there, despite the fact he's not really doing much. Like
how much more impactful can you get than a 6'9" dude that can drop down and bang with the bigs, you know, switch on to your twos and threes, you know, chase guys around screens.
I had KG number 3 for a reason. I
just don't think it gets more impactful than that. You know what
I mean? I think that's a big point.
I don't think you can get more than KG. Is ridiculous.
I think people like a big thing over the last 10 years or so has become switchability in defense, right? That's like almost a damn near a category that you judge on itself. And I don't think it's fair to some of the past players. I've seen some conversation. I remember one conversation comparing like Draymond to Dennis Rodman. And it's like these modern players, they get switchability counted as a positive for them, right? Like Draymond's switchable. But you're telling me like Dennis Rodman wouldn't be switchable?
No, Dennis Rodman was switchable back then.
Dennis Rodman would be like the most switchable player that you could imagine. You know, it's just
Pistons Dennis Rodman, you can put him on anybody.
Yeah, Dennis Rodman was guarding Magic Johnson, but then can guard the best wings in the league. He was guarding Magic Johnson, then guarding Larry Bird. Like, I did a hell of a job on both of them, by the way. Like,
MJ.
But the rules weren't as conducive to just consistent switching throughout the course of the game.
That's facts, yeah.
I've been wanting to give a shout out to though, like even the guards, like the man. I watch Avery Bradley. I'm sorry, I didn't see Avery Bradley giving niggas hate. Even this year. The hell, Case and Wallace, I see, bro. Case and B, bro, they barely can dribble the balls half the damn time.
I'm gonna always be here to push that Tony Allen propaganda, man. That's one of the best guard defenders I ever seen in my life.
Yeah, Tony Allen.
Tony Allen had no weaknesses on defense, not one. There was not one thing Tony Allen couldn't do. If he guarding you, your life is going to be difficult. Tony Allen was amazing.
Tony Allen, Avery Bradley, Drew Holiday. But them dudes like
Avery Bradley picking up full court every time down, like shit. There might be there probably is a stat for it. He was in the tracking era. Most 8-second violations forced. Avery Bradley, you gotta be up there. I don't know. That man was shit.
All right, fellas. We're gonna move through the rest of these super chats quickly. Stop at 333 did send through a $9.99 super chat. He said, Mars and Ox, I know y'all are big Boozer fans, but do y'all think the last game showed how he would struggle in the NBA with more size and athleticism?
No, he's played against size and athleticism all season too.
Yeah, not really. I think guys like Kambuza, when they have bad games, which is very rare, he's probably had like 2. His weaknesses or whatever are going to be harped on more because it's confirmation bias for people who don't think he's going to translate. Kambuza in that game played point guard. Kambuza at the next level is not going to play point guard. Kambuza was still creating a lot of opportunities for his teammates. He had a bad scoring night. He did struggle with their length and shot blocking. I do think Virginia are the number 1 team in the nation when it comes to shot blocking, to be fair. So give credit to them where it's due. But also the first time he played Virginia, he had a good game. So I think some of his flaws are like his vertical lift around the rim. But I don't think it's like, oh, this is proof of how he's going to struggle. There's not many teams in the league right now that are equipped with that level of shot blocking and length on the interior to deal with Kambuza, especially Kambuza that's playing out of position. But yeah, whenever Kambuza has a mid game, it's going to be the indictment. Oh, look, he can't do this because he had a bad game. But every time another one of his contemporaries in the draft class have a bad game, it's just, he had an off night. Kambuza can't have off nights because it proves everyone right about him, apparently. So I don't know.
AJ,
I'm running a poll right now. I'm asking you guys, do you think Kambuza will be a future All-NBA player? Y'all go vote on that. As of right now, we got another super chat from Hunter TV. Hunter said,
Al Horford.
Hunter said, Russ and Jokic 2-man game last year is some of the most fun I had watching basketball.
No one in Jokic's career has been better at getting Jokic the ball than Russell Westbrook.
Yep. Russ is one of the best interior passes I've ever seen.
One of the best entry passes, interior passes. Yeah. Facts. That's why Russ is one of the best, in my opinion, one of the best passes ever. That's where I'm at. One of the best passes ever.
I remember 22, 23 with AD for that time. Y'all remember when like AD was having that run where he had like the 55
MVP AD?
Go look at who was getting in the ball, bro.
Brian Cook said, Mars, look up the Tibetan monk stuff. So you say it, Tibetan?
Tibetan.
Yeah,
look up the Tibetan monk stuff. Batman pulls off. You'll think he got powers too.
Shit. You just said that's what the monks do, right? Are they superheroes? If a Tibetan monk right now go fight
Shaolin monks, damn near.
Some of them monks are.
Those monks be bouncing off a wall.
No, they be doing crazy. I'm with you, but my definition
chopping down trees with their bare hands.
If a human is capable of doing the shit you do, you're not.
It's still super.
You a hero. You doing shit that
Well, then there are no super teams. There are no super teams. There are no super teams. They're all just gathering of men.
Man, hell no. There ain't no humans who can do what Bron can do. Hell no. I ain't seen one. Other than John Stockton play defense like him, apparently. But yeah, other than that, ain't many humans.
Not like him. Better than him.
Yeah, my fault. Better than him. Yeah, my fault.
Relatively to his position and era.
Just relative to basketball.
Roy Mustang with another super chat said, I saw this on Twitter and I don't know how accurate it is because I suck at looking up stats, but KD had a 0.5 net rating since January 19th. Steven Adams injury.
I can check that I can check that real quick for you. Bear with me.
A 0.5? Will you speak? Would you mute now? A 0.5?
Oh, so now you care about net ratings?
Better than Paolo's 0.3.
I do now.
You said. I'm currently looking up NBA.com to refresh, but okay, there we go. Kevin Durant's net rating since January 19th is 0.5. Yep, 0.5 exactly. 15 and 11 in his games, 112 offense, 112 defense, 112.3 offense, 111.8 defense, 0.5 net rating. Yeah, I think that shows Steven Adams' impact. They need Steven Adams. Derek White.
Dub Ball Out Highlights said, what are the other teams that can be a top 8 seed without their best player, or does it just apply to Jaylen Brown and the Celtics?
Jason Tatum.
Bingo.
There you go.
Just fried your dumb ass. Dead quick. Try again.
Bob sent through a super chat and said, "Clown me, but JG's dribble penetration is missed. Sure, Fred VanVleet too, but only Şengün can get in the paint through via twerking from the 3-point line."
I do think the Rockets spacing issues were evident last year, are evident this year. Jalen Green was their only person who could get downhill from the outside with consistency. He wasn't even consistent at it. He was the only one who could do it. Amen on occasion, Jalen Green on occasion. No one else on their roster could even put the ball on the floor to break the 3-point line. Fred could shoot from the outside, but he wasn't breaking the 3-point line. And yeah, I think they missed that this year, but they also don't miss the fact that Jalen Green couldn't score the ball consistently. And they replaced that with Kevin Durant, who can score the ball more consistently than anyone this side of Shea. So,
speaking of Jalen Green, that nigga was so ass yesterday.
He missed a wide open layup. He missed a wide open layup. Nearly turned the game. Nearly turned the game off right after he did that. Turned the game off at the start of the fourth.
My goodness, he was terrible yesterday. I want to give a shout out to Devin Booker though, because I think Devin Booker can have a very similar career arc to James Harden, as far as known as this prolific scorer. Known as this prolific scorer. And then as he ages, I think D Book has gotten so good as a passer, a pick and roll player, a decision maker, that I can dead see him playing point guard in his 30s as he ages and maybe isn't as good of a scorer. He's gotten that good at handling the ball and being a ball handler. So shout out to Devin Booker.
I'd say his physique is more that of a point guard,
Yeah.
Ideally, I would want to have Devin Booker at point guard on my team. And for him to have the skill to play that competently.
Kareem Miles said, "I bet Swiper's bald senses tingled when Mars mentioned Jokic negatively."
To be fair, I didn't even mention Jokic negative. I mentioned the advanced stats negative and used Jokic as the example. It wasn't even a diss of Jokic, more so the people who made those advanced stats, which I need people to realize that if it's not tracking data, advanced stats are also just other people's opinions. So they're people attributing value to certain things. They've decided that this thing is more valuable than that thing. People's opinion.
What you laughing at? Ball sensors?
Hey, real talk. The hairs under his scalp start tickling his scalp. The hairs underneath started tickling his scalp. They start raising up. Them sensors start going crazy.
You think there's hair there? It just hasn't broken through.
Yeah, it's been knocking on the door for a minute. Just can't get that last follicle through.
All right. Hey, the next super chat is from Luke TX35.
Ron Childish.
Luke said, follicles heat. Luke said, Mars, Dort isn't the word. Yo,
what?
Because he got that picture in his head, so he's stuck.
Mars, Dort isn't the worst of the three on offense. He's the worst offensive player in the league. He'll always be NBA champion, Lou Dort, but I can't anymore.
Lou Dort shooting 26% from 3 to 10 feet.
Wow.
He's a bum.
It's a bad offensive player, man. Bad offensive player.
He's not a worse offensive player than Jared Vanderbilt. I don't think that's possible. But
he's not a worse scorer than Killian Hayes. I know that. That man cannot put the ball in the hoop.
Shit. He better than last 20 games of Arabia too.
You hate on Jake Arabia? Respect the hustle.
Jordan was right about that. I ain't gonna let him. That nigga is ass, bro. Oh my goodness.
Torresa sent through a $5 super chat and said, "I was at the Orlando game last night, and as a Thunder fan, Jared McCain might be one of my favorite players now."
He could hoop, man. If only he could finish at the rim. That's the only thing he really missing for as an offensive.
He had a couple good finishes last night.
He goes to that inside hand scoop.
Yeah.
It's just
I think he did that last night with the left.
Yeah, it's a tough finish to make, but he can make it. So he has decent touch, but he relies so much on his touch due to like the athletic limitations that his finishing numbers are just not going to be very good. But if he could get them to like serviceable with the level of shooter he is from everywhere, he can be like a really viable offensive piece, I think.
He had a crazy finish last night. So real talk, I know the one you're talking about. The one I'm talking about is in the first half. He went left and he blew by. It was either Suggs or Bane. He blew by Suggs or Bane, and then he slowed down because the double came. And when he slowed down, the defenders kind of like relaxed, and then he split the double and did like a up and under.
Oh, it did the
fire. I was like, damn.
They said him in the Go ahead, we'll talk.
I saw one of the craziest new gathers in the NBA.
Grayson Allen.
Yeah,
Grayson
did
Allen,
some shit.
I saw that when I watched the game. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Quickly.
Yeah, I saw.
Bro,
that.
That's not the name I would have guessed.
He drove, and it looked like he was finna like he was doing like right left
shit was a
footwork. No, it wasn't though. It looked like he was finna jump off too. The way he gathered on his right foot, but he turned that. He kept his left foot up and turned that into a bro. Ron, I'm gonna say you that shit.
It was like he did. He did like
my
a noise step. He didn't show the ball and he euroed it. It was
that shit was.
It was. I seen that live.
I gotta watch it again.
I thought it was travel too. I was like, "Hey, no way!"
Grayson Cole for real.
Grayson Allen got some of that craft when he coming downhill. Like he got some of that. Like he be giving you the decel and shit. But like when I seen now, I was like,
that was cold, bro.
Yeah,
that was the
when the real stars start adding that to that finishing bag, shit. That rim protection shit.
Yeah. That was a crazy move.
All right, Nims Noseball said, "Thank you guys for showing Russ some love. Favorite player ever. Growing up in OKC and seeing someone play with so much emotion made me love this guy."
I don't think you can teach Russ's motor, man. I don't think that's possible. Like Russ just he got it. Like you can't make someone try as hard as Russ does.
Juke the shooter said, "Mars, how does it feel to be a young man with most of your friends / people you talk to every day being middle-aged men? LOL. Love the show. Dub panel."
I feel like a victim.
The victim is wild.
Yeah, that's crazy. Shout out all the middle-aged men and shout out all the young men that hang out with middle-aged men. The People's 23 said,
I just want to say real quick though, Ron, because a lot of young people should hang out with some older people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying like all the time. I'm saying, get around some older folks every once in a while. You know what I'm saying? Soak up some of that. You know what I mean? Just in general. I'm not talking about just like this.
Pick up some wisdom. Yeah.
Go learn how to change a tire or something. I know you youngsters in the chat. I know these youngsters in the chat ain't never put a car up on the jack and changed the tire before. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to put
air. Just call someone to do it for you, man. Just call someone.
No, don't do that. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of you kids ain't never pumped gas before. You know what I'm saying? So.
Okay, that's kind of crazy, but
I mean, if you live in Oregon, they pump your gas for you.
Yeah, there are certain states that have gas pumpers.
That's not true. You can have them. You can have them, but they don't. You know what I'm saying? It used to be like that. Like there was two states. I know Oregon was one of them where you couldn't. I remember when I first moved up here, I was like, what? I could pump my own gas. Like, no,
they're just giving out jobs for anything. They just giving out jobs to say people have jobs. That's
I mean, if I pull up to the pump, if I pull up to the pump and they like, I'll pump your gas, I'm not getting out and I'm not pumping shit.
Well, they don't do that no more. They don't do that no more. You can't. You pump. You're allowed to pump your own gas now.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're offering to pump my gas, you got it.
It used to be mandatory that someone else had to do it for you.
Yes.
Yeah, like they would not let me pump, but now it's like I can't.
That used to just be the way it was, full service.
Yeah, I prefer to pump my own gas though.
I mean, Ox, for the most part, when I pull up to the pump, it still is mandatory for her to go pump my gas. I'm sure. That's just how things work in certain vehicles.
We've come a long way, man. Back in Chill's day, we used to just have to feed the horse grass, and that's all it was, and then it was ready to go.
Oh wow!
Now we got people pumping your gas. Hey, we come a long way, man.
The People's 23 said, "We clinched our spot in the playoffs. SGA with a mid game, but we pulled it out. And when we put it out, also shouts for Chet for defensive performance. Also, Lou Dort benched. Yes. SGA was mid last night.
Yeah, he was far from mid last. He had a slow first half for his standards.
What do you have in the third? Like 20? Yeah, like
what's the box score say? This is how you can point out the box score.
He had 40. I do know he had 40.
He was a negative 4. Let's see what his box plus minus was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you look on the box score right now, you can see if we got a box score merchant on our hands right now.
So box plus minus. Where we at? Okay. Shea last night, box plus minus 14. That's not bad. 14 is good. It's not bad.
Man, Shea was cooking last night.
I know in the third quarter.
Yeah, 14 box plus minus, a good box plus minus.
14 is great. If a team had a plus 14, that'd be the best net rating in the history of the NBA.
Yeah, his game against Minnesota, he was only a plus 4. That's bad. That's actually one of his worst games of the season. It's in the bottom 10.
Unless that's the game he's talking about.
Shea that day, but it's cool.
Did he clamp himself?
Shout out to the Wolves winning without Ant yesterday. Shout out to the Wolves winning without Ant.
He was clamping him a lot by himself. Yeah.
So what? Real talk. He expended too much energy on defense. You can convert that to offensive energy.
Yeah, y'all be giving y'all be giving Wemby that excuse sometimes. So
I want just to express to y'all how much I hate plus minus. It's like regular, just plus minus on the box score, just regular plus minus. Like SGA, yes, absolutely. SGA has 40 points, 5 rebounds, and four steals last night. Alex Caruso has 2 points.
Whoa! Hey!
Hold on. Just hold on. I got big love for Alex Caruso. I'm just saying.
Light his follicles up.
Alex has 2 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 steals. Right. Alex Caruso's plus minus is plus 19, while SGA's is minus 4. Now I understand how plus minus works. I understand why it was like that, but it's just dumb. Like. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about what because what the other 4 people are doing on the court, it just impacts us so much. It just be so dumb. Like when you go to the games and you look up on that board, and when somebody over here shoots the ball and your plus minus goes up by 3, it's just like I wasn't even involved in that shit. You know what I'm saying? So that shit's just dumb.
You just go on and say Alex Caruso impact go beyond the box score. That's why I have plus minus.
I do understand that. I do understand that.
Respect my goat, please. Thank you. I know. So Shea just played a lot of his minutes with Lou Dort. That's really Shea just played a lot of minutes with Lou Dort.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Elmer Fudd. I got big love for you. You know what I'm saying? But like, this should be pissing me.
Shout out to Elmer Follicle. All right. Court Alchemy. Hey, Mars, thank you for dropping that word. Court Alchemy said, do you guys think any PGs today will pass Russ all time in PGs?
SGA.
No, SGA and Luka.
Cade.
Yeah, we'll see what Cade does. I don't know. We'll see what Cade does. If Darren Peterson ends up being a point guard long term when he comes in the league, we'll see what he does with his career.
Y'all be hyping that.
Shea and Luka would be the ones I'm willing to not guarantee. Well, Shea, I'm willing to guarantee. No, both of them. They're going to be over us for me. I'm fairly sure. Like 90.
Jalen Brunson.
Nah.
No.
I'm just yelling names. I'm just saying names. Right?
Shea and Luka, I'm pretty sure will be above.
I can get with Shea.
Drew Holiday.
I don't know about Luka. It's up in the air with Luka. But Shea, I think Shea is
up in the air.
I think it's up in the air.
Giannis is out for the rest of the season.
Yeah, they shut him down. Good.
For real. Go sit your ass down somewhere.
Yeah.
How many games did he play this year? Like
soft ass Frenchie.
Now you're French, okay.
Hey,
Giannis played 36 games this year. Damn.
Oh man, just one shy of 24-25 Kawhi Leonard.
That's disappointing, man. Giannis had a hell of a year when he was able to play and go, man. That's tough.
Yeah.
And that paperwork on its way by Giannis, man.
I mean, he's going to be a Laker next year.
What's taking y'all so long? The paperwork was supposed to have been in his hands.
Man, we're just trying to give Giannis some grace. He earned it. Giannis earned some.
Nah, right now he in his 06, 07 KG era right now. That's where he at. He in his 06, 07 KG.
Mm.
We'll see if he gets to Boston, but that's
So
where
he finna pull a okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. That's where he's at right now.
He finna be in the purple and gold. I hope y'all ready. I hope y'all ready.
So,
all right, we got another super chat from Bob. Bob said, by the way, Tari Eason shooting 4% from 3 in March, like 30% February. Insane bag loss incoming with his injuries and decision-making issues exemplified this year.
That's
I
not.
haven't seen Tyrese make a
Is
three.
that like one of 25 or 2 of 50?
That's not true. It's
Tari
no way.
Eason in the month of March. Tari Eason is 1 for 25 from 3. These are
No,
his
he's
games.
not, Mars.
He
No,
is.
he's not.
I haven't seen Tari Eason make a 3 in like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Tari Eason, first game of March, 0 for 2. He then made his 1-3 in an overtime loss against the Warriors. He was 1 for 5. Since then, he has gone 0 for 4, 0 for 2, 0 for 2, 0 for 4, 0 for 3, 0 for 3. He has not made a 3 since March 5th. We are on March 18th.
I sure enough hope his mama ain't on Twitter talking that crazy shit. Now
I mean, she's still on Twitter. I don't know if she's been saying anything.
I would damn near put money on it that he finna hit like 4 or 5 today.
Hey, Tari.
Okay, I'll take it. $50. Let's go.
I said damn near. I ain't saying.
But stuff like this is why averages are funny, because he's shooting 38% from 3 on the season. So like 20 years from now, when someone look at Tari Eason box score, hey, the Rockets have spacing. Tari Eason was a 38% shooter. And I don't have to be there like, you weren't there when he could have made a 3 for 3 weeks. You was not there. But like,
hey, Tari,
it'll
keep shooting the ball, Tari. Hey, get him up, Tari. All right.
Average is a hell of a thing.
Well, hey, once again, hey, you are shooting 38% from 3. Keep shooting it.
He's shooting a career high from 3 this year. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Man, this shit makes me
do
hate
what you're supposed to do.
bro.
Shoot the ball, Tari. Dante Nadia said,
It may need to tell him, bro. I'm sorry. It may need to tell him, boy, if you shoot that ball again, I'm gonna beat your ass.
No, it may need to tell him to continue to shoot the ball.
It may need to sit him the fuck down.
Just because, okay, so what about the previous 25 threes when he went 13 for 25? Shoot the ball. If you missing, you missing. Like, it's just, how many games have they played in March? So he's been cold for what, 7 games? He's been cold for 7 games?
In March is 50% from 3.
He shot 25.
So? What happened to shoot it till you break it? Like,
yeah. I was about to say,
it's broken. He broke it.
He broke the fuck out of it, Ron.
Keep shooting. Houston needs you to shoot threes.
He need to go to Walmart and trade that motherfucker in. You know what I'm saying? He need to go buy a new one. They selling them 2 for $1. He need to go buy one. You know what I'm saying? Because the one he got right now is malfunctioning.
Keep shooting that shit.
Damn that. Shoot that
Dante,
shit, kick your ass.
Dante Nadia said Batman is a peak human. That means he can replicate every world record in the Olympics. He is a top 3 smartest human in DC and knows every martial arts.
Is that true?
Sound like a superhero to me.
No, but I'm asking, is that, I don't know the law. Is that true? He can run as fast as Usain Bolt?
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with this super intelligence.
He basically was Wilt Chamberlain.
No, that's not.
That's
true.
what it sounds like. I'm gonna be honest. That's what it
Mars.
sounds like. They saying he will.
Mars, that's not true. We've seen the movies. He ain't. And Bane was beating his ass.
That's what
Bane
was.
That wasn't no regular. That's a super villain.
Yeah, hey, Bane was Bill Russell.
The
he
Joker ain't no super villain. He's just a man with makeup.
But he had a crew with him.
I got to slide, bro.
And he had. He did psychological.
If you got to bounce, you can bounce.
We saw overtime that Ox can't stay.
All right,
yeah, it's killing me inside. I don't want to leave.
All right, y'all. Roy Mustang said, Mars, I've always said that Russ found Braun on cuts more than anyone I've ever seen, and that's why Braun averaged 30 with him.
Russ always looking to try find guys for layups. It's just like there's a risk reward with that, where sometimes he'll try throw it through windows. Like, yeah, you ain't got no business trying it. But also when it pays off, it's like, yeah, you found a layup that no one else would be willing to throw. So it's just a trade-off with a guy who's I'm not gonna say reckless with his decision making, aggressive with his decision making, and
high risk, high reward type guy.
Yeah, high risk, high reward. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Crow Legend 23 said maybe a PCL topic on Game 7 series. Chill. Who do you got? 25 OKC or 04 Pistons. I think Detroit would serve them. 08 Celtics versus 25 OKC is interesting too.
I'm not gonna answer this because I don't want to be that old head, you know.
I mean, you said the Pistons would beat the Warriors. So.
You know what? You know who agreed with you?
Raymond Felton. Raymond Felton. Yeah,
Felton agreed.
I seen that shit. Yeah. Shout
Did y'all see what Tracy McGrady just said?
Nah.
What is it?
Ron, you might want to listen to this. He's saying that the league ain't even good enough to be trying to add 2 more teams.
Oh yeah, I did see
that. There isn't enough talent.
I disagree. Do I disagree? I don't know if I disagree. Maybe.
I mean, though, these kids, they skilled, but they're just not that good.
I mean, expansion teams are going to suck anyway. Like, when has there ever been a team that was an expansion team and was good right away? Like, other than like the Magic when they expanded, they got Shaq like 2 years later. So I guess
Charlotte was good pretty quick.
Oh no, yeah. To be fair, they were with Zoe and them.
With Morning and they put it together pretty quick.
Demon Muggsy, Demon Muggsy.
Yeah.
Wait, I mean, Draymond said that too. Well, I don't agree with that take anymore. Hey man, these niggas got game, man. We need 6 more teams right now.
And then stemming off that last super chat, also Pirate, are you going to compete in the PCL Summer Madness?
No one told me about it.
I haven't told nobody about it, but you.
Because you on camera, trying to press me on camera.
You
were robbed of your championship. Really robbed the 2 of them, but you know.
Well, it's a subjective
Brax packed
thing.
him up. We seen it. Brax packed him up. We seen it.
That was
never mind, Pyro. We'll talk. We'll talk offline. I don't want to stir you back up and bring up old bad memories and whatnot. But we'd like to see you this summer when the PCL goes on.
We'll be in touch.
I got robbed twice.
All right.
It's cute you believe that.
I did get robbed twice.
I'm tough.
2 second place finishes. Who do y'all think I am? The Buffalo Bills in the 90s?
You LeBron.
I gotta say, I wasn't the biggest fan of that last format. It felt like, again, it was like the team success, you just like push through
Pirate.
Yeah,
4 guys
on his own. He don't want people.
Yeah, I'm a lone wolf, man.
I'm in his success. Facts.
I gotta agree with that, Pirate, because I was absolutely cooking. And my team did not hold me down, not at all.
Yeah, but you drafted your team, so that's kind of on you too.
Facts.
Yeah, it's a little different if you drafted your team.
Yeah, but still though, like
it's still kind of on you a little bit. You drafted them.
I still would rather be, because I like the format of just off the top. Like I like the off the dome part. That's my favorite part about it. And I think I would have just went way further by myself. That's all.
I do.
And
also
on top of that, I
2
did draft.
rounds,
I picked Gifted because I thought Gifted was gonna cook, and he did not cook.
Well, I'll just throw him under the bus. All right.
I ain't throwing him under the bus. He seen the bus coming and ran and jumped in front of that motherfucker. Like he threw himself under there.
We should maybe mix in something physical too, like arm wrestling or
I'm cool.
That's a way for me to lose my belt.
Bare-fisted boxing for 1 round or something.
Nah, I'm straight.
He wants us to die.
Wrestling, you real talking swiper. Y'all got it. But
that would be a sweaty wrestling.
The next super chat is from, is this Cuz Foray? Cuz Foray said 24 Celtics or 25 OKC.
In a series, I think I
would take OKC.
Is Porzingis healthy? Healthy?
Yeah.
I probably got
that Celtics team is damn good though. So
I probably got Boston. If you give me a healthy Porzingis, I probably got Boston.
All right, Bob sent through a super chat and said the panel gonna say Russ and KD could not beat Golden State with the 3-1 lead. Meanwhile, Chill shits on Harden not beating Golden State Warriors with KD. Laughing my ass off. You can't make this up.
Well, I think the Thunder could have beat the Warriors. I just think once they got figured out in terms of the flaws on the roster, it was hard to overcome it, even if they were up 3-1 at that point. But once you're up 3-1, just winning one of the next 3 games is entirely possible, even if a team is playing to your flaws. All you got to do is win one of them. So I think they could have beat them. But yeah, I also think the 18 Rockets could have beat the Warriors.
Yeah, sure. I mean, anything can happen. Yeah.
Exactly.
So many things go into a team winning a series apart from the play of one player. It's like,
Facts.
I hate these conversations because like you seriously, you have to elaborate for like an hour or two to really make it make sense. Otherwise, you're really just kind of cherry picking what's good for whatever player you're trying to defend. You know.
All right, I want to shout out to Andre Green because he is the one person that's watching on Facebook that liked the video. Salute to you, Andre Green. You are a
Salute,
Facebook
Andre.
legend. Mr. Aki123 said, "There's no way you guys have Russ above a player that not only put a team on his back, but a whole city and led them to a championship in Isaiah Thomas."
Who's going to tell him?
That's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Not to diminish Isaiah Thomas, but it's like
shout out to Zeke, but I don't really think twice when it comes to Zeke and Russell Westbrook. Shout out to him though.
So I feel about Russ versus basically everybody, but understood. Tupac Westside said, "Spider-Man was my favorite growing up, but Deadpool is my favorite now. Always been more drawn to anti-heroes."
What's an anti-hero? Just out of curiosity.
Like the Punisher, like morally ambiguous, not just a straight good guy, goody two shoes.
Okay.
You know, he does some messed up stuff.
They don't have Batman's no kill policy, basically.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer that over whatever Batman got going on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bob,
that no kills you do be lame.
Bob said, "Brother, real talk. You literally were on playback in November and screamed, 'He the truth,' when watching Şengün. Laughing my ass off. Goon was good at the start of the year."
He started the season really well.
When he played good, I said he was because he was shooting like 43% from three and shit.
Oh well, that shit was fake. I could have told you that, but he did start the season
fake
really
as hell. Yeah,
he went like 5 for 8 in the first game, but he started the season really good. It's just I'm good off that, man.
Cultured Bandit sent through a super chat and said, "Spider-Man isn't that special. I shoot webs too."
Gross.
Shout out to everybody that can shoot webs, man. DSG Piccolo said, "Anyone ever seen Japanese Spider-Man? Hilarious watch. Also, I need Milan Momcilovic in PDX. Milan Momcilovic in PDX. Need to get a second round pick. 49.6 from 3 on 7.5 attempts moves me. Where does Milan Momcilovic go to?"
I mean, I don't know. I don't have a second round mock draft, but he goes to.
No, I'm saying like, where's he? Oh, he goes to Iowa State. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Big. Yeah.
It's
like they're 4'8".
Yeah, like 6'8". He's shooting the hell out of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
The reason he's going in the second round. Yeah, the reason he's projected second round is because quite literally he only shoots the ball. But when you shoot 50%, shit, a team that needs shooting, Houston, shit, you might want to go get him.
Shout out Milan.
Somebody need to get what's his name, bro? Dominic Daniels Jr.
The Lakers?
No, not us. We have guards. But, that brother is cold. Yeah, salute to him. Them kind of players, them be my favorite type players, but like they don't make it to the NBA. You know what I'm saying? Them 4-year guards that be at like a mid-major.
I mean, what's buddy's name in Portland right now?
Caleb?
Yeah, Caleb Love. Caleb Love just
was hoping last night. Hit a game winner.
UNC though.
Caught a body.
Yeah, but he transferred, right? He transferred.
Yeah, he went to Arizona, but Arizona's still a blue blood too. Though.
Yeah, Arizona, another.
Yeah, but how old is he now? He's like 25, right, as a rookie.
23.
Like he's been around for a minute.
And he like 6'1". Like them type be
they
look
cold
24 as hell in college, bro.
Yeah, see Caleb Love, a 24-year-old rookie. You don't see many of them anymore.
Nah.
No.
All right, the Cheese 15, who is a Hall of Famer, once again gifted 20 Players Choice memberships. This is another shout out to Cheese and a shout out to everybody else who got a membership. Also, speaking of Hall of Famers, I want to go ahead and shout them out. Our Hall of Famers are Multi Kenny. Shout out my man Multi Kenny. You've been a Hall of Famer for a while. Worldwide Mace TV. Cheese, as I just mentioned, Bulletproof, Small Boxes, Drago FC, DNE MLV, Kingster MH, The No Capo, and last but not least, CMX, Halo are all Hall of Famers. Salute to you guys. Also, Al Booger sent through a members chat and just threw up the hands emoji. Shout out to Al Booger. Roy Mustang also became a YouTube member today and sent through a couple super chats. Thank you, Roy. Stay tapped in, stay locked in. I got a members chat from IRL Time 98. Said, is Derek White better than y'all thought? Because the Derek White disrespect in the offseason was hilarious.
He ain't no All-NBA second team, which is all I was pushing back on. He ain't no All-NBA second team.
And he's not better than Jaylen Brown. So.
But he's having a really good year, and his impact is undeniable. But he ain't no All-NBA
really
second
good
team.
player, really good role.
I seen
player.
people on Twitter because I Spreadsheet FC come across my timeline a lot. I see one guy had Derek White as a top 10 player, had him over like Anthony Edwards in them. So
yeah, see, that's what you call foolishness.
Yeah, so Derek White has his believers. So even if we're on the lower sides, he gets more than enough love.
He'd be a lot more fun to watch if he grew his hair out.
Shit. His hair look.
That was fun.
He needs to find a follicle whisperer. He could get it back. But anyways, Anime Spurs fan sent through a members chat and says, shout out Venezuela. Hey, Chill and Ron, can we agree that Seattle deserves a team before Vegas? Obviously, nothing else to talk about. Next topic. Real talk, if Houston had Rasheed Wallace instead of Jabari, would they be better?
Is the sky blue?
Yeah.
Is the sky blue?
Absolutely. Without a doubt.
Yeah, Rasheed Wallace would be insane.
He might be the best player on the team.
He would be.
Yeah, I knew you. There you go. All I had to do was pass it.
Yeah.
I knew he was going to take the layup. There you go.
Hey, man. Got to take the easy baskets when you
I was just Russell Westbrook for you. There you go. Just feeding you a layup.
Rashid at the 5 today? Ooh.
Yeah, that'd be insane.
He would be at a 5, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Not a 4 today.
D9 the One sent through a members chat and said, Dub Ronnie, Mars, Damian, Chill, Ox, and Real Talk. Salute to you guys. Also, salute to Pirate as well.
This was sent before.
Why was I after the flex? Everybody else was
because all of us go to the gym, and obviously you know.
I ain't even think about that, Morris.
Yeah. All of us are avid gym goers, and then you are just
not facts. You go to the gym and walk by it to go to that restaurant that's next to it. That's for sure. That's
actually is a restaurant right next to the
I know.
Oh man. Simply Ghosty sent through a members chat and said, y'all boys keep being great. PC the best sports show. I agree.
It's all right, yeah.
Absolutely.
I agree. We're gonna keep going. You keep going in the chat too. All of y'all keep going. Dash Fetchum became a YouTube member. Shout out to Dash Fetchum. Appreciate you for joining up. Welcome to the family. And last but not least, Sorry Key sent through a members chat. Sorry Key has been a member for 27 months and said, Trey better. This Russ talk cool, but don't forget, Ron said Hanson Yang would be better than Klingon and Rob Williams. Dub Mars.
I don't think it's possible to be more wrong. Like, I literally don't think because like not only is Yang Hansen not better than Klingon or Rob Wilt, he literally might be the worst player in the NBA. Like, he's not better than anyone in the NBA, let alone good enough to be the starting center for the Blazers, who have 2 good centers. So yeah, I don't know if it's possible. The only way you could be more wrong is if like you said he would be better than like Jokic and Shea. Like, that's the only way you could have been more wrong. Like, you said the worst player in the league would be better than someone. Like,
I don't believe I'm wrong. I just believe I'm
just
early.
Yeah.
And here's the thing is, when we are in Portland April 10th and Yang Hansen or Hansen Yang or Yang Hansen, however you call him, will be starting this game and he cooks up I don't want to hear nothing from you guys. When we watch in person, my man Yang put on a masterclass. Once again, this game is April 10th. We will do our first live panel episode with fans in a crowd there, and it will be in the Moda Center. One night, one arena. You don't want to miss it. The ticket link is in the bio. Included in your tickets is obviously the live show, a meet and greet with the panel. We'll get to watch the game. Then you guys get to watch Real Talk and Mars have a one-on-one battle. You guys doing a hot dog eating contest or a taco eating contest?
I'm on a diet, man. I'm on a diet. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. Vegetable eating contest. And then we will have an after party. You guys pull up. This is going to be a hell of an episode and something that you don't want to miss. In the meantime, in between time, we'll catch you guys at the same time tomorrow right here on the Players Choice YouTube channel. Y'all take it easy.
Merry Christmas.
Peace.
Or take it
Later.
light, like how somebody else would say. Or maybe take it heavy. Real talk. You want to take it heavy?